In this video, we'll be exploring unsolved mysteries that range from the strange, sudden, very sudden disappearance of a young man from Minnesota to a series of bodies and body parts found inside suitcases in England to one of the darkest, most suspicious kidnappings of a young girl in Rome, involving the Vatican, involving high-up state service in the Vatican and Italy, and involving Americans, conspiracies, corruption, backhanders, and much more. We will explore all of these, so grab a drink. My choice today is just plain English tea in a really nice Disney mug, and join me as we explore the Unsolved Mysteries Iceberg, the 1465 mystery eruption. So this is a very long tale, and I will leave a link in the description below if you want to learn about the full story of it. But this was basically an eruption that we know very likely happened in the 15th century, as it was witnessed basically all around the world, from like Turkey to Europe to Asia. And it also coincided with a bunch of cold spells, mini ice ages all around the world, famines, floods, crop failures, as I said, from Asia to Europe to even South and Central America. And so the evidence for this was all pointing to this gigantic volcanic explosion or volcanic eruption, possibly the largest ever in recorded history. But when scientists went to track this volcano, to maybe find a site, the origin of this eruption, they did say it likely came from somewhere in the tropics. But aside from that, they had no major crater, no exact location for it, no mountain or volcano that they think it might have come from. And so we have this huge volcanic event that we don't really know where it came from. And the exact date of this eruption was kind of vague in the past, like they went off estimates, until in 2012 scientists got these really accurate ice cores. And ice cores are fantastic because each layer of the ice core normally, not always, normally comes with like a dark section and a light section, with each dark section typically being like a wintry or cold period, and the lighter sections being more or less summer. And they're also able to detect other things in the ice, different chemical compositions, etc. And so with a good enough ice core, they're able to kind of track the years all the way back, find when it was hot, when it was cold, different temperatures thousands of years ago. And for something like a volcanic explosion, which obviously shoots a lot of chemicals and debris and material up into the sky, which then eventually lands back down, goes onto ice, goes into the ice cores, they were able to determine that this was very likely caused by two medium-sized explosions and not one absolutely humongous explosion. But that still didn't solve our problem of not knowing where they came from. So even to this day, we know there were very likely two medium-sized explosions or eruptions around this area, but we don't have a pinpoint location for them. We don't know if they were land eruptions or underwater eruptions or eruptions from islands that have since sunk. And yeah, a great mystery. And as I said, check out the link in the description if you'd like to learn a little bit more about these eruptions. The 1808 mystery eruption. And I promise this is not a volcanic eruption iceberg. I swear this is the last one. But this entry is more or less the same as the last entry. It's based around this mini ice age that happened in the 1800s, with 1816 being called the year without a summer, just because of how relatively cold it actually was, mostly in Europe. And as with the other one, the ice core data shows like massive spikes of sulfates, which are normally caused in volcanic eruptions, sometime around and before like the 1810s, but we have no official record of an eruption happening around then. So it's strange. Something clearly caused temperatures to drop all over the world. Something produced these sulfates found in the ice core, but there are no records that we found, at least so far, pointing to an actual gigantic volcanic eruption. Scientists do believe that this could be explained by like multiple medium-sized explosions all around the world. Instead of one giant one going off, maybe you have like 15 medium-sized ones. But that is, for now, the end of the volcanic eruption entries. The 1894 Rock Island Railroad wreck. And that is a tongue twister if I've ever seen one. But this was the largest unsolved crime in history in the city of Lincoln in Nebraska. But this was a shocking crash where this train was carrying 33 passengers and was traveling from Fairbury to Lincoln, both in Nebraska. And while just in the final few minutes of its journey, it was going over this trestle. The trestle started to kind of creak and bend a little bit, and then started to suspiciously crack and twist, and then taking on the full weight of the train, the trestle actually gave way, and both the trestle and the train collapsed and fell down into the creek below. And since this was a coal train, the engine then exploded into flames, with flaming hot coals spreading and spilling out on the wooden trestles, on the wooden tracks, and soon enough, the entire crash, the tracks, the train, all of the luggage, and even the people went up in flames. Some of the men on board, one of whom actually had a broken leg from the crash, first climbed out to safety and then actually climbed back into the train, back onto the wreckage to help rescue the other people. And they did manage to save quite a few people, with 22 out of the 33 passengers actually surviving. But sadly, 11 of the passengers, many of whom were in the front carriage that, initially went down, sadly, 11 of them didn't survive the crash. And it was obviously a horrific scene. They saved who they could save, and then police started an investigation into this. And what they found was potentially some evidence of foul play in this accident, or, in this accident, where some spikes that were holding the trestle together, they had been pulled out, removed. There were crowbar marks also found on the rails. And upon further searching of, the surrounding area, they found an abandoned crowbar that it could be argued was used on the tracks. And they found at the scene of the crime a man named George Washington Davis, who witnesses and survivors of the crash said that they saw Davis kind of around there. They said he was acting a little bit suspicious. He was holding a lantern at the time. And so the investigators obviously brought him in, they questioned him, and he said he was there at the scene because he had basically heard about the crash, and then he had run 4 miles, so like an hour of running roughly. He had run 4 miles from the club that he was in to the scene of the crime because he said he wanted to witness it, which, if you ask me, is a little bit strange. There was also some parts of his testimony that didn't really line up. Like, for example, he said he came here, he was looking at the crash, and it wasn't that bad until the engine exploded, and then obviously it got a lot worse. Except investigators at the time determined that the engine likely exploded very soon after the train crashed. And so, we're talking minutes after it crashed, not the hour or more that it took for Davis to get here. So, mostly because of this, he was there, he was acting a little bit suspicious, his timeline didn't really, line up. Mostly because of this, they arrested him, they tried him for this crime. It was for sabotage and murder, essentially. But bear in mind, most of this was just circumstantial evidence. They never determined a motive for Davis, and he never admitted to the crime. He always protested his innocence. But as I said, during the first trial, he was charged with sabotage and first-degree murder, but this ended up being a hung trial, so no verdict. Then on the second trial, the judge told the jury that if you don't find him guilty of first-degree murder, then you could always just find him guilty of second-degree murder, which on this second trial, the jury did, and Davis was charged with this. He was sent to prison, but was paroled 10 years later due mostly to the lack of evidence surrounding his case. So as I said, a lot of the evidence surrounding Davis's conviction was just circumstantial, and either it was some crazy accident, which doesn't seem likely just based on the evidence, or it was someone else entirely, in which case we don't know who they are, we don't know their motive, or it was actually Davis, and in this case also we don't really know his motive. So not too much clarification on this one. That is where the case remains to this day, but regardless, this crash was absolutely horrific. Anne Noblette was a 17-year-old girl who went missing while on her way home in 1957 and was found a month later in these very strange circumstances. So Anne was a student at the Watford Technical College in Hertfordshire, England, and on this particular day she was attending a dance, and she had a fun evening. She said goodbye to her friends, left the dance, and then took the 391 bus heading home. But she never made it. She was soon reported missing by her parents. The police started a local search. They started conducting interviews. They searched nearby areas and buildings. They used sniffer dogs. But ultimately, outside of a single potential sighting of the headlights of a car being seen on the same road that Anne went missing, around about the same time, outside of this single sighting, there really wasn't much to go on. That is until around a month later, when two brothers were out just walking their dog at the time, and they found Anne's body dumped just 7 miles from where she went missing. She had been seemingly kidnapped, assaulted, strangled to death, and then strangely frozen solid, as when her body was found, she was completely frozen. But the temperatures, the outside temperatures around this time, weren't nearly low enough for this to have occurred naturally. So appropriately, this case was dubbed the deep freeze murder. And as I mentioned before, she was very likely stripped down, assaulted, and then killed. But when she was found, she had all of her clothes on her, but her buttons were done up a bit strangely. Her sleeves were pulled up in a way that she normally didn't have it. So whoever did this likely assaulted her, killed her, and undressed her in some order, and then froze her somewhere and redressed her and then dumped her out for someone to find. So police started searching local refrigeration units, local freezer units, local buildings and warehouses, farms, factories, abandoned buildings, but they didn't really find anything of interest. And since there was no DNA evidence for this crime, there was nothing when she went missing, there was nothing on Anne or at the scene of the body, we still don't know who committed this horrible attack, and Anne's case, sadly to this day, remains unsolved. The arboreal abomination. Is this thing an alien, some say, or a demon, or some other type of entity, seen in Peru in 1965? The men who saw this abomination described it as a strange Martian, resembling a shrub, which I would say is quite accurate. And shortly after this sighting, there was a flying saucer seen by these men, as well as a few other witnesses around this area around this time. So I think definitely alien. This abomination had a single golden eye on its head and had these golden, silvery, tinsely strips kind of surrounding it all around its body, and it had other golden eyes around its body, and I think what they saw was a Christmas tree, gold and silver tinsel all around its body, very bush or tree-like. Multiple golden silver eyes, or baubles, you could say, around its body, and a single golden eye on top of its head. I mean, granted, it was only 31 inches tall, and it was the middle of summer, but maybe it was an alien cosplaying as a Christmas tree, appearing as something familiar to us, but they don't know that a Christmas tree is inappropriate in the middle of summer. So definitely a strange sighting, but let me know your thoughts on this one down below. Athalia Ponsell Lindsley. Was this lady a former model, dancer, TV personality, even game show host, who was brutally murdered outside of her home in St. Augustine, Florida in 1974? And she had bounced around a few things over the years, seemed to be quite successful overall, and had even dated JFK's older brother in the 1940s. But eventually she would marry a man named James Lindsley. And so at the time, in 1974, she was happily married, but for whatever reason, they chose to live in 2 separate homes, which is fair enough. You need your own personal space, Totally get that. But fast forward to this fateful night, and one of Athalia's neighbors, a young man named Locke McCormick, he heard some fighting, some struggling outside on the street. He took a look out of the window, and then he shouted to his mum that Mr. Stanford is hitting Miss Ponsell. Mr. Stanford being one of their neighbors, who we will touch on in a little bit. But this man, whoever it was, this attacker, he finishes attacking Athalia. He then runs away. Locke and his mum come outside, and they see Athalia in a pool of her own blood. So they call the police, the ambulance, etc. But sadly, Athalia is pronounced dead at the scene. She was attacked with a machete. She was hit at least 9 times, all on her hands and her arms, her face, her head, and during this attack, she was almost decapitated. Now, Mr. Stanford, the man that Locke said he originally saw, he already had a record, a history of not liking Athalia, of having a problem with her personally, of having a problem with her dogs, and on at least one occasion of threatening to attack and even kill her. So with good reason, I think, he was picked up by the police, and with Locke's eyewitness, he was charged for this crime. But he ended up pleading innocent. There wasn't really much evidence for this crime outside pretty much Locke's eyewitness testimony. But, you know, it was dark. He kind of only caught a glimpse of this man. So it might have been Mr. Stanford. It might have been just another, male figure. And so all of this led to Mr. Stanford basically being acquitted. The jury took a mere 2 hours to decide on this, and they decided, that there wasn't enough evidence to convict Mr. Stanford. And so, with their main suspect being let free, and with no other suspects, the police really had no more leads to go on. And on top of this case, strangely, tragically, that very same year, Athalia's friend and neighbor, Francis Bemis, who may have had some top secret evidence in Athalia's murder. She was potentially writing a book about Athalia's murder, investigating the case, building up evidence, and then she went out for a walk one evening and just never came home. Her body was found nearby in an abandoned lot, with her head having been smashed in, and her case, as well as Athalia's case, were both never solved. So was France's murder connected to Athalia's? Was someone potentially trying to cover up Athalia's murder? Cover up the evidence that Francis had gathered? I'd say it's very possible, if not likely. But as I said, to this day, both cases still remain unsolved. Bear dogs, which, yep, that's an actual thing. But these are animals that you can obviously guess are kind of part bear, part dog. And they're not strictly like an actual crossbreed of the two, but they're basically as big and aggressive as bears, while also looking like dogs. And these aren't actually cryptids, or I guess technically they might strictly be, but they are an actual animal family called the Amphicyonidae, who lived from about 2 million to 40 million years ago. And basically just imagine something like a cross between a grizzly bear and a direwolf, and you are most of the way there. But even though they are thought to be extinct, there have been sightings of them all around the world, from like remote parts of North America, Alaska in particular, in Europe, also in Asia, and especially Russia. And as I said, they are these huge bear-like creatures with scary canine-like features. And one major area for these sightings is the Nahanni Valley in Alaska, also known as the Valley of the Headless Men, named so because of the sheer number of decapitated prospectors and visitors found there, which is a little disconcerting. But a lot of people believe these beheadings, believe these attacks to be perpetrated by these bear dogs, living and lurking deep in the wilderness, in Alaska, in the forest, in the woods, which firstly, isn't as crazy as it sounds, because there are huge parts of Alaska and especially of Russia, in the Urals in particular, that are either somewhat, mostly, or entirely unexplored. Tundras, forests, woods, mountains, vast plains, absolutely huge areas. So a once thought extinct species living out there, attacking people, roaming around, honestly, really isn't as crazy as it seems. We know at least that they did exist at some point in time, as there are many fossil records of them. They are in the timeline of, creatures, animals on Earth. But this mystery, this entry, is really about the modern day sightings of them. They likely weigh anywhere from like 1,500 to 2,000 pounds, or 650 to 900 kilos. And are these sightings merely just, hoaxes? Are they misidentifications perhaps of, regular bears, of wolves? Or are these sightings indeed of the dreaded old bear dogs, just out, chilling, hiding, minding their own business, until someone encounters them and then they take a little chomp out of them, maybe behead them entirely? I will leave that up for you to decide. The Berkshire UFO incident is one of the most well-documented UFO sightings in American history, and it took place on the night of September 1st in 1969 in Great Barrington, Massachusetts. Oh boy, I haven't said this in a while. Massachusetts. And this wasn't just a single sighting, but it involved multiple unrelated witnesses spread across different towns and different areas, all of whom described more or less the same thing, and that was bright lights, strange crafts, missing time, and even alleged abductions. It all started out at around sunset on this September evening, when dozens of residents from several towns in Berkshire County all started reporting this strange disc-like object in the sky. It was large, it was glowing, it seemed to move like kind of erratically around, and it was completely silent with no seemingly obvious propulsion system. People said that it went from like hovering to just making these crazy, impossible maneuvers, and then it just zipped off into the unknown. Some of the witnesses disappeared for minutes or hours and then reappeared in places that they didn't know how they got there. Some of them didn't know where they were, what time it was. They were disorientated, and one guy was apparently hit with a beam of light while he was at a friend's house and then vanished for several minutes and then reappeared in the middle of the road, not knowing how he got there, what time it was, where he was, and said he had been taken by UFOs. Another family, the Reed family, were all in their car. They saw these lights in the sky. The lights kind of engulfed their entire car. They felt a pressure or gravity change, and then they all blacked out and woke up a while later, not in their car, but somewhere else entirely. And I think the very odd thing about these encounters is that none of the people really knew each other. They weren't from one community or one family or one friends group. They were all different ages, races, from different towns, different social circles, and they all described on the same night this same craft, the same lights, the same experiences, and a few of them described these abductions. And on that particular night, the local radio stations were just going crazy with callers. The police reports were piling up for these strange sightings, these strange occurrences, but still to this day, nobody's entirely sure what this encounter was. Some people theorize it was a strange alien craft. Some people say it was a secret military experiment or craft. And yeah, for sure, let me know your thoughts on this one down below. And if you do like alien encounters, I have a 8-hour long alien encounter video that covers hundreds of entries of alien encounters, potential alien species, and sightings and theories that I will leave in the description below if you want to go check it out. The Birmingham booms are these low frequency boom sounds heard over Alabama, especially in Birmingham and Anniston, over the last 20 years or so. And there are a wide range of potential explanations for this, but none of them really stand up to like any scrutiny, any investigations. Like some people say they're just fireworks, but these booms tend to be, too loud, too powerful to be fireworks. Could they be quarry blasting? Well, they checked the records and none were apparently scheduled for the times that these booms happened. Some people have said it was thunder, but there was no thunderstorms or bad weather at that time, or at these times, as it's happened multiple times. And it's the same with sonic booms from airplanes, with earthquake explanations. Like, a lot of them partially explain the booms, but also don't fully explain them or don't fully line up in the timeline. Some people think they're underground gas explosions. Some people think they're aliens or secret military experiments, or time jumps, time slips, people from the future or aliens zipping in and out of different dimensions. And I think these explanations get crazier and crazier as we go on. But to this day, we don't fully know what causes them, and they are a little bit strange. Bobo is a very short entry, but Bobo is just a cryptid. It's this aquatic creature that resides mostly in the North Pacific Ocean, potentially near the Monterey Bay in California, and it honestly looks kind of like a Leopleurodon. Charlie, it's a Leopleurodon, a magical Leopleurodon, glap glap. Glap, glap. But it is about the size of a whale, it has wrinkly skin, and that is Bobo. Brandon Swanson was a 19-year-old student from Minnesota who in 2008, on the night of May 14th, was driving home from a college party, and at around 1:30 in the morning, his car slid off the road. It went into a ditch near the town of Lind, and he wasn't hurt, at least not too badly. Maybe a few minor bruises, but he was basically fine. The car wasn't really damaged majorly, and so he did what any normal person might do. He pulled out his phone and he called his parents to come pick him up. And this is where things start to get weird. Brandon told his parents that he thought he was near the town of Lind, and so he would make his way, he would walk down to these lights that he saw in the distance, so that he wasn't just in the middle of nowhere, in a ditch, in the pitch black, in the middle of the night. So he started making his way towards the lights. He was on the phone the entire time with his parents, talking for like 47 minutes about, oh, I'm going this way, I'm walking down the road, I'm annoyed that the car crashed into the side. It was all really standard, really normal conversation. Then he mentioned that he was passing some fences, and then said he was gonna cut through this field, and all of a sudden, out of nowhere, he shouted, "Oh shit," and then the phone line went dead. That was the last time anyone heard from or saw Brandon Swanson. There were no screams, no struggle, just him shouting once and then silence. Police later discovered that Brandon wasn't near Lind at all. His car was actually found in this ditch 25 miles away from Lind, near a town called Taunton. So either his GPS was off for some reason, somehow, or he had massively mistaken where he was, where he ended up, where he was going, etc. And obviously, naturally, a search was started. They searched over the local area for weeks. They found nothing. They had sniffer dogs who did pick up Brandon's scent, and they tracked it heading towards a river, and then turning back, and then just nothing. They used dogs, as I mentioned, but also helicopters, boats. They used sonar. The National Guard even joined in, but they never found anything. They never found Brandon Swanson or his body. They never found his phone, his clothes, his wallet, no shoes, no further trace or trail. It was literally like he just vanished into thin air. Some people say that he slipped, he fell into this river, and then just got washed away and disappeared. But you'd think something would turn up. You know, normally when this happens, the body ends up getting spotted further down the river, or, you know, his belongings end up getting found or spotted somehow. Other theories say that he was maybe attacked and abducted by someone, but again, there were no signs of a struggle, there were no witnesses, he was on the phone during the entire time, and there was never any other voices heard or any talking that wasn't Brandon. Some say that he intentionally did this to maybe disappear or run away from home, which I think is very unlikely. Other theories say that he had some sort of a mental episode and ended up running away, or at least becoming lost and disorientated. And of course, there are a few more fringe theories like, you know, alien abduction, or something like the back rooms where he just fell into another dimension. But regardless, to this day, Brandon Swanson's case remains open, it remains unsolved, and we don't really know what happened to him on that fateful night, or in fact whether he or his body will ever turn up. The Brighton Trunk murders. So these were these two murders that took place in the 1930s in Brighton, and this was on the 17th of June in 1934, when one William Joseph Vinicombe noticed a piece of luggage or a trunk left abandoned at the Brighton train station. So he went up to investigate it, thought somebody might have, you know, left it behind or lost it, until he noticed the horrific smell coming from this trunk, and so decided to call the police. The police arrived on the scene, they searched the trunk, and what they found was absolutely disturbing. They found inside the trunk just the torso of a dead woman. No head, no limbs, just the torso neatly packed into the trunk and left there inside the station. They then obviously started an official investigation. They searched the surrounding area and they wanted to know where this trunk came from, whether it was brought here on another train, so they started to call other train stations. And it was then that they found another trunk, another suitcase, this time at the King's Cross rail station in London, and this one contained the legs of whoever this lady was. The head and the arms of this body were never found. The lady was never identified, but through a post-mortem they determined her to be around 25 years old at the time of death, and sadly, horrifically, around 5 months pregnant. Then, while searching areas nearby this first trunk in Brighton, they heard reports of an awful smell coming from a flat, an apartment near the Brighton station. And when they searched this flat, they found a trunk, and inside the trunk was another body of another lady, this being Violet Kay. And her partner, Tony Mancini, was nowhere to be found. Now, Tony himself was a bit of a wrong'un, you know, a bit of a dodgy guy. He did typically petty crimes like theft, jaywalking, loitering, and murder, apparently, which, disclaimer, murder is not a petty crime. But he had been dating Violet, who was an ex-dancer, an ex-adult worker, for at least a year by this point. And one night, Violet was at the cafe where Mancini worked, and she was drunk. They were having like a verbal fight. She was accusing him of basically cheating on her with one of the waitresses. And then, after this night, Violet was never seen alive again. She initially went missing. Her sister-in-law received a telegram, later found to be in Mancini's handwriting, basically saying that I, Violet, have found an amazing job out in Paris, and I'll be sailing out there this Sunday, and, you know, goodbye. Mancini told all of his friends basically the same story, that Violet had found a job and just decided to leave him to flee the country. And due to obviously finding Violet's body in Mancini's apartment, and with Mancini being missing, they naturally put out a warrant for his arrest. They ended up finding and picking him up shortly after in London, and brought him in, interviewed him, and ultimately charged him for Violet's murder. And just as a bit of extra detail for this, when Mancini killed Violet, he basically put her in this trunk, he moved houses, he moved locations, and he kept this trunk at the end of his bed. He put like a tablecloth over the top of it and actually used it as more or less a coffee table to have cups of tea on and plates with food, with some visitors and friends of his actually noticing this strange smell, and he every time just, I guess, brushed it off, said it's just the pipes or something, even as blood and other liquids and stuff started to actually leak from the trunk, which is just beyond disturbing. As I said, he was charged with Violet's murder. The trial lasted 5 days, and after just 2 hours and 15 minutes, the jury returned a verdict of not guilty. What? Now, the first case involving the lady with her body parts split up into different cases, or into different trunks, that case was never solved, and police didn't think that that case was connected to the Mancini case. They just happened to both be in Brighton around the station, 2 separate women dead in 2 separate trunks, but they never suspected him of this first case, but they obviously did suspect him of the Violet murder. And I think the evidence is all, clear as day, but due to, I guess, a great defense by his lawyers and a somewhat shoddy prosecution, he got a verdict, as I said, of not guilty. His defense said that he basically found the body, he found Violet dead, and then didn't think anyone would believe him. So he panicked, he hid the body, and then ended up running away, which seems like absolute BS to me. But yeah, he wasn't convicted for this at the time, or actually ever. But later on in his life, he did allegedly confess to this crime, saying that basically Violet had come at him, she was drunk, she attacked him with a hammer, and then in the ensuing fight, she ended up dying, and then he, hid the body, didn't think anyone would believe him, and that was that. So this second case is technically unsolved, although we more or less know what happened with it. But the first case, where this unidentified woman was split into 2 trunks, police never found her head, never found her arms, and never identified her or the killer, and so that case remains almost completely unsolved. Bryce Laspisa was another strange case similar to the Brandon Swanson case that involved the mysterious disappearance of a teenage boy, and this was 19-year-old Bryce Laspisa, who was driving from his college in Northern California to his parents' home just 7 hours south. But during this time, his friends, his family noticed something was kind of off with Bryce. On his journey down, he stopped the car multiple times, he made these strange phone calls, he seemed increasingly paranoid, and just for the timeline, he started his journey to his parents' place just before midnight on August 28th. Then at around 1 a.m, so a few hours later, he called his mum and spoke to her for a while, but I guess didn't say that he was already on the journey because she thought that he was calling from his apartment. And so it's thought that that night he slept somewhere, maybe a hotel or a motel, maybe in his car or by the side of the road. Then the next morning, his mum and dad were notified that he had basically requested roadside assistance, and this was around 11 a.m. the next morning, but they told the parents that he had basically said he was stranded out on the road and he required a delivery of fuel, which, bear in mind, this was only a 7 or 8 hour drive, and so he should have easily been home by now if he was driving straight down. Obviously, if he stopped the car to sleep, that would have been different. But the roadside assistance guy, a man named Christian, he said that he had gone out, he had delivered fuel to, this kid Bryce at around 9 a.m. that morning. And the mum asked Christian if he could go out there again, see perhaps if Bryce was still there, if he needed help, and to tell Bryce to call his mum. And Christian did this. He found that Bryce was basically in the same spot that he left him. He was still moving, he was still talking, all that, but he just hadn't driven really from where he was a few hours ago. So Christian said, look, Bryce, contact your mum. Your parents are very worried about you. Give them a call. And he said that he was only 3 hours north of his parents. So 3 hours left on the drive, and this was around afternoon time. And then he said goodbye to Christian. He drove off, and that was around 3 p.m. Then his parents waited more and more time. They waited hours, and eventually Bryce hadn't turned up. He wasn't answering his phone, and so the parents filed a missing persons report. The police were actually able to track Bryce's phone, and they themselves went out there to visit Bryce and found that again he hadn't really moved much from where Christian had left him. You know, he drove maybe 15 minutes down the road out of sight, but then again had stopped the car. The police basically told him the same story that Christian did. You know, your parents are worried about them, answer their phone calls, give them a call, update them on what you're doing. And the police said that they didn't really notice anything too off about him. You know, he wasn't drunk, he didn't seem to be under the influence of anything, and he seemed to be, you know, somewhat coherent, somewhat reasonable, normal. And he called his parents again, said that he would make his way down until around 2 a.m. that night. He called his mum again and said that he was very tired and he didn't think it made sense to be driving at night. You know, it was very dangerous for him. And so his mum agreed that he should just pull over to the side of the road, sleep there, and come over the next morning. And bear in mind, this was around 27 hours after he initially left for what should have been a 7-hour journey. And so the night passed, and finally, eventually, the parents received a knock on the door at around 8 a.m. the next morning, and who they thought was Bryce knocking on the door finally arriving was actually a highway patrol officer who said that they had found Bryce's car abandoned at the bottom of a creek, flipped upside down, with the back window having been kicked from the inside out. They found Bryce's wallet, Bryce's ID, his laptop, his phone, everything, but no Bryce. Despite exhaustive searches with helicopters, dogs, divers in the nearby lake, they found no clues, no hints, no trails, and some people think that he suffered some sort of a psychotic break, as he did have somewhat of a history of mental health issues, and so maybe he just kind of flipped, didn't know where he was, ran away, either got lost or killed somehow, or this was just an attempt to run away, to change his name, become a new person, live a new life. But as I said, with no body, with no real evidence, no witnesses, and no trail and sightings of Bryce, we don't really know what happened to him, and it's seeming less and less likely as the years go by that we will ever solve this case. The Colonial Parkway killer was a killer involved in a series of murders from between 1986 to 1989. 4 double homicides at least that occurred along Virginia's Colonial Parkway, which is this quiet, kind of scenic, wooded area. All the victims were either young individuals or young couples, murdered in or nearby their cars, and because it was such a quiet, peaceful area, firstly, that meant that there were little to no witnesses, so great for committing these sorts of crimes. And secondly, this route tended to be quite a popular area for like a lover's lane, you know, with young couples driving up there, reenacting the car scene from Titanic. But a lot of these victims were strangled, a lot were shot. In several cases, the bodies seemed to be staged or partially undressed, and there were at least 3 couples listed as official murders in this case, with another couple technically being listed as like missing persons because their bodies weren't officially found. But as well as these 4 official cases, as I said, there were many potential other cases and connections, individuals or couples that have gone missing around this area over the years, and no one was ever arrested for these crimes. It's thought very likely that not all of the murders were connected, but whether that means we're looking at just 2 killers, or 4, or 6, or 10, or more, it's not entirely clear. Some believe that this was the work of a rogue law enforcement officer, as several of these victims seem to have pulled over voluntarily. Their windows were, you know, cranked down, so they seem to maybe have trusted whoever had stopped them. There's also common theories about this being the work of a serial killer, using this secluded area to do all of their deeds. And in 2024, just last year, police did actually announce that at least 2 of these victims were linked via DNA to a man named Alan Wilmer Sr., who was a local fisherman that had died in 2017. And it's kind of mixed news, I guess, because sadly these people that he killed won't ever receive justice. Alan was never actually punished for these crimes. He never ended up doing any prison time for them. But maybe it's a blessing in that was 7 years that he wasn't out, killing more people before the police made their discovery. But as for the rest of them, as I said, no one was ever arrested for any of the murders. There are a few minor suspects, a few kind of small pieces of evidence, but most of these cases still to this day, sadly, remain unsolved. The devil fungus of South California is a little strange. Like, literally, this story was from an anonymous woman who wrote into the Strange magazine to warn fellow readers of this strange fungus that she encountered in Southern California. She said that she was moving down to Palm Springs, and she mentioned this for some reason to her UPS driver. And the UPS driver was like, nah, trust, don't go down there. There's mad stuff in the desert, like flying cockroaches, mushrooms that grow on your skin, just all types of crazy stuff. And she was like, well, that's great telling me now. I've already sold my house. I've already bought a house in Palm Springs. And so she kind of paid him no mind. She obviously moved down there. And I won't go into all of the details of this story as it is quite long. I'll leave a link below if you want to check it out in full for yourself, as there isn't mushroom left in this video. But she said that while she was down there, she basically picked up a book on mushrooms, and it described naturally a bunch of different species of mushroom, a bunch of different types, with one mushroom, this specific mushroom, being the stalked puffball, which only grew in the middle of the desert in the middle of summer, that was known to attack living tissue. And since it only grew in the middle of the desert, in the middle, the peak, the hottest point of summer, hardly anyone actually encountered it until they did. So this same lady from the story, she was apparently out gardening one day, and she was, chopping this, planting that, and she saw on the ground, it's a cute little puffball mushroom. And then she was like, wait a minute, I remember reading about this. And as she was looking down at it, it just exploded. And all of these black spores went all over her skin. And she did initially wash it off, but apparently these black spores went deeper into her skin. They kept sprouting up like mushrooms or fungal areas. They were attacking her tissue, and the only way she was able to keep this attack at bay was by constantly taking this antifungal medicine. Now, it is kind of a wild tale. Was she telling the truth about this? The local news stations apparently didn't think so, as she said they didn't want to hear from her. They didn't want to, air any of her stories. And the mushroom societies that she wrote to never wrote her back. So to her, this was like this giant conspiracy, orchestrated by Big Mushroom, wanting to keep the public away from the information, the knowledge of this particular mushroom. And so she said that writing into Strange magazine was basically the only people that would actually post her story, and it was the only way that she could get her message out to as many people as possible. And it's definitely an entertaining story, definitely unusual, but believable, realistic, true. I will leave that up for you to decide. The Disc of Sabu is a phenomenal, strange artifact that I really should have included in the Ancient Artifacts Iceberg, which I might actually still do because I haven't released the last part of it, which stay tuned for that, and the episodes are linked below if you want to check them out. But this disc was discovered in 1936 when British archaeologist Walter Emery uncovered it in the tomb of Prince Sabu in Egypt. And we won't get too much into Prince Sabu. He was a fairly uneventful, a fairly unknown prince. He never got too into politics. He never took his father's throne, but he did get a royal royal burial, and this tomb is what was discovered by Emery. And in the tomb was this disc, and it was a stone disc about 2 feet wide with these 3 kind of radiating spiral blades coming out of a hole in the center, which is a rather odd piece. The disc itself was made from something called schist, which was a popular rock at the time. This was around 5,000 years ago, for carving certain statues, for carving figurines, but due to just the nature of the rock, it tended to kind of split more often than it should, or kind of chip or flake a little more easily, especially when using stone and copper tools, which firstly begs the question, how did they carve this stone so intricately? I mean, just look at it. And secondly, what the heck was it used for? And there are a few major theories for this, one being that it was just simply decorative. It was a cool spirally looking rock like modern art from 2,000 years ago, or it was some sort of mechanical object, maybe used in an actual ancient machine, or just for irrigation purposes to pump water back and forth for crops, etc. Or, and this is quite an interesting theory, or it was simply a copy of a metal disc that the Egyptians found, either as part of an alien craft, or while the Egyptians themselves were doing archaeological digs, and they found it buried below Egypt from an ancient civilization, a relatively advanced one that existed long before Egypt. So the theory goes that there was this metal version of this disc found, and since they didn't have the metal smelting and molding capabilities at the time, they simply recreated this metal disc out of stone, and then the metal disc got, lost to time. We no longer have it, but we do still have this stone replica, which I think, if nothing else, is a very fun theory. To this day, we still don't know what its purpose was, why it was made, or how they made something so intricate, but it currently resides in the Egyptian Museum in Cairo if you're ever there and you feel like checking it out. Discagma is a very interesting part of biological fossil history, which I guess it wouldn't be history that far back, but this was discovered in 2013 in South Africa, and Discagma are these little dudes, these little fossils of a genus of life that existed on land far earlier than we previously thought. And they aren't obviously animals, plants, fungi, but are basically thought to be early ancestors of these other forms of life. And the previous accepted knowledge was that at the time, like the pre-Cambrian sort of era, that the oceans of the world, they all had life. They had microbes and algae sort of thing, but that the land at the time was a complete barren landscape. It was just rocks and lava and pretty much nothing else. But it seems that according to these fossils, this life did exist at the time on land around this time, roughly 2200 million years ago. And it did, over time, slowly evolve into the life that we've all come to know and love. Very cool. The Dodder Rhino is this bronze, lifelike, life-size statue of a rhino named Woody that somehow found itself installed in the Dodder River in Dublin, seemingly overnight, and no one knows who did it, how they did it, why, or even exactly when, as it was seemingly just kind of there one day in the middle of the river, bolted down onto this plinth. And as I said, to this day it remains a mystery, but I think it is a truly fantastic and wonderful one. Eliminative materialism is a bit of a doozy. So we won't spend too long on this one because your head and mine might actually explode. But materialism is the philosophy or belief that that which is matter is all that exists. So fear, for example, love, pain. Materialism argues that these things don't exist in like the, spiritual or ethereal way that fear might exist, but actually that they can be explained very easily by, physical states of our brain, of actual matter, electrical signals, neural connections, which I would say isn't too unreasonable. But someone who is eliminative basically believes that X thing doesn't really exist at all. So for example, modern day physicists are eliminative of the 5 elements, which was this ancient Greek philosophical idea where all matter, all existence was basically made up of these 5 elements, which we now know them to be made up of, atoms and particles, etc. Modern day chemists are eliminative about miasma, which was an ancient concept where bad or foul smelling air was thought to basically cause diseases, and we now know that to be caused by, bacteria. So an eliminative materialist believes not that emotions are simply different forms or different causes of matter, but that these emotions don't even exist. Partly because they're so ill-defined. Like, how do you define materially when someone is fearful or when they're angry or in love, etc.? There's not like a switch or a checkbox inside the brain that goes like, tick, yep, fear. It's a whole complex array of different signals and different brain states that we just describe as fear or love or loneliness, etc. But this philosophy says that they are so ill-defined that anything outside of just the physical, makeup, physical order of the brain with the signals and anything that's matter, anything outside of that doesn't even exist. And as with all of these complex entries, I'm not entirely sure if I've explained it well enough, but either way, Emanuela Orlandi. Oh boy, this is a very, very deep case. It involves conspiracies and cover-ups and high-up officials. It's spread across Vatican City and Italy and Rome with mob bosses, mob members, Americans, and a hell of a lot more. But we'll start with the timeline of events and then move into some of the theories, some of the conspiracies behind this. What happened, who was involved, how far up these conspiracies go. But to start with, Emanuela Orlandi was a 15-year-old girl and she was a resident of the Vatican City, which is the world's smallest country, located within Italy, but more specifically located within Rome. And bear in mind, only about 500 people live in Vatican City. It's very, very small, and Emanuela and her family were some of the few people who lived there because her dad worked in the Vatican itself. So she was well known within the Vatican circles. It's not too hard to know of everyone in a population this small. And she and her siblings were, as I said, all known. They would play in the Vatican gardens often, which were these private gardens closed off to the public. And she was, on this day, June 22nd, in 1983, she was attending a flute lesson in Rome. And this was not really too far at all from Vatican City, just really a short bus journey away. So she made her way over from Vatican City over to the music school, and she had her class and then called her sister and said that before the class, someone had come up to her claiming to be a representative of Avon products who sold, makeup, perfume, skincare, etc. And she said they basically offered her a decent amount of money to go to a fashion show nearby and to basically hand out flyers for 2 hours. Her sister said that maybe sounds a bit dodgy because it was a fairly simple job, but they were offering her a suspiciously high wage just for these 2 hours. So she said, probably don't take the job, just come back home sort of thing. And Emanuela also told of this job offer to some of her classmates, and after the class finished, she walked with her classmates to the bus stop that she would normally take home. And this bus stop was the last place that Emanuela was ever seen. She was seen a little bit later on at this same bus stop, but this time in the company of another girl who has actually never come forward and was never identified. But after the class, more and more time ended up passing, and Emanuela never returned to the Vatican, she never returned home, and she never contacted anyone, never called anyone. So towards the evening, her parents started to get worried. Her family went searching around the Vatican. They went out to Rome to where she was last seen. They were asking the music school if they'd seen her. They were asking friends if they'd heard from her, but she seemed to be completely missing. The next morning, after there was still no sign of her, the police started a missing persons case, and soon a search and investigation was started. And this is where things start to get very dark, but also very weird and very suspicious. So in the first few days of this investigation, a man by the name of Giulio Gangi, who was a Secret Service agent in Rome and was also a friend of the Orlandi family, he was out investigating the disappearance, and he interviewed two police officers who were in the nearby area at the time of Emanuela's disappearance. They both said that they saw Emanuela in the company of a man holding an Avon Products cosmetic bag, and said that this man was driving a dark green BMW. So Giulio then managed to actually track down this car, which at the time was being repaired by a mechanic because one of its windows was smashed from the inside out. So clearly someone, very likely in my opinion Emanuela, had actually tried to break their way out of this car. Giulio then tracked down the ownership of this car and found that it belonged to this woman, which he was then ready to investigate further before he was removed from the case and ordered to stop investigating by some of his higher-ups. Likely, I think, because he was learning a little bit too much about this case. Then the family started to receive these strange phone calls, which at the time were taken at face value, but only later on started to seem suspicious, which I will explain when we come to it. But basically, these were phone calls from people saying that they had seen someone that matched Emanuela's description. You know, they matched her height, her hair color and length. They said she had a flute with her, and she was selling Avon products, and she had claimed to be a runaway named Barbara, who had apparently run away from home for a bit of freedom or whatever, but was going to return home later that year for her sister's wedding, which all seemed to line up because Emanuela's sister was actually due to get married later that year. So as I said, if you take this all at face value, it seems that okay, yes, Emanuela did run away. She was making a bit of money, perhaps selling Avon products, and she had changed her name. She wanted some freedom. She didn't want to be captured or returned home. And to add to that, none of these specific details were actually made available to the public at the time. So it seemed that these callers weren't hoaxes, that they were genuinely telling the truth, or that they were somehow inside calls. You know, maybe they were hoaxes, but they weren't perpetrated by the public. They were perpetrated either by the Vatican or by the police or Secret Service force. And they had inside knowledge of details of Emanuela and were using this inside knowledge to cover up the fact perhaps that Emanuela was taken. And they were trying to paint the image that Emanuela had just simply run away. There's nothing to see here, and trying to muddy the investigation. Then we have these phone calls made to the family, to the investigators of the case, by someone dubbed the American because he had an American accent. And this American claimed to be part of an organization and said that his organization had kidnapped Emanuela, and that these previous phone calls that had witnessed this girl called Barbara, you know, a young runaway selling Avon products, that these were actually lies perpetrated by his organization. He said that they had kidnapped Emanuela and said that they would only release her in exchange for the release of a man named Mehmet Ali Agca, who was a man arrested and charged with the crime of shooting the Pope in 1981. So at this point, I honestly don't know what to believe or how far this conspiracy and case even goes. A few days later, one of Emanuela's schoolmates received a call from a Middle Eastern man, and he said once again that he had Emanuela and wanted to set up a direct phone line with the Secretary of State of the Vatican City, which they did. They set up a direct line and had as many as 16 calls between the Secretary of State and between the American, kind of talking about the abduction, talking about the case, trying to sort something out. And every time they traced the calls that the American made, they were found to have been made from public phone boxes and never from the same public phone twice. The American was never caught, never found, and the plot only gets deeper from here. The kidnappers said they would then leave proof that they still had Emanuela in the form of a cassette tape, which was supposed to be a recording of a girl being tortured, and this tape was apparently left for the police. It was found, but the police said that they didn't believe that this voice was actually Emanuela. Now, some of the family, especially her brother, did believe that it was her, and the original agent who found this cassette tape, he said that the one that the police released wasn't the same one as the one that I found. He said the one that he found was longer, it included some male voices in the background, and that it was just overall different. And actually, the original transcript of the tape taken by the police was longer and did include male voices, but the one released to the family and on official records seems to have been cut, manipulated, potentially faked for whatever reason. The American also stated that they were in possession of another missing girl and later said that they had killed her, but then kind of refused to show proof, or said they would show proof but never actually followed through with it. And during this entire investigation, the church, the Vatican, was supportive of the family. They were supportive of the investigation. They said, yes, we absolutely must find who did this. We must return Emanuela home. But according to the family, Pope John Paul II, who was the Pope before Francis, he did visit the family. He did say we must do everything to bring Emanuela home, but then after he left, he basically forgot about it. And I don't mean he, forgot, but he didn't visit the family anymore. He didn't make any more public mentions of Emanuela, at least not in any meaningful way. And years later, the public prosecutor of Rome dismissed this Emanuela case due to apparently a lack of new evidence, and stated that the theory of Emanuela being kidnapped by this organization was simply a misdirection, a red herring, which is a very interesting point to make in an official statement. Then in 2013, when Pope Francis was, elected Pope, he went out to meet the Orlandi family and said to them that Emanuela was in heaven, which according to the family they said was admittance by the church, by the Vatican, that they knew what had happened to Emanuela, that she was at some point killed, even after explicitly stating for many years that they didn't know what happened to her. And the family tried to, arrange more meetings with the Pope or with the Vatican, but they said the Vatican never responded. It's an absolutely insane case if you want to read more about it. I'd recommend a documentary or two if you're interested, as it is really that big, that long and deep of a case. There were a bunch of theories about the ultimate fate of Emanuela. Some say she's still alive and she's living in like a quiet commune somewhere in Europe. And there's different levels of belief about how much the Vatican knew, how much they were involved in this case. There are also some connections to the Italian mob and mafia, to bribery of certain Vatican officials. And despite all of these theories, despite all of these connections, sadly, Emanuela was never found. Her fate was never determined. Nobody was ever charged for anything surrounding this case. And sadly, it was never solved. But wherever Emanuela is today, I hope truly, genuinely, that she is in a better place. The Evansdale murders was the case of these two young girls, 10-year-old Lyric Cook Morrissey and 8-year-old Elizabeth Collins, who went missing whilst out for a bike ride in 2012. The two kids were dropped off at their grandmother's house in Black Hawk County in Iowa, and since it was a lovely summer's day, they decided to head out on their bikes, and they were both seen by witnesses kind of cycling around the local areas, around these trails, around this nearby lake, Lake Myers. And this area was quite popular, especially on a lovely summer's day for people to go hiking, fishing, boating, or just walking, relaxing. But eventually, later on in the day, when these girls didn't return home, their grandma started to get worried. She informed their parents, and then they informed the police, and a local search was started. And they called friends, family, neighbors. They spoke with locals asking if they'd seen the girls anywhere. But since their last sighting several hours ago, these two girls just seemed to have vanished. Soon, a proper investigation and search was started. Hundreds of locals helped with, doing regular searches, with handing out flyers, with going around asking people if they'd seen the girls anywhere. And they searched nearby lakes, forests, trails, also, abandoned buildings, etc. And the FBI even got involved, with them using divers to search the local lake. But even after all of this, nothing really turned up. Until later that year in December, these hunters who were out, in the area, they discovered these two bodies, these two child-sized bodies, and they reported them, they called them in, and they were confirmed to be the bodies of Lyric and Elizabeth. They were left there, dumped 25 miles away from where they were last seen, and that's kind of as far as the investigation went. There were no witnesses of these kidnappings. There was no real DNA evidence at all. There were no prime suspects, no other clues. And so some of the only theories were that perhaps this was just a random serial killer or something who maybe saw the girls out here alone and it was a crime of opportunity, or that this was some way connected to Lyric's father, Dan Morrissey, who at the time of her disappearance was actually serving a 30-year sentence, as he had a history of substance use, of dealing, etc. And so one theory says that someone was trying to get revenge on Dan, or he owed someone a lot of money, so whoever did this was planning to kidnap Lyric and maybe to ransom her back to her father, but then for whatever reason that ended up falling through. We don't really know. As I said, there's not too much evidence for this one. There's no real suspects or motives outside of just pure guesswork, and sadly the murders of these two children and this case were never solved. Fast Blue Optical Transient is, in short, just a really, really bright light out in space, and we basically just don't really know what causes them. They're similar in ways to supernovae bursts, but not exactly, as you can see in this lovely image. And yeah, there's not really too much to go off for this one, but they are just one of the many, many space mysteries out there that we have yet to, at least for now, figure out. The Frankfurt Slasher was the name of this killer involved in as many as 9 murders in Frankfurt, Philly between 1985 and 1990. They were mostly adult workers, as is normally the case, and they were mostly found with their throats having been slit or slashed, and having been assaulted, stabbed, and even posed on several occasions, seemingly for whoever would find them. And as far as suspects went, there was only really one major suspect, and that was a man named Leonard Christopher, who was investigated when the 8th woman, Carol Dowd, was killed. And as Christopher worked nearby, he was, a little bit suspicious, so police started to investigate him. They seemed to like him for this murder, and even though there wasn't too much evidence against him, and a lot of the evidence was circumstantial, and he also didn't really match the description that someone gave of the person that Carol was last seen with, even still, he was arrested, he was charged with Carol's murder, and he was convicted and sentenced to life in prison. But all the while, he constantly protested his innocence, even while he was on his deathbed in prison. And another lady named Michelle Denner was actually killed after Carol, while Leonard was in jail. Michelle's death seemed to be in much the same manner, much the same style as the other women, but the police at the time said they didn't believe her killing was connected to the other women, but that Leonard had killed the first 8 women, and Michelle's killing was just a copycat. And that is where the case remains today. 8 unsolved murders, 1 technically solved murder, 1 suspect who was convicted of one of the murders, who died in prison while protesting his innocence. So either they got the wrong man altogether, or it was some combination of they did get the right man, but perhaps there were multiple killers involved, and whether Michelle's killing was part of the same string of murders, or whether it was indeed just a copycat killer, we still to this day don't really know. And just a quick note, there are no sponsors on this video, but I will quickly tell you about the official Connor's Curiosity merch. But if you haven't already, head over there, link is in the description. Check out the shop, help support the channel if you would like to, and pick up some really awesome merch while so doing. We have caps, we have hoodies, and we have stickers, mouse mats, mugs. So if you're in the mood for a new drinking vessel, or you would just like to support the channel, the link is in the description below. So Gary Sudbrink was in 1993 a 27-year-old captain of the Air Force who was at the time living in Texas, but was at the time in February of this year on his way to visit his family back in New York. And he kind of traveled there unannounced. He arrived, he spent the weekend there, and then on Monday decided to give one of his old friends, Mike, a call. And this was sort of a, let's catch up, let's grab a beer sort of call. But little did he know, this would be one of the first very strange calls that would take place over the next few months. So he called Mike, he told him, he was in town, he wanted to do some catching up, maybe hang out, grab a beer. And after telling him all this, Mike said to Gary that, dude, you just called me like a few days ago and said this exact same thing. And according to Mike, Gary called him a few days ago. He said that he had flown in to LaGuardia Airport and he kind of sounded a bit weird over the phone. He said that he had a cold or a flu or something, and so he couldn't hang out with Mike. And this was the first time that Gary had ever heard about this. Gary, or the real Gary, had never made that phone call, and whoever it was that did make the phone call seemed to be impersonating Gary. And so this led to obviously a few really big questions. And furthermore, Gary, the real Gary, had flown into the JFK airport, not the LaGuardia airport. And he said he didn't have a cold or a flu or anything like that. And then while Gary was in this call with Mike, his parents in the house received another phone call. And this phone call was arguably even stranger.
Yes, this is me. Can I speak to you? Can I ask why you're... Yes, can I ask why you're calling? Can I please ask... Yes, this is. Yes, that is me.
The voice sounded very, slow, very robotic, and some people say it sounds maybe either robotic or alien-like, or maybe demon-like. And Gary, it can be heard, seems to think that this is a prank call by his brother, Stephen. And I'll leave a link down below to unresolved.me, who have covered this case actually quite well. So take a look there if you want some more detail on the case, if you want to hear about the phone calls in full. But basically, over the next few days, the Sudbrinks repeatedly hear these phone calls, or rather they receive these phone calls, by this strange, slow, robotic, alien-like individual asking some very strange questions, like, is Gary Sudbrink there? Or is this Gary Sudbrink? As well as, how long are you going to be back from Texas? Which doesn't even make grammatical sense. And who is this? You're being impersonated by the other voice, which is kind of eerie and creepy. And throughout these phone calls, it then moves on to more, I guess, predictable alien stuff. Like keep an eye on the skies near Orion, as in Orion's belt. The full moon, show double from you, which this particular line has led some people to think that whoever was calling was like a double or a clone of Gary. Or that the person or being calling, making the phone call, was actually the real Gary who was disoriented, maybe in a daze, maybe in a trance, and the Gary that actually arrived at the house was the double. Which, if you like the idea of clones walking around and taking the place of real people, and also horror/thriller films, I do highly recommend the film Coherence, which is one of my favorite psychological thrillers of all time, and I think severely underrated. But anyway, eventually over more and more calls, while repeating more and more phrases, such as government interference, visitations to be disrupted by them, whoever them is, and some long ones such as we come, to be within this planet, to visit the many, to be contacted as the same with you, to eerily beware. And I'll be honest, this does sound like an alien trying to speak English. You know, someone who knows words, but has no idea their context or like how they kind of piece together. But after this last phone call, this was more or less all of these strange phone calls that the Sudbrinks received. But about a year before this, Gary's brother Stephen said he was driving down a highway in New York en route to a wedding. And he said he saw out of his car window, driving next to him on the highway, someone who looked kind of like Gary in a car that was also kind of like Gary's car. And Stephen said that this Gary person kind of made some weird hand gestures at Stephen and then just took off down the highway. And so, since Gary was also going to this wedding, Stephen just assumed that this was, you know, Gary driving the same way as him, kind of messing with him a little bit. But once he arrived at the wedding, he found that not only was Gary already there, he had been there for quite a while, but that he didn't even drive down to this wedding. He flew down from Texas and his car was still at home in Texas. So they never found out who this strange doppelgary was, but whether it was something to do with aliens and body snatchers and body doubles, or, you know, strange androids, government experiments, demons, perhaps, is always a possibility. Or whether it was a prank by Gary, you know, maybe he was actually in the car, but then he told Stephen, oh yeah, I actually flew down, so that couldn't have been me. Or whether it was a prank by Stephen and he didn't actually see anyone who looked like Gary. We don't really know, as there's no real way of knowing or telling. But Gary swore that he had absolutely nothing to do with this. You know, he wasn't pranking anyone, he wasn't in on anything. And he said that while he was flying over here, at the airport, some strange individuals like approached him with a clipboard, and they were asking him, you know, to answer questions, to answer surveys. And he said this was kind of pretty standard, he felt, but after he answered more and more and more, he started to get a bit like, all right, this is too many questions. And so he did end up saying, you know, I'm not going to answer any more, and then just leaving. But Gary felt that perhaps this maybe had something to do with it. And honestly, I don't really know what to think, but regardless, it is a very strange and creepy encounter and case. Gravitational interaction of antimatter is one heck of a complicated case, so I won't get too deep into it. But antimatter is basically matter, only anti, as in it's negatively charged. And so a single particle of anti-hydrogen is the same makeup and mass as hydrogen, only it's charged in the opposite direction. And what this means is that when matter and antimatter combine, so you know you have one hydrogen particle, one anti-hydrogen, when they come together and touch each other, it results in a kind of tiny explosion or relatively large explosion depending on how much matter you have, and results in the destruction of both of these particles. And if you like fun facts, bananas actually release small amounts of antimatter because due to their radioactive decay, which is like ever so slight, ever so subtle, they do actually release positrons, which are the antimatter version of electrons. So yeah, But this case basically just covers the mystery of how antimatter reacts and interacts with gravity, because at the time it was kind of hard to measure. Some people thought that it would react normally, as in gravity would pull antimatter towards it. And some people thought because it is antimatter that it would act anti to regular matter, so that gravity would actually push antimatter away. And I don't know why this is in the mystery iceberg, because it doesn't seem to be a mystery any longer. There were experiments done in 2023 where they took anti-hydrogen particles, held it in a magnetic field, and then they slowly turned off this magnetic field, gradually kind of exposing it to gravity. And what they found was this antimatter just acted like regular matter. It slowly fell down to Earth, just as you would expect from regular hydrogen. And even though this mystery is solved, antimatter itself is still incredibly interesting, incredibly mysterious, and there are still a lot of mysteries regarding it, like, for example, why there is so little antimatter in the universe, compared to regular matter, as it is thought at the start of the universe that these two things were equal. So there was the same amount of matter as there was antimatter. And so if every time antimatter touches regular matter, they both kind of, explode and disappear, then surely the ratio should still be the same and you shouldn't have this completely lopsided ratio. And this problem is known as the baryon asymmetry problem, but that is another mystery for another time. The Hans Buckman UFO abduction. Now, the case of Hans Buckman is a very interesting one indeed, and this was potentially the first ever recorded alien abduction in history. This was all the way back in 1572, so a long time ago, when in the small farming village of Crispul in Switzerland, a man named Hans Buckman owed the equivalent of a few £100s to a local business. And he had been, over time, kind of borrowing more and more, and then paying it off kind of in little bits here and there. But he was a farmer, and this recent harvest that he had was apparently so good that he decided to just take a bunch of the money from it and pay off his debt entirely. So he decided to one day go to this business, which was a tavern in the next town over. He woke up, he gathered a bunch of his cash, he didn't tell his family for whatever reason, and he set off on that morning with, his cape, his hood, his little walking stick, and he was going to this next town to pay off his debt. It was only a 2-hour walk away, but when he finally arrived there, he found that the tavern owner wasn't there. And so he said, okay, while I'm waiting for the tavern owner to get here, I guess the most logical, sensible thing would be to head over to another tavern and pass the time while having a drink, or 5 or 10, and from here he didn't really remember much. He then woke up in a strange town, or rather a strange city, with most of his clothes gone. He was just wearing raggedy old bits and bobs. His walking stick was missing, his gloves were missing, his overcoat was missing, and so he was just absolutely startled by this when he woke up. He ran out from where he was onto the main street, just screaming in German, where am I? Or where am I? I think he sounded exactly like that. He was screaming like, what year is it? All of this crazy stuff. Everyone there just ignored him until finally he ran up to a soldier and started asking him these same questions. And he told the soldier, my name is Hans Buckman and I was traveling to my native city of Sempak, but I seem to have lost my way. And then he asked the soldier what city he was currently in, and the soldier replied, this is Milan, and you are a long way from Sempak, which honestly just sounds like a line out of a movie or something. But Hans had ended up here in Milan, 150 miles away. He had lost most of his possessions and clothes. He had been missing for more than 2 weeks, and over time he seemed to get more and more of his memory back from, the last 2 weeks. And he said, yeah, I do remember having a dream drink, or 2 or 5 or 10. And then he said he was making his way back home. He had his drinks, he left the tavern, he was heading home, and he said he would just come back into town another day when the man was likely here. But then suddenly, while he was on his way home, he heard this strange noise, like buzzing, almost like bees, he said. And then he saw a bright light, and then he was lifted up above the tree line, and that is all he remembers for the next 2 weeks. And so after this encounter, after he woke up, he then made his way all the way back home. And after a week of hiking after arriving home, he found that his sons had already left the home. They had gone out looking for him. And on the path between their home and the local town, the sons had apparently found like most of his belongings. They found his overcoat, they found his gloves and his walking stick, and that was basically the entire story. Now bear in mind, this was in the 1500s, not like the 1950s or the 1920s or something, but almost 500 years ago, long before the founding even of the United States, or even before the landing on the United States, by Europeans. But yeah, it's a very interesting case. Let me know what you think about this one down below. Was it actually the first ever recorded alien abduction? Was it perhaps something to do with time travel or something else supernatural? Or was this Hans Buckman having maybe a little few too many drinks and then going on a mad 2-week bender, spending all of his money, and then when he ran out of money in Milan, making something up to be like, oh yeah, I was taken up into the trees, and that's where all my money went. Sorry, can't pay you for another while. Or was he just making up that he had the money? Maybe he didn't actually have the money for the debt. He made up this entire story, maybe tried to skip town, and then when he found that he couldn't live on his own, he couldn't make it in Milan, then made up this whole story, this whole backstory. I will let you decide on that one, but definitely let me know down below. Hermes Trismegistus. So the mystery here, as far as I can tell, isn't just one individual mystery, a mystery that needs to be solved, but rather it's a whole entry, a whole topic, and I know that doesn't make much sense at the moment, but it will in just a few minutes. And Hermes Trismegistus was the name for a divine figure that seemed to pop up in the common and spiritual discourse sometime around between like the hundreds BC to around 200 AD, that sort of date range. And this figure, as the name kind of suggests, is kind of a combination, kind of like a fusion of the Greek god Hermes, the Greek messenger god, and the Egyptian god who we covered in the ancient artifacts iceberg, that being Thoth, or Tot, or Thot, or To. There really are a bunch of different pronunciations for this god, and we're not sure which one is actually correct, so you cannot have a go at me for mispronouncing it. But it kind of made sense that these two gods would be fused in a way, like they were from similar eras, they were around about at the same time, both of the nations that believed in them, Greece and Egypt. They were quite heavily connected through migration, through leadership and rulership, with obviously various leaders in Egypt, like famously Cleopatra, being essentially Greek, essentially Hellenistic. They often had a lot of crossovers with their languages, from Egyptian to ancient Greek, and so it would make sense that these two similar-ish gods might slowly be merged into one entity over the years. They were both basically gods of knowledge, and in some forms gods of writing, messenger gods, and this was of scripture, of travelers, of information or knowledge. And so this figure, Hermes Trismegistus, over the years developed, who was kind of a mixture of both of these gods. And partly how we know about this god is from all of the works that they produced, written scripts, transcripts, documents, etc., all signed off by Hermes Trismegistus. Now, we're almost certain that almost all of these books, if not actually all of them, weren't actually written, with a pen by this Hermes god, or specifically Hermes Trismegistus. I don't want to get it confused with actual Hermes. But like Thoth, these scripts were simply signed off with this name, as this was at the time simply a common attribution. A lot of the scribes kind of worshipped these script and information and knowledge gods. And so any knowledge that they had as scribes, any skills that they had in writing, it was all, essentially blessed and originating from these messenger gods. And so I think it's similar in ways to, how like an athlete might thank God for their victory. They're not saying God actually came down and with his god foot kicked the ball into the goal, but they're saying that with the inspiration of God, with the dedication to God, etc., that God was essentially responsible for their victory. And this is how a lot of scribes at the time saw their connection with Hermes Trismegistus. And so when they were making a document, when they were making a script or a manuscript, they would often sign it off Hermes Trismegistus, kind of thanking this god for their knowledge and wisdom. And so that resulted in so many of these scripts, so many of these documents being signed off in this way. And so it is thought that over 1,300 authors over the years attributed their work to this Hermes Trismegistus. And so just like we have the Book of Thoth, all pieces of work and documents and scripts, etc., that are signed off as Hermes Trismegistus are organized and categorized into something called the Hermes Corpus, with a notable example being the Emerald Tablet, which we covered in the Ancient Artifacts Iceberg. Now, that is kind of part one of the mystery, who Hermes Trismegistus really was, with it likely being over, as I said, 1,000 different authors, but who these authors were, we really have no idea. But as you can imagine, with all of these pieces of work, with all of these scripts and documents being written and, signed off by Hermes Trismegistus, it started to build quite a substantial body of work. And this entire work, this entire collection and body of knowledge basically came to be studied at the time as something called Hermeticism, which was the belief or essentially study in works of Hermes Trismegistus. And this was, this Hermeticism was thought to be kind of like a secret society sort of thing, where they would keep and organize all of the best, most important documents. They would use it all for their own benefit, and they would kind of be like the Illuminati, which just means kind of illuminated ones. And so with all of this knowledge and information they had, the Hermetics were basically illuminated themselves. And it was slowly, secretly accumulating all of this knowledge, knowledge of the divine, of the gods, but also stuff to do with, scientific sort of things. And it is thought that Hermeticism basically was, the founding idea in modern science, because you had all of this knowledge, all of this, information about physics, about alchemy, which evolved into chemistry, about botany and stuff, which eventually evolved into, biology and medicine. And it is thought that by collecting all of these together and with some great minds working on these ideas, that this basically led to the evolution of science as we know it today. And whether that's true or not, I'm not entirely sure. It is a very cool concept though. And as I promised, this is not like a definitive mystery, like who shot the sheriff, but rather it is more a mysterious topic, a very fascinating and interesting topic. And yeah, just not one I think we'll get a direct answer to necessarily anytime soon. Herxheim is an archaeological site in Germany that had some fascinating and questionable discoveries. And these discoveries were from between like 6,500 and 8,000 years ago, which was during the Stone Age. And when all this stuff was dug up in 1996, they discovered these huge pits, basically these mass graves containing more than 1,000 skeletons. And these were people who were attacked, who were beaten, some were burnt, some were thought to have been like sacrificed, and a lot of them were thought to have been eaten. And most of the individuals in these graves tended to be from like the local area, but a fair few of them were from these really, really far away lands, which has led to kind of a lot of confusion as to why these people were here, what they were doing here, how they got here, and how they died. So firstly, a lot of the wounds, a lot of the specifically blows to these people's heads tended to be in similar fashions in kind of the same area, the same part of the head, which led people to believe that these were ritualistic, cannibalistic killings. So instead of the attacks, instead of the wounds being, dealt in battle or dealt a little more randomly over the body, it seemed to have been something like, yep, come up, lie on this rock or something, and then they were killed in the same fashion, and then they were eaten. And we know that a lot of them were eaten because of a bunch of human teeth marks on a lot of the bones, as well as a lot of the bones and skulls, etc., shown evidence of being skinned. And this was either before or after they were killed, which makes it a little more terrifying. And there were certain body parts that weren't found at the site in the numbers that you would expect to find them. So for example, the spinal column, the patella, the ilium, and sternum notably were found in much, much lower numbers than all other body parts, meaning that likely these body parts were, taken away, they were consumed by whoever did these killings. So it's a wild, terrifying find, I think. The skeletons range from adults to children, and as I said, range from both local people to people from quite distant lands. And so whether this was, a sudden case of like invasion, where a bunch of people came over into these people's lands, and then they ended up killing them and cannibalizing them, or whether this was a more gradual migration, which also ended up in killing and cannibalizing. We are not entirely sure. But regardless, it is still a pretty dark and I would say terrifying mystery. The Hornet Spook Light is basically a floating light in the sky seen around Oklahoma since the 1800s. The reports of this light range from like yay big to like yayer big, and some people say that it floats around the treetops, others say that it kind of just zips around the sky, and still others say that it kind of just swings or sways in the air, kind of like someone holding a lantern perhaps. So yeah, not too deep of a mystery, but it is there nonetheless. The Jimmy Carter UFO incident. And we did actually cover this one, as well as many other cases in the Alien Iceberg. So go check that out if you like this sort of stuff. It is 8 hours of non-stop alien content. But at the time, in 1969, 8 years before Jimmy Carter would become president, he was, at the time, the governor of Georgia. And one evening, he reported seeing a UFO. He said he was outside at the time with like 10 or so people, and he said there was this bright light in the sky that appeared to grow in size, to get closer and closer to him, all while slowly changing colors from white to blue to red, a true American UFO. Before it, got closer to him and then just changed directions and zipped off into the sky, never to be seen again. And as I said, Jimmy wasn't alone in this encounter. There were at least 10 other people that said that they saw this light, and it wasn't thought that Jimmy was, making this up for any reason. He wasn't normally the sort to be into UFOs or to be, fanatical about them. So for him to just make this up out of the blue, along with these many other witnesses, was considered to be a bit inconceivable. And it should be noted that he never actually claimed that this was a UFO. I mean, he did say it was a flying object that was unidentified, so I guess he did say that it was a UFO, but he never actually claimed that it was alien. But he said that whatever it was, it definitely wasn't a helicopter or a weather balloon, as he was quite familiar with those, and he said, yeah, it definitely wasn't that, but as to what it actually was, I kind of have no idea. He also said that after becoming president, he wasn't made aware or he didn't find out any information about this. You know, he said he looked into it maybe a little bit, but he didn't see any government conspiracies regarding it or secret government flights in that area at that time. And so yeah, bit of a strange one. As I said, if you like alien sort of stuff, then definitely go check out the Alien Iceberg. Joan Risch. And my god, why does every single mystery, every bloody mystery have to be from this state, Massachusetts? But Joan Risch was a lady living in Massachusetts at the time, and she was born in New York. She graduated college with an English literature degree, and then went on to work as an editorial assistant at the Thomas Y. Cromwell Company. And it was here that she would meet and later marry, a few years later, one of the executives from the company, Martin Risch. So the couple married in 1956. Joan left work to start a family with Martin, and the couple ended up having 2 kids. And it was on this day, 24th of October 1961, that things started off seemingly completely fine, but ended up a bit dark and out of the ordinary. And so the day started fairly normally. Martin got up, went to work. Joan took her daughter Lillian to the dentist, and that all went fine. She got back, she started doing some, housework around the house, and then she dropped Lillian off at a neighbor's house while her son was apparently taking a nap. And she told the neighbor basically, look after Lillian for a little bit. I'm just running some errands. I'll be back in a short while. And after about 10 or 15 minutes, the kid who lived next door said he saw Joan in kind of like a trench coat, seemingly carrying something red, and walking down the driveway and out of the house. And this was the last confirmed sighting of Joan. Now, there were kind of a few dubious, a few strange, a few like maybe sightings of her that were either her getting into a car or her, walking around different parts of town on highways out of town. And these all seem to be someone matching Joan's description, but looking and acting kind of dazed, kind of disorientated. But none of these sightings could be officially confirmed. And she was eventually discovered missing. When Joan's daughter Lillian, the one that Joan dropped off at the neighbor, she eventually went back home and then was there for, a few minutes, and then went back to the neighbor and told them that Mummy is gone and the kitchen is covered in red paint, which is somewhat disconcerting. The neighbor herself then went over to the house, found Joan missing, found Joan's 2-year-old son crying in his crib, and found blood, not red paint, all around the kitchen. So she then called the police and an investigation was soon started. So police obviously started the investigation straight away. They came into the house and, as I said, they found blood all around the kitchen. But as well as blood, the kitchen and the rest of the house was just kind of in pure chaos. There was a roll of drawing paper just kind of rolled, thrown across the ground. The family's trash can was taken out from where it normally is. It was in the middle of the floor in the kitchen. And the blood, which was mostly just in the kitchen, was also leading from the kitchen to the stairs, to the top of the stairs, then to the master bedroom, then back down again, and then out to the garage. The blood was also in their kid's bedroom, as well as on the car in the garage. And all of this blood was tested and was confirmed to be the same type as Joan's blood. So it's a very strange and odd picture. It should also be noted that there was only around an estimated 250 ml of blood, so the amount of blood that was on the scene at the scene wasn't thought to be life-threatening, but it seems like what maybe happened was that Joan was, attending to things around the house. She either accidentally or on purposefully cut herself, and then as she was bleeding, maybe trying to stop the bleeding, running around, she made her way all around the house, kind of bleeding everywhere, and then for some reason left the house and then went somewhere. Like, that seems to be only half the story, half the plot. And one theory for this was that she did this accidentally, she injured herself, and then instead of, calling for help, maybe she tried to go into town to try and get bandages or something, and then because of the blood loss ended up becoming disorientated and either getting lost or further injured somewhere else. Which this doesn't seem to me like a, likely theory, like for her to leave her family and her daughter with her neighbors and her 2-year-old crying in his cot instead of, just going to the neighbors and asking them for help. So I don't think too highly of that theory. And she also didn't take her family car, which is a bit strange if, you're injured and you want to get somewhere quickly. Or another theory is that Joan injured herself on purpose. She made this kind of scene. She didn't injure herself too badly because, as I said, the amount of blood she lost in the house likely wasn't life-threatening, but it was just enough to kind of make things messy, smear stuff everywhere. And then she left the house, she ran away, leaving this kind of scene behind, this blood trail, as maybe some sort of evidence, she thought, of her being attacked or kidnapped. And those were just some theories about what might have actually happened on that day. But when the father, Martin Risch, was notified about Joan's disappearance, he immediately rushed back to the house, and when he kind of came into the kitchen, when he started looking around the house, trying to see if anything was off or unusual, he noted a few things in the family trash can. One was a bottle of liquor, which Martin says, okay, that's not that strange. We drank last night. We ended up finishing the bottle. That's all completely normal. But also in the trash can were these 4 bottles of beer, which Martin said he had never seen before. He said he and Joan didn't drink them. They had no reason to be in there, and they weren't there the previous night. So that just brings up more questions. Did Joan herself drink these? Was she, kind of spiraling out of control, spinning out, ended up having some day drinks and then deciding to do this? Or was she actually kidnapped somehow and these beers were drank by her kidnappers? As I said, there were a lot of questions surrounding this case, and while the search was underway, there was a particular journalist who was basically investigating this, basically covering the case, and this journalist decided to basically brush up on this sort of thing, on this sort of disappearance, on this sort of crime. And so she went to the local library in order to take out some similar books on some similar cases. And while she was doing this, while she was taking out these books, she realized that Joan herself had actually signed out these books, or at least a few of them, earlier that year, with as many as 25 similar books being taken out by Joan in the summer of 1961. And these were all books, either fiction or non-fiction, on disappearances, on murders, on kidnappings, on staged disappearances, with one of the books, Into Thin Air, being about a woman who left blood smears at the scene and a bloody towel before disappearing and basically faking this crime, which sounds a little similar to maybe what happened in this case. And so I think I kind of lean towards it being an inside job, of Joan setting this up for whatever reason, not wanting to stay with her family, and then, faking the attack, faking the kidnapping, and running away essentially. But there are a lot of theories, a lot of different angles to this case, so let me know your thoughts on it down below. The Kecksburg UFO incident occurred in 1965 when residents of a bunch of states in the US and a bunch of cities in Canada, like this whole general area roughly, saw and reported what they described as a fireball traveling through the sky coming down at a steep angle, which a lot of people since then and at the time proposed might have been an alien craft. And at the time, in this little village of Kecksburg, Pennsylvania, locals reported this small object with blue smoke crash landing into the nearby woods. And soon it was called in, state police and even the army cordoned off the entire area, and they started an investigation in this area, even bringing in US Army engineers and scientists, which begs the question, what the hell landed there that night? The official records say that they basically found nothing there in the woods that night, which is exactly what a cover-up might say, but theories range from it being a strange alien craft to, a Soviet or American satellite falling to Earth, to it being something maybe a little more natural, like a very bright meteor bolide. The Kensington Runestone is this strange-looking sandstone tablet covered in the strange-looking runes or glyphs that was found in 1898 in Minnesota. And it was found by a man named Olaf Ullman, who was recently an immigrant from Sweden, and he said that he was just, out on his land plowing some trees, and he found this runestone down in the ground. He said he was digging up a tree, removing a tree, and tangled up in the roots of this tree was this runestone, and on the runestone itself were these ancient carvings, apparently dating back to the year 1362. Now, a find like this normally would be, quite fantastic. You find anything in the ground that's like 700 years old, it's gonna be pretty amazing. But this particular find was really quite interesting because it painted a picture of Nordic explorers in an area of America that they were previously thought to have not explored. I think it's quite well known that Nordic explorers did explore North America, before the Europeans or before the Southern Europeans. So before, obviously, America was founded, or the United States of America was founded, and even before Christopher Columbus explored various parts of America, the Nordic people explored obviously Greenland, which is part of North America, strangely, but also they explored little areas in like northern Canada, Newfoundland sort of area, and this was, as I said, long before the Southern Europeans ever arrived onto the continent. But it is thought that they didn't really travel much further than this, so they didn't go as far as, like New York or Carolina or Florida or anything, and so this runestone being found from the 1300s in Minnesota was a very strange, unusual, peculiar item to say the least. And the runestone read, word for word, and obviously translated into English, 8 Gotalanders and 22 Northmen on this exploration journey from Vinland far to the west. We had a camp by 2 shelters, 1 day's journey north from this stone. We were fishing one day. After we came home, found 10 men red from blood and dead. Ave or Ave Maria, save from evil. There are 10 men by the inland sea to look after our ships. 14 days journey from this peninsula. Year 1362. And for the most part, as far as I can tell, this stone is kind of largely considered a hoax. And there are a few reasons for that. One is that the runes used on this runestone are runes that wouldn't have been necessarily popular in the 1300s, and some of which wouldn't have even been invented in the 1300s. The grammar and structure of the text is all a little weird and a little modern, with it being said that it is actually closer to modern day Swedish than to this ancient kind of rune Swedish. And it was a little suspicious because it was found by a Swedish immigrant, which, I mean, like, what are the odds of that? Surely someone else would have found this, not, particularly a Swedish immigrant. And the particular era that this runestone was found in was a time where, talks of Nordic exploration, of Vikings conquering different lands, sailing the seas, this is all becoming, more and more popular. And so again, what a coincidence that at this particular time, this runestone was found. And to add to that, the tree roots that this runestone was found in were apparently like no older than 40 years old, which I know doesn't completely disprove this theory, as it could have been, in the mud and then the tree roots could have grown around it. But it's just one more thing in this, checklist of it being a little bit dubious, a little bit maybe probably of a hoax. And yeah, that is more or less it for the Kensington Runestone. But I just want to quickly mention that this kind of idea, this theory of Nordic people traveling further south than we think they did, is a super interesting topic to kind of dive into. And you should definitely check it out if you like this sort of thing, but there are some theories of these Nordic explorers going as far south as Florida and even as far south as Mexico, with some Mayan and Aztec artwork seemingly depicting some white people, with blonde hair, with blue eyes, white skin, being captured and killed long before Columbus and his people ever arrived there. On top of that, there are also some Central American myths and legends of the local people having trapped and killed some red-headed giants, with obviously red hair originating from the Vikings. And if they're a little taller, maybe 6 feet tall, and you're a Central or South American, you're maybe 4 feet tall or something, maybe 4.5 feet, these people could very well be considered giants. So yeah, really cool, I think, theories and myths and legends behind that idea. But as for the Kensington runestone being real, I think most likely probably not, but it is still a very fun entry nonetheless. Kevin J. Ayotte was a young boy aged 3 who went missing from his home in Minnesota in 1982. And I think the strangest thing that strikes me about this case is the seeming complete lack of evidence or a trail or any clues about it. Like, it's very strange. This was on a day in September in 1982 where just before around kind of 5 p.m., Kevin, 3 years old, and his brother Terry, who was 9 years old, were both upstairs in their family home in the Sugar Bush Township, which was a small town with a population of around 120 people. Their mum, Joanne Ayotte, stepped outside briefly for just a few minutes. She said she was washing some of the outside windows, and when she came back in, Terry asked her if she had seen Kevin. She said no, she hadn't seen Kevin, and so both her and Terry kind of walked around, looked for Kevin. They looked inside the house, they looked inside the rooms, and they looked out back, but there was absolutely no sign of Kevin or of his 6-month-old puppy, Flash. And bear in mind that this property, this area, was kind of like in the middle of nowhere. I mean, honestly, just look at it. So, after looking for him for a short while, Joanne ended up calling the police, and soon a search was started. And they got everyone from friends, family, local police, firefighters, and they searched the entire house, the entire property, out front on the street, out back in all of these fields and forests and woods. But one of the problems was that this was in the middle of nowhere, as I said, and the surrounding area was just absolutely huge, with the local sheriff actually repeatedly telling the press that, look, we have everyone out here looking. We're doing crazy hours trying to find this kid, but the area that we need to search is just absolutely massive. There were forests, fields, bogs, swamps, lakes, and as the hours passed on this search, no clues came in, no trails came in, and the sheriff was apparently quite, straightforward this whole time. He was saying, look, it's been 2 days, the temperatures are near freezing, and it wouldn't even take 2 days for a normal, a grown-up to die in this weather. So he said it didn't really look that good for a 3-year-old, especially one without proper clothes, proper shelter, and who was both non-verbal and had trouble hearing, which it was a mystery, in and of itself where Kevin actually was, but it was also a mystery why he left the house in the first place. Did he leave of his own accord, wanting to just get out of the house, explore, take his dog with him, and then ended up getting lost? Or was he perhaps kidnapped? Did someone else enter the home? Or did Kevin not leave of his own accord? And perhaps this whole thing was maybe being covered up. As I said, the search was kind of, at least initially, a failure. There was no trail that had been found, no footprints, no evidence, no sightings, no scent, until 6 days after the initial search was started, Flash, the 6-month-old puppy, ended up actually making his way back to the house. But sadly, he was alone, and so they still didn't know where Kevin was. And as you can imagine, with no other clues, with no other, trail or evidence, this was seen kind of as like a major breakthrough. And so they tried to use this dog to try and find some more clues. They tried to see which direction he came from, to see, where Kevin might be. They ended up pumping the dog's stomach to see what kind of foods he had maybe eaten over the last 6 days, but that kind of turned up nothing. It seemed like he had just eaten grass and stuff, which was absolutely all over the area. Then they fitted a GPS collar onto Flash and, drove him out, kind of dropped him off in different areas to see where he would go. Maybe he would go back to Kevin, but every single time he just ended up coming back home. The case itself was marked as an abduction case, and the search carried on for a while. Kevin's face was eventually put onto milk cartons, but sadly, through all of this, no further substantial clues or trails were ever found, and Kevin to this day remains a missing person. The Kigali Ripper was an uncaught serial killer in Rwanda, Africa in 2012, and it was really a brutal set of affairs, and it started in July when police found these 3 strangled adult workers who were killed in Rwanda's capital in Kigali. And they weren't found, all 3 together, but rather they were separate cases found over the month of July in Kigali. And this at the time was like somewhat normal, not that murder is ever normal, but sadly, as we know on this channel, adult workers tend to be targeted more than normal people. And so 3 killings in the capital city, all, within a month. Maybe they're connected, maybe they're not. And so no one really suspected a serial killer at this point in time. And then came August, where they found more and more adult workers having been killed. And they were all killed in Kigali, all having been strangled to death. And by the time August was over, they had counted 12 victims, 12 adult workers, all strangled to death in Kigali just in August alone. And as I said, all of them were strangled to death, but some even had their eyes gouged out and were mutilated in various ways. And part of these killings were 3 women, all killed, all strangled to death on the same day, in the middle of the day, with one of them not being even an adult worker, but she is thought to have witnessed one of the killings, and so she herself was killed in order to cover it up. Then, the very next day, a woman named Clementine Uwinbabazi was found killed in her home with a message that read, "I will stop once I've killed 400 adult workers," carved into her chest and stomach. So yeah, some pretty insane and gruesome stuff. Police ended up arresting and then eventually releasing 2 men, and they were released mainly due to lack of evidence, really. And while these 2 men were arrested, these killings simply continued, which I guess was kind of proof to the police and officials that these weren't the men that they were looking for. Then in November, police said that they had arrested 8 men, 8 suspects, and that one of these suspects had actually confessed to these crimes, and there would be a trial taking place soon after. But then news about this case kind of slowed down, communication kind of stopped between, the police and the press. This trial actually ended up never taking place, with the confession eventually having thought to either never happened or to have been, forced out of this suspect, and so it was maybe later recanted. The police eventually released all 8 of the men that they had originally, arrested, and so it seemed like they were kind of just back to square one. Then the next year there were 2 more reports of these murders, and then the year after that there was only 1 more, and so it seemed that whoever was doing this, at least originally, had either stopped or slowed down for whatever reason, and they weren't following through with their promise of killing 400 adult workers. One theory by police officials at the time said that because more than 50% of adult workers in Rwanda are HIV positive, that perhaps someone went to a, adult worker, they caught HIV from one of them, and then decided to, get revenge, go on a killing spree, and that was the reason for this series of attacks, which I would say is probably quite plausible as a theory. And while doing research into this case, I found a very, very interesting article, insight, write-up into how a lot of the countries in Africa don't really have a dedicated serial killer database or anything like that. Like, for example, you have in America with the FBI. And so in terms of serial killer trackers or profilers or a dedicated team, a lot of those countries simply lack this, which leads to predictably a lot of these cases being, dead ends, being stalled or unsolved, which leads to unsolved killing sprees like this one. Kirsa Jensen was a 14-year-old girl who lived in the city of Napier in New Zealand when she was out one afternoon riding her horse and she never returned home. And so this was one September afternoon in 1983 when at around 3 p.m. Kirsa left the house. She took her horse Commodore and she was going to the beach just for a ride on her horse, enjoying the afternoon weather. And the events aren't super clear as to what happened that day, but there were several witnesses that said that they saw Kirsa throughout the day or throughout the afternoon. A few said they saw her on the horse. A few said they saw her at this World War II emplacement. And at this point, she was off the horse. She had her horse with her and she had a bloody face. One of these witnesses spoke to her and she said she had basically fallen off the horse. You know, that's why she was bleeding from the face, and she was waiting there for her parents. Other witnesses said they saw her around this time talking to an old white guy in a truck, and then another witness said that they saw a white truck driving around the area. You know, it was driving over a bridge that was nearby, and in this white truck there was a guy driving the truck, and he apparently had his arm around a girl sitting in the passenger side. And all of this witness testimony obviously came after, you know, during the investigation. But at the time, as I said, Kirsa left the house at around 3 p.m. and when she didn't return by 5:30, her parents started to get worried and they reported her missing. So a search was almost immediately started. The police found her horse Commodore, who was tied up near the World War II emplacement, but there was no sign of Kirsa. They searched the local area, the local fields, the rivers, still no sign of her. And that was kind of as far as the investigation went. They did end up arresting a man named John Russell, who had a questionable background. He had previous convictions of assault, shall we say, on women, and he seemed to vaguely at least match the description that some of the witnesses gave. So as I said, they arrested him, they searched his house, they searched his truck, but nothing really turned up. And he did apparently confess to this murder, but then later retracted it. So they were never actually able to use this confession, and he was never charged for this crime. And then later he did, you know, himself in 1992, but left no confession at the time, left no explanation or reason as to why he did it. So we're not entirely sure on that one. Then in 1999, a man from Melbourne confessed to this murder, but there was zero evidence for it. It didn't really go anywhere. And in 2009, the officer in charge of this case said that there was more evidence for John Russell not being the killer. You know, John Russell being the original guy who was arrested. He said there's more evidence for John Russell not being the killer than of him actually being the killer. So honestly, I don't really know what to believe. Her body was never found, no further evidence was ever found for this case, and so sadly, to this day, this case does remain unsolved. The Kosovo student poisoning was an attack that occurred in 1990, when over the course of a few months, over 8,000 students in schools across Kosovo, this country here, were poisoned by unknown means and at least officially for unknown reasons. And this all started in March of 1990, when first 1, then 2, then 5, then 10, 20, 50, 100, more and more students across multiple schools in Kosovo started to come down with a terrible illness. Their eyes would swell up, they would get nausea and dizziness, you know, foaming at the mouth, body cramps, and even fainting. It was really quite bad. And the cause for this was traced to maybe something like poison gas, or to this strange white powder found around some of the schools. You know, like some students came into school, found, you know, dusted on their desk this strange white powder, and then when they interacted with it, when they brushed it away or something, they would end up inhaling a little bit, and then this would cause them to, you know, suffer some symptoms. Luckily, very few, if any, students died from this attack, and even though no one was officially caught or like charged, to understand the, I think, highly probable cause for this attack, you know, the motivation behind it, we need to go back a few months before this event and and just quickly explore the history of Kosovo. So Kosovo, as you can tell from this map, has this little jaggedy line on the Serbian part of its border. And this is because Kosovo used to be part of Serbia, but became its own country when it declared independence in 2008. And what was basically happening around this time was that Kosovo was a region, part of Serbia, but this region had mostly Albanian Muslim citizens. And Serbia generally didn't like this because they were overwhelmingly Christian, around like 80 to 90%. And so there was this big kind of fight started, with officials, with the government, even with the military and, citizens themselves, all basically wanting to kick the Serbian Muslims back over the border to Albania, which was majoritively Muslim, and keep Serbia, fully Christian. And obviously the Serbian Muslims who were in Kosovo, they were kind of living there. They didn't just want to leave their homes. And so this was basically the cause for this big clash. And so a few months before this attack, Serbia basically released a law saying that in these schools, the children would basically be segregated. They said that the ethnically Serbian students would attend the school in the morning, and then they would leave, and the ethnically Albanian students would attend it in the afternoon. And then these attacks happened. And as you can see from this map, this is kind of where the attacks grew over time. So it is thought that this was the root of, whoever was planting this substance or attacking these students. This is the general kind of route they took. And if I overlay it with a map of the demographics, you can see that the areas with like the highest concentrations of Albanians are more or less the areas that got attacked, and the areas who are majoritively Serbian more or less missed. So it seems like, at least to me, that this attack was focused on the Albanians, and it was done by the Serbians attacking Albanian students in these schools, either in an attempt to like actually, kill them or injure them, or as a scare tactic in order to say like, look, you're not safe here. You may as well just take you and your family and your kids, go back to Albania. And I think it is a pretty dark and horrific attack. The authorities in Kosovo, when, all the students started to fall ill, they basically requested to Serbia saying like, look, all of our students are suddenly falling ill. Some of them are in real danger. Are you able to send over medical supplies? Can we use some of your hospitals? Can you give us any help? And Serbia basically said, you're making it all up. Maybe your students just have like the flu or something. Just go home, get some rest. But you're not allowed into Serbia and we won't send you any help. So yeah, pretty dark and brutal, especially when you're talking about students. Thankfully, as I said, nobody was killed in these attacks. But as for actually who perpetrated them, we still to this day have no idea. Letitia Tarot was a 29-year-old woman found stabbed to death in 1937 in an underground train carriage in Paris in some very strange and almost like movie-like circumstances. And that was because Letitia got onto this train carriage, which was seemingly an empty carriage as far as anyone could tell. And then 60 seconds later, at the next stop, she was found dead on the train with no one entering or leaving the carriage. So that begged the question, who killed Letitia? And why? And how? And what? And so obviously investigators started to dig into the life of Letitia, started to investigate her, and they found that she was originally from Italy. She moved to Paris, and when she was in Paris, she started to work these fairly regular jobs. And at the time of her death, she was working 2 official jobs, one in a factory 12 hours a day, 5 to 6 days a week, and the other in a nightclub 3 nights a week. So she was a busy woman. But on top of that, she was also employed by a man named George Rufiniak, and George ran a private detective agency. And in her job here, she was typically tasked with, a bit of minor spy work, investigating spouses, finding out where people were going, like in the middle of the day, like not super heavy spy stuff, just some minor investigations. But that is just kind of the tip of the iceberg of the jobs and roles that Letitia had. So during her time in the nightclub, she was also thought to be kind of like a double agent, working in the nightclub in the cloakroom and then reporting on any famous people that came in, any popular or important people, tracking what they did in the nightclub, who they did it with, just that sort of thing. Then she was also a member of a liberal anti-fascist group, and this was called La Ligue Républicaine, as well as she was a member of a far-right violent political group, that being La Cagoule. So, what the hell? She had ties to France, to Italy. She had at least three jobs, and was a member of both a far-left anti-fascist political group, as well as a far-right violent revolutionary group. And so, as you can imagine, around this time in the 1930s, this was obviously in the lead up to World War II, and so you had many groups that promoted, political activism, extremism, stuff was bubbling up all over Europe, and this far-right party that Letitia was a member of, it kind of had a history of bombings, of political and violent attacks, of corruptions, murders, and their aim as a group was basically to cause chaos and to eventually overthrow the liberal leadership in France, and then to take over as fascists in France and to team up with Germany and Italy. So it was a pretty serious group, and so it would kind of make a little bit of sense if Letitia was actually on the left side, if she was on the anti-fascist side, which is why she was a member of that group. It would make sense perhaps why she would join this far-right group in order to use her skills as a detective in order to, play the role of Snape and report to the authorities a bunch of the plans and stuff that this far-right group was doing. And then, of course, shortly after this, she boarded this train in first class on an empty carriage and then was found dead 60 seconds later with no one either entering or leaving that carriage. And it should be noted that there was a member of La Cagoule, the far-right revolutionary group, who did actually say to the police that they knew Letitia was, a double agent, and they found that out, and so they needed to kill her. And so for weeks they were basically tracking her every move. They found out who she was meeting, where she was going, and then he said they notified a man named Jean Filiol, who was basically the assassin, the main killer for La Cagoule. This member said that Jean followed her onto the train. Nobody saw him. He stabbed her a single time in the neck, and then again left before anyone could see. And this would all kind of make sense. It seemed like a very professional killing. The killing itself was swift. It was one stab to the neck. The knife itself was actually left at the scene, which also points to it being a professional hit, because if you're just a normal person with, a knife, you attack someone, you would probably think, I can't leave the knife there. It's evidence, they'll trace it back to me. Whereas if you're a professional hitman, you would probably use a weapon that you knew couldn't be traced to you. You would know not to leave any evidence, any fingerprints. And so I think you would be more comfortable leaving a weapon like this at the scene. And then this political member, the one who said that Jean Filiol did it, he later retracted his statement. And then World War II happened. The investigation just kind of got swept under the rug, and Filiol, that same year, he fled Paris, he went to Spain, he fought in a revolutionary war, to overthrow the Spanish government, and then in 1941, he returned to France, he joined Germany, he joined these bloody guys because of course he did. And then after this, he was convicted for many murders, just not Letitia's in particular. He was convicted for these crimes. He fled to Spain. And then despite many extradition requests from France, Spain never deported him. And he died sometime in the 1950s from natural causes. So a very strange, almost movie-like case. It's almost like something out of James Bond. It's got spies, undercover agents, dangerous activist political groups, and sadly one fairly young, fairly intelligent, hardworking woman who I think just got a little too deep, bit off a little more than she could chew, and this sadly seemingly cost her her life. Langville is a bit of a strange one. And this is a town in Montana that apparently completely vanished from the earth, along with all records and memory of it. The legend goes that the residents of Langville were, for whatever reason, turned inside out. And then, as a government cover-up, for some reason, somehow, the town was deleted from the face of the earth, and all records, maps, history, as well as some memories of it were completely erased in a seemingly Men in Black or SCP style event. It is a little strange in that it suffers from something called the Mandela effect, which you've probably already heard of, but it's stuff like how a lot of people remember the Monopoly Man as having a monocle, which he just doesn't wear a monocle and he never has, or like how Darth Vader said, "Luke, I am your father," but in reality he actually said, "No, I am your father." Or like how a lot of people remember Pikachu's tail as having like a black tip on it, which it never did. So it's all these like strange common details that a lot of people remember happening or remember being true. And so because so many people swear that that's how it was, or I swear when I was a kid this is how it was, you know, like the entire world is trying to gaslight you. Because of this, a lot of people have come up with theories about alternate realities, or about time travel, or about, you know, Men in Black style stuff. And so this little town of Langville is said to suffer from the same sort of thing, in that local people remember, like vaguely when they were kids, they remember talk about, you know, this Langville existing, this local little town, and they swear they remember seeing the name, you know, printed on things, or remember hearing of people from Langville. But when we look it up today, it doesn't exist. It seemingly never existed. But as far as the truth behind this one, we may perhaps never find out. Larry Chisholm. Now, before we get into this entry, just holy cow, look at all of this guy's aliases. Like, that's a lot of different names. But Larry Chisholm, or Chisholm, was a law student in Arkansas in the 1970s. And just casually, you know, in between classes, in between lessons, he ran and organized a substance smuggling and dealing ring with a few of his fellow students and made a little chunk of money by so doing. They would basically go down to Mexico, they would smuggle large amounts of substances, and they would bring them obviously over the border and then sell them for a fair amount of profit. But in 1974, he was found out, he was picked up, arrested, charged for, as well as narcotics charges, also armed robbery, and he was sentenced to 40 years in prison. And this is where things start to get interesting. While he was in prison, he seemed to be a fairly good inmate. You know, he was always on time, he was polite, he kept up his duties and his job, you know, never made trouble for himself. But all the while he was in prison, he was, unbeknownst to the prison guards, unbeknownst to the warden, actually planning his escape. And it was 4 years later when he and a few prison inmates, they were on an outing into a bowling alley, which I didn't even know that was a thing, for prisoners to go on day trips to bowling alleys. But while he was there, Larry said he needed to use the bathroom. The guards let him go in there. Then after a while, they started to get suspicious. So one of the guards then followed him in, and he came face to face with Larry wielding a shotgun. As this was basically all part of the plan, Larry had one of his friends on the outside plant this shotgun in, like, you know, the roof, the ceiling space of the bathroom. And so this guard came in, he saw him with a shotgun, he tried to fire at Larry. Larry got a shot off on the guard, and the guard was seriously wounded, with Larry only being shot once in the hand. So Larry basically left the bowling alley with all of his inmates. They took hostage one of the people working at the bowling alley, and then they left the area, they got into a stolen vehicle, and they basically fled the scene. Then there was no trace of him whatsoever until around a month later, when Larry just walks into a bank posing as a US Treasury officer, and then points a gun at them, demands $200,000 in cash, receives the cash, and then walks off. And at this point, they don't know where he's gone, they don't know where he is, they don't know what aliases he might be using. So he basically got away with it. And so over the years, they kind of track where Larry was. You know, either they know where he is, they go there to catch him, and then he's just not there anymore, or they find evidence of somewhere he was, some identity he was using several years ago. So basically, after the bank robbery, they traced him to a place in New Orleans, and he was basically just doing like manual labor jobs down there. He was living with his girlfriend at the time, but then when they went down there to, you know, approach him, he had already disappeared. Then a year after this, they traced him to a place in Alabama, and he was, you know, living down there, again living with a woman, but he did manage to escape before they captured him again. Then they traced him based on a tip in 1990 to a place in North Carolina, but once again, by the time police got there, he was nowhere to be seen. They did, however, find evidence of, you know, like multiple identities of him. So he was, for example, living at the time under the name Kenneth Brookins. They also found books there on how to change your identity, how to change your appearance. They found a laminating machine, perhaps for forging like fake identities. And while he is currently on the US Marshals top wanted list, he hasn't been reliably tracked or seen or anything like that since 1990. The Las Cruces Bowling Alley Massacre is a very dark one, so you have been warned in advance. And this all started on a February morning in 1990 when Stephanie C. Senak, who managed this bowling alley, was just sitting in her office preparing for the day, and also with her was her 12-year-old daughter Melissa, as well as Melissa's 13-year-old friend Amy Hauser. And the pair were in there that morning with Melissa's mother because they were planning on supervising the bowling alley's daycare later that afternoon. And then at around that time, two men came in through the unlocked door in the kitchen as the bowling alley's chef, 33-year-old Ida Holguin, was in the kitchen preparing for the day. The two men had guns on them. They forced Ida into Stephanie's office, and so in the office now were Ida and Stephanie and her daughter Melissa and Melissa's friend Amy. They then told everyone to lie down on the floor. They ransacked the entire office, stole like $4,000 to $5,000 worth, and while they were in there, while they were taking the money, another worker, 26-year-old Stephen Terran, arrived at the bowling alley. He didn't see anyone around, so he thought that maybe Stephanie would be in her office. And so he made his way over to the office, accompanied by his two daughters, 2-year-old Valerie and Paula, who was just 6 years old. And it was at this point when Steve entered the office that these two men decided to basically shoot everyone inside the office. All 7 people, some of them multiple times, and then set fire to the office and the bowling alley and flee the scene. The fire was reported at 8:33 in the morning, but emergency services were able to respond a lot faster because despite being shot 5 times, 12-year-old Melissa was able to get up, go over to the phone in the office, and actually call for medical services for the police, which honestly, what a brave and strong kid she must have been. The first responders came to find that 13-year-old Amy and 6-year-old Paula and 26-year-old Stephen were all dead at the scene. 2-year-old Valerie was alive and was quickly rushed to hospital, but was pronounced dead on arrival. And 12-year-old Melissa, despite, as I said, being shot 5 times, not only didn't die, but because of her quick acting, her quick thinking, she managed to save both her mother's life, Ida the cook's life, due to them receiving medical attention as soon as possible. And as I said, it was a absolutely brutal attack. It was a needless attack, like they could have just, held Stephen and his children at gunpoint and then made off with all of the money. But they decided to shoot everyone, kids, a 2-year-old, a 6-year-old, and an investigation was immediately started. They set up roadblocks, they stopped cars, they investigated people, they searched the local areas for anything, dodgy or untoward, but nothing turned up, no further evidence turned up, there were no suspects, no one charged for these crimes, and so, sadly, to this day, this case still remains unsolved. Lauren Jackson was a 5-year-old kid who went missing in Pennsylvania in 1988, and Lauren was the daughter of mother Christina O'Donnell and of father Michael Jackson. Not the Michael Jackson, obviously. But Lauren's family life wasn't that great. Her mum was a bit of a dodgy character, and this led to Lauren's dad, Michael, eventually planning to basically take Lauren and receive sole custody of her. Michael told Lauren this, but apparently didn't tell Christina. But this all takes us to a day in October in 1988, which was an otherwise perfectly normal day. Christina took her other 12-year-old daughter, Diana, out for dinner, and when they got home, Diana went off to babysit some other children in the apartment complex, while Lauren, the 5-year-old daughter, went outside to play with another kid, Brian, who, lived a few doors down. And according to Christina, she said, yeah, you can go out, you can play with Brian. I'm gonna go in for a bit, do some errands. At one point she was, sweeping on the porch, that sort of thing. And she said from her perspective, she stood out there for a little while, she watched Lauren and Brian play. Then she went inside, she did some stuff, and then when she came out around 15 or 20 minutes later, both Lauren and Brian were nowhere to be seen. So she went next door to Brian's house, and she later learned that Brian and his family had kind of gone out to town, and so before they went out to town, they told Lauren to go back home. And this seems to be the case, as there are some eyewitnesses that say they saw Lauren either playing out on her own, or they saw her kind of walking back towards her home, maybe playing out on her own on her porch. But according to Christina, Lauren never came home. She searched the entire house and then soon started to search the rest of the complex, but Lauren was nowhere to be seen. So she ended up calling the police eventually. They did a massive search of the immediate area, and they took a bunch of eyewitness reports, and it really was a huge search. They used officers, firemen, friends, family, local people, helicopters, dogs, and eventually they picked up her scent and they picked up a footprint which pointed to her either having been taken or leaving voluntarily for some reason and ending up around a mile from the apartment complex in or near the Vincent Motel on Route 724. Then there was another tip by a young girl saying that she saw someone who matched Lauren's description being thrown into a car by a unidentified man, and then that man driving away. And that's kind of as far as the case went. There was another eyewitness report that said that they saw someone who maybe matched Lauren's description and maybe matched Christina's description, and she said that Christina had thrown this girl, Lauren, into a car, and then whoever else was in the car, they drove away, kind of implying that Christina had sold Lauren to someone. But the time frame on this report was kind of inconsistent, as in she was like adamant that this took place at around like 7 o'clock or precisely at 7 o'clock, whereas there were multiple other eyewitnesses that said that they saw Lauren actually playing outside of her house as late as 7:15. So Lauren couldn't have been the girl that this woman saw. Christina obviously became kind of a prime suspect, especially when the father Michael said that she would do something like this, and she hated her family and she didn't want the responsibility of looking after her children. And also he said maybe when she found out that Michael, was planning on getting full custody of her, maybe this kind of, angered her, and she thought, if I can't have Lauren, then nobody will. But despite all of this, Christina has never been charged, and sadly, Lauren has not been seen since that day. Leo Whitaker was a very strange but mundane case, and that was of a man named Leo Whitaker, who was an 86-year-old retiree. He was formerly a farmer from North Dakota, and he was at the time on a Christian missionary volunteer trip sort of thing down to Costa Rica. And while they were down there, the volunteers would help, paint churches, paint schools, which is honestly a fantastic thing for an 86-year-old to be doing. But at the time, he was with his wife at these hot springs, and while she went into the hot springs around 15 feet away, she left Leo sitting on a bench because he said he was kind of tired, he wanted to rest for a while, he didn't want to come with her into these hot springs. And she was like, okay, cool. She went into the hot springs, and when she came out around 15 minutes later, Leo was nowhere to be seen. The last time he was officially seen was by some local security guards who said that they saw Leo basically, get up off the bench, walk down this road, and they didn't think to stop him. Like, you don't just stop random people on the street. There were also other hot springs kind of up and down this road, so they said that it was fairly normal for people, for tourists to, you know, walk up and down it. But that was the last official sighting of Leo. There were some other kind of vague sightings of him around different areas in Costa Rica, and it should be noted that he didn't speak Spanish. He had obviously difficulty hearing, being 86 years old, and so maybe, perhaps it seems the most likely thing is he just got confused, disoriented, he walked off in the heat, and then I don't know, either he lost his way or he fell over somewhere. It seems strange that he was never kind of identified or reported or anything like that. But this was all in 2001, so if he is still floating around out there, he would be around 110 years old. But that is the disappearance of Leo Whitaker. The Louisiana Phantom Whistler is a bit of a strange one, a bit of a local kind of creepy mystery. And this took place in the 1950s in LA, where 18-year-old Jacqueline Cadau basically reported that she was being stalked by someone. And she didn't know who they were, she didn't really know what they wanted, but she said that they were outside of her home and they were just like whistling menacingly. She would hear these, you know, which, I don't know, might have been a bird or something, but she would apparently hear these whistles most nights outside of her home, and nothing really much changed until she announced that she was marrying a local lad named Belsom. And it was after she announced this that these whistles started to change in tune, started to become like a funeral tune, you know, very dark, very macabre. And as well as the whistles, there would be like these random screams, these random zombie moans, and Jacqueline heard them, her mother and the rest of her family heard them, and some of the neighbors heard these whistles and strange noises, but they could never locate them. Then this whistler started to whistle outside of Jacqueline's workplace, and on a few occasions he would call her and say that he would kill her if she married Belsom. Then she went one day over to Belsom's house to, you know, stay over there, and while she was there, her mother received a phone call saying that Jacqueline can't hide from him, and he knows exactly where she is. He knows that she's at Belsom's house, and once again that she had better not marry him. And then eventually she did marry Belsom, and this whistler was never heard from again. So who this was, whether this was just a local myth or legend, but if it was real, why they were harassing Jacqueline, what they actually wanted, is to this day a complete mystery. And I will butcher this Japanese pronunciation, so please let me know if you do speak Japanese how to correctly say it in the comments below. I would love to hear it. But I'm gonna go with Maruhi Geki Ukiue Senichiya. But this was an anime film released in the 1970s, or specifically in 1970, and it was actually the first ever anime film to receive an 18 rating, meaning that it was borderline hentai. The plot was a bit odd. It was set in the Edo period in Japan, so like the 16 to 1800s, and this artist in the film is asked to make an erotic painting for a client, and he agrees. He paints a sensual painting of some of his neighbors having an affair, and then the painting comes alive. It starts killing people, but that is besides the point. That is like a crazy plot. But this film ran for 10 days in theater before it was eventually taken down, even though it was then released in the 70s and 80s for like home video, you know, for cassettes and VHS. No copies of it remain to this day, and as far as we know, there are only these, you know, few images of the film, as well as a few promotional posters for the theater release. Megatherium sightings are sightings of extinct giant ground sloths. These mothers. And we do have fossil records for these dudes existing, and it was likely around like 8,000 years ago, with some being as recent as like 1,500 years ago. And it's honestly pretty cool. They were very gnarly creatures. They are sloths, which are by default pretty cool, but they were also giant, which I think giant just makes everything like much cooler. And we also have this ancient cave art and paintings, which some people think actually depict these giant ground sloths. They are now sadly all extinct, unless you believe this mystery of their sightings, as there are reports of them being seen all across America, you know, in Argentina, in Peru, Ecuador, and of course in Central and North America. My favorite version and flavor of these creatures will always be the aquatic sloths, pictured here, but that is a topic for another day, although you should definitely look them up if you want a new favorite creature. The Memphis Rap Sigils is a bit of a strange one, a bit of a peculiar one, so I won't spend too long on it, but basically this refers to the rap scene in Memphis in the 1990s, which is quite specific, I know, but this rumor, this myth, this mystery refers to these 8 rap tapes recorded in Memphis in the 1990s. And this was a time of great violence, of, you know, some of the tapes being a little bit spooky, talking about ghosts and possessions and murders, that sort of thing. But apparently these 8 rap tapes contain within the tapes these captured souls from some murder victims. And so if you listen to these tapes, they're like super spooky, they're a bit eerie, they have these souls kind of baked into them. And as I said, I will keep this one short. We won't go much more into it than that, because the evidence for this is a little vague. It's a little like, you know, 4chan-y kind of rumor myth sort of realm. But yeah, if you want to go check the records out for yourself, they are like, you know, collector's editions. If you ever find the physical records, they're worth sometimes a few $100s. And the music is sometimes quite violent, a little spooky, and maybe, if you believe it, does contain these captured lost souls of these various murder victims. The Millbrook twins were these 2 girls, 15-year-old twins, Danette and Jeanette Millbrook, and they went missing from their local neighborhood just outside of Georgia, Atlanta in the 1990s. And in my opinion, this was a very disappointing case, you know, just disappointing on the work of the investigators, because in my opinion they did fumble a few things. They definitely could have put more effort into this case, but we'll get into that a little bit later in the story. And for now, we will just start on this one afternoon in March when Danette and Jeanette were out about, you know, as you do when you're a teenager. They were hanging out with friends. They went to a local fast food place for lunch. And when they came home, this will be important later, but they told their mother that they were a little bit concerned because there was a white van following them when they made their way home. And I guess their mum didn't really take it too seriously. The girls didn't seem to take it too seriously either. And it was less like a massive concern to be worried about and more like maybe an annoyance, maybe, you know, something to laugh at, like, oh, there was this weird guy following us. But apparently being unconcerned, the girls went out again, and after being out for a few hours, they were kind of making their way home, and on their way home, they decided to make a few stops. So they stopped first at their godfather's and family friend's home. They talked with him for a bit. He ended up giving them some bus fare for school next week, and also a bit of extra money to buy some snacks and stuff on the way home. Then they left their godfather's home. They went to visit their cousin who lived pretty much nearby, and they talked to their cousin for a bit before asking them if they would like to walk home with them. Their cousin's mum ended up saying she wasn't allowed because it was starting to get a bit dark, but this would be the first sign that these twins were maybe a tiny bit concerned about walking home alone, because after leaving their cousin's house, they would then make a stop at their older sister's home. And again, after talking to her for a little while, they asked her if she would walk back home with them. Their older sister also declined because she had just given birth. She said she wanted to just stay at home, relax. And so the twins then left her home. They stopped by a local gas station, and the worker in the gas station knew the girls and said there wasn't really anything off about them. You know, they seemed pretty normal, pretty standard. They bought some snacks, you know, soda, candy, etc. And then they were seen on camera leaving the gas station. And then they were never seen again. And we'll get into a little bit about how badly the police, I think, fudged this case. But at the time of the girls' disappearances, their entire description at this point was known. You know, their height, what they were wearing, what their hairstyles were, and some distinct physical features that would have helped identify the girls, would have made them easier to recognize or to point out or spot. But rewind back to just after the gas station. The girls obviously didn't return home. Their family filed a missing persons report for both of them, but they were told they had to wait at least 24 hours before filing this report. So the family did a bit of waiting. In the meantime, they, you know, contacted friends and family. They searched the local area, but nobody had really seen the girls. They weren't able to find any sign of them. And when the 24 hours came, they put in an official report and a search was started. And I say a search was started, but it was really less like a search and more like a, I don't know, whatever the opposite of a search is. Basically, the police didn't do a whole lot. They interviewed like 1 or 2 people. They did like rudimentary searches of, you know, the local areas. Just a lot of stuff that the family had done by this point already anyway. They didn't arrest anyone. There were no real suspects arrested or investigated or interviewed. There were also a bunch of mistakes made on the file. For one, the girls' names were misspelt often in both the official police report and in the media, and they were on 1 or 2 occasions actually mistaken for either their older or younger sisters. The police basically went as far as like knocking on a few doors, being like, have you seen this girl or these girls? And when they were like, no, we haven't seen them, the police were like, case closed, I guess. You know, it was a pretty shoddy job. And then after just 1 year, the case was officially closed, which was awfully strange. The family inquired about this, and they were told that the case was closed because the girls had actually been found. Except they hadn't been found, and this was just one of the many silly mistakes made by the police. And then the police changed their mind again and said that the girls were found, and they said that in their reports the girls had been taken from their family home and then put into an orphanage and then put up for adoption, and since they were now adopted they were no longer missing, and so they closed the case. Except all of this was just complete nonsense. It was either completely made up, or more likely it was a mix-up, a confusion, because there were other family members who were up for adoption or who had been adopted, and so again the police seem to have confused these girls with some of their family members and then said, oh, they were adopted, they weren't missing. And it's just like, what the hell is even this case? Then the investigators said, okay, they're still missing, they weren't adopted, but in their opinion, it is very likely that the girls ran away. What evidence they were basing this on, I have no idea. And since they were now 17 years old, even if they were found, they weren't able to legally, you know, oblige them to come home. And so, even if they were found, there was no point in reopening the case, which is just absolute madness. Like, surely if they did run away and they were of an age where the police weren't able to legally bring them home or whatever, then surely still they would, you know, still be a missing person until they were actually officially physically found. Like, this whole case and just the handling of the case seems to me like just pure and utter chaos. But that is in the end what ended up happening. The case remained closed. The girls were taken off the official missing children's list, or, you know, the database. And it wasn't until over 20 years later that, due to, you know, media pressure, due to pressure from the family, this case was officially reopened. And there is to this day a small 5-figure sum for anyone with, you know, information actually leading to the girls. And since reopening it, there have been, a few kind of light investigations, as you might do with some old cold cases. They've done more interviews since then. They've collected some family DNA and compared it to a few Jane Does found, but none of them were a match. And still, to this day, there's no real progress made on the case. We still don't know the identity of whoever might have been following them. This man driving a white van. We don't know the type of van, the number plate, what the man looked like. And there were one or two theories about this being like an inside job sort of thing, with their father having maybe abducted them or taken them or moved away with them or something like that. But as far as I can tell, as far as the information that's available to, the public, there doesn't seem to be too much evidence for that theory. And so this case still remains unsolved to this day. I knew I was forgetting something. The Minnesota Wood Wizards is a very strange one indeed. But this was the experience of one Duke Rialto. And as the author notes, this is not his real name, because if it was his real name, if it was anyone's real name, that would be amazing. But the person this happened to apparently wanted to remain anonymous, and so they've used a fake name here. But he swears that the story he told is 100% completely honest and true. But Duke Rialto was one day, or rather one night, in August 1991, driving through these woods. And it was in Minnesota. He was driving up to meet his friends in a cabin, as they had this whole, trip planned, this cabin trip / fishing trip. And so after he was driving for hours, in the middle of the night, his truck, of course, broke down. And so Duke gets out of his truck, he looks around for maybe a store or a garage or a house or something, doesn't find anything, but he does find a vague glowing light in the woods. And he thinks this might be a cabin, it might be another car that stopped perhaps, it might be, a campfire. Basically, it might be someone who could help, and anything at this point would be better than just staying in the middle of the woods. So he grabs his flashlight, he grabs his pistol, because you can never be too careful in a Minnesota woods, and he heads out through the trees towards this glow. And as he's pushing past branches, pushing through the trees, this glow slowly gets, larger and closer and brighter, and then slowly he sees these three kind of figures, these three men standing around the glow. He describes the men as like strange, stiff. He said they weren't standing there like a normal human might, like all casual and human-like. I'm not doing a very good impression of a human right now. Not that I would need to do an impression. I am 100% human, but he said they reminded him more of like statues or robots or maybe even aliens or just some other creature besides a natural human. And the light, he said, when he was in the woods, when he saw it, he said it wasn't a campfire, but it was more like a weird kind of soft glow. It was quite steady, it was quite uniform, it wasn't really flickering like a campfire might. And then as he approached them even closer, all of a sudden these figures like kind of jumped up. They seemed to act more human. They were like, oh shit, we're supposed to be human. And then they, boom, transformed this glow into an actual campfire. And the men were like, doop-a-doo, nothing strange to see here. Just three human men standing around a campfire. And I'm paraphrasing, of course, but basically the men, acted strange. They were dressed strangely. They had like apparently these weird frilly pants on. They had these deep purple shirts with like no buttons. And one of them, it was described, even had a cape. Yeah, a bloody cape in the 21st century. And a gold ornament clasp and these strange shoes, and just all round they were dressed very oddly. Then as Duke, approached these men and started conversation with them, as well as just acting and dressing strange, they also spoke really strangely. He said their accent was a bit off. It was like vaguely foreign, but whether that was like French or Russian or English even. He wasn't really sure. And so he went up to them, he broke the ice, he said hello, and he said, if you'd be able to help me, my truck's broken down there. One of these men apparently stepped forward and said to him, and I quote, "You lathed your feet and joined us here to be happy. All three," which, yeah, that's a completely normal response. I don't know what this Duke guy was even concerned about. And then another one of the men stepped in and said, "The Eon, is it of, sir?" And Duke replied, "What the fuck are you talking about?" He didn't say that. He said, "What do you mean by Eon?" And the three men then all looked at each other, and then one of them said, "You more to say? We hear more to say," which my head is hurting just reading these lines. And that was more or less it. Duke said he talked to them for a little bit longer, and he said they felt kind of like aliens or robots or, AI sort of thing, where they knew human words and they knew roughly how to put them together, but it was completely out of context, it didn't make sense. And so he eventually said his goodbyes, and one of the men saw him off with the line, "For positive, yes." And that was it. Duke said the men didn't have any tents around this campfire. They didn't have any cars or trucks or supplies of any kind. It was just three weirdly sounding, weirdly dressed dudes standing around a campfire with nothing else there. It's like, how the hell did they even get out there in the first place? All standing around a campfire in the middle of the night. Very strange. But Duke eventually went back to his truck, and since he couldn't fix it, he decided to just walk the way there. He wasn't too far away, but it was a good, hour or 2 or 3 walk. And eventually he made it. He met up with his friends in this cabin. He told them the tale of these 3 strange dudes in the woods, and they basically laughed at him, said he was making it up, said he was crazy. But as to what he actually saw and encountered, leave me your theories on that in the comments below. Misty Copsey was a 14-year-old girl who went missing in Washington in 1992, and she was out most of the day at the Puyallup Fairgrounds, which, is a pretty standard fun fair sort of place. They have rides and carnival things and popcorn and cotton candy, but she was there most of the day with her 15-year-old friend Trina, and she had just missed her 8:40 p.m. bus going home. So she called her mum. She said that she had just missed this bus, but it was fine because she said she had called her 18-year-old friend Ruben Schmidt and asked him to pick her up. Her mum then told her that no, she didn't trust Ruben at all. She thought he was sleazy, thought he was a dodgy character, and so she told Misty to try and grab a ride home with someone else. And at this time, after Misty had this phone call with her mother, according to Trina, Misty and Trina then decided to basically walk home, with Trina living around 30 minutes walk from the carnival, and Misty living around 2 to 3 hours away. But this was later found out to be a lie, and Trina had in fact got a lift home that night, and this was from her 23-year-old boyfriend, with her only being 15, which I'm pretty sure is illegal, but from her 23-year-old boyfriend, Michael Reiner. Misty apparently didn't like or trust Michael, and so even though Trina said that she offered Misty a ride home as well, she said, "Yeah, come with us, Michael will drop you home." Apparently Misty refused this and chose to just take the long walk home instead. Now, this case is very strange for a few reasons. One, even though Misty was reported missing the next day, the case wouldn't properly be started for a few months, as apparently there was some mix-up. Misty was reported missing a while before this, on a separate occasion, but it turned out she was just, away from home. She was staying at friends' houses. She wasn't answering her phone, etc. And so the police thought that this might be the case in this instance. And also there were a few, interviews, a few statements made by some of Misty's friends and classmates that said that they're pretty sure that they saw Misty a few days after Misty's disappearance. So there was 1 or 2 people who said yeah, I saw her. pretty sure it was her. I saw her on the street in this, vague thing like a week ago, and I'm pretty sure it was Misty. And then the police kind of gathered all this, the fact that she had been missing before, the fact that there were a few people who maybe kind of vaguely saw her, and so police thought, okay, it's pretty likely she's still around. She isn't really like missing. And so they kind of delayed everything. They didn't take it seriously. And eventually they just closed the case, which doesn't make any sense to me. Like, surely even if you believe that, Misty is still just 14 years old. So even if you thought that she had ran away and she was staying with friends or whatever, like surely you would still keep the missing persons case open. But originally, once the case, was up and running, the police initially suspected Michael, Trina's 23-year-old boyfriend, as he had a little bit of a history. He was once accused when he was 16 years old of kidnapping and abusing an 11-year-old girl. And now he's dating a 15-year-old girl. So yeah, great guy, this Michael. But police at the time suspected that Michael perhaps had dropped Trina home and then gone back along the road, picked up Misty, and then did something with her. And then the police polygraphed him. He apparently passed it, and so he was, knocked down a few rungs on the suspect ladder. Then police started to suspect Ruben Schmidt, the 18-year-old who the mum thought was a little bit dodgy, who Misty had called to request him picking her up. And when he was interviewed, he told the police that, yes, Misty did call me, but I told her that I couldn't pick her up because I didn't have enough gas. And then Misty apparently called him back and said, look, if you just pop over to my house, you can get some money there, then you can go and buy gas. And he told Misty then that he didn't even have enough gas in his car to, go from his house to Misty's, which was only like a few minutes away. So this guy may as well not even have a car. Somehow he's run the gas out so much, probably dried it out with a sponge, that he probably can't even leave his own driveway. But after this second phone call, Ruben's roommate told police that Ruben then left the flat, and the roommate assumed that Ruben was actually going to pick Misty up. But when Ruben was asked about this, he said that he just blacked out. Literally, he said after this second phone call with Misty, he remembers absolutely nothing. He just out of his memory. And so he agreed then to a polygraph test, and the results came back undetermined. And when he was asked on the test whether he potentially could have done something to Misty, he said he didn't really know. And then he woke up the next day after Misty's disappearance. He woke up at his grandmother's house, which is strange because the distance from his house to his grandmother's house is further than the complete journey from his house to the fair and then back to his house. So it's a bit strange considering he said he had like zero gas. There were also, over the course of this investigation, several reports by people who Ruben had spoken to, where Ruben had apparently told them that Misty's remains were buried on his grandma's property. And when police brought this up with him, he said that yes, he did say these things, but that he didn't really mean it. It was just to get people off his back, get people to stop bothering him about this whole Misty thing, which is like insanely suspicious. Like, that's not a normal thing that people do. Like, just admitting to murdering a 14-year-old girl just to get people to stop asking questions about it. That's just an insane statement. And then he agreed to take a second polygraph test, which he then passed. So police at this point were like very confused, and they did later search his grandma's property, for clues, for evidence, for remains, but they didn't find anything of value. Ruben was later accused of intimate assault by a female friend of his. Then his wife later had to take out a restraining order against him, and he would also later be accused of theft. So definitely not the soundest of guys. Bit of a dirtbag if you ask me. But over the next few weeks, months, years, there were various searches done for Misty, and they did end up finding her underwear, her jeans, one of her socks in a ditch, and this ditch was by the side of a highway 60 to 100 kilometers away from where she was last seen. They also then found Misty's toothbrush and her hairbrush, both of which she would have had on her at the time. And so I think it's very obvious that something happened to Misty, something very likely quite dark, but by who exactly, we don't really know. Ruben and Michael both seem like a little bit suspicious, both very likely of doing something like this, but there's also not too much evidence for necessarily either one of them. And there was another local suspect, a man named Corey Bober, who he came forward during the investigation. He contacted Misty's mum and said that he suspected that the disappearance of Misty and the disappearances of two other girls in the same local area, Anna Chebetnoy in 1990 and Kimberly DeLange in 1988, that they were in fact all three of them related, and he suspected that they were all done by the same person. And initially Misty's mum was kind of happy with this, that someone else was taking an interest in her child's disappearance, helping with the investigation perhaps. But then he started to act a bit strange. Misty's mum started to suspect Corey of the crimes, and to prove his innocence, he said, I've got nothing to do with it. I'll even take a polygraph test. And when they booked him in for that, he then cancelled it and has never done one to this day. So as far as suspects go, it's a little all over the place. Hopefully someday, maybe someday soon, we will find, a little bit of extra evidence, something to actually pin someone, and so, be able to do Misty some justice. But until that day, this case will sadly remain unsolved. Mount Kailash is a bit of a strange one. There's not too deep of a mystery for this one, but it's basically a mountain in Tibet that, while being quite a important symbol in, a lot of Buddhist stories and history and tales and legends, etc., is also thought to be evidence of some very strange happenings, in that it is kind of pyramid shaped, as you can see here. It's kind of sloped on the edges, a little bit jaggedy, kind of stepped in a way, and it looks like it could maybe be a pyramid, kind of like a ziggurat if you squint really hard. But either way, it's a very cool structure. But whether it is a natural mountain, worn down by weather or wind, or whether it's an ancient structure created by an ancient people that time forgot, or whether, aliens came in, zapped a laser at this mountain and then, shaped it with their laser technology. I'm not really sure. But as always with these types of ones, let me know what you think in the comments below. Mount Vernon Jane Doe is another one of these cases that has actually been solved, and I may need to make a separate video on this at a later date, covering all the cases that I've already covered, but just the ones that have updates on, or that have been solved since I made the video. But this was a Jane Doe originally, who was found strangled to death and left by the side of a road in Mount Vernon, New York. And this was by like an industrial estate on, the quiet side of town where no one ever really went. It was all the way back in 1988 when the body was found. And this Jane Doe at the time was completely naked. She had cuts and marks, like cable tie marks or rope or something on her wrists, on her legs and ankles, meaning that she was likely, bound up, killed, and then dumped here. And nobody knew who she was all the way up until 2021, more than 30 years later, when DNA from the case was tested with new methods. They were able to match up this DNA with some of her relatives, and from there they were able to, ask them if they had anyone missing in the family, and they made this connection between this Jane Doe and a woman named Veronica Widerhole. She went missing years ago, was never found, and so it turned this Jane Doe case into, you know, a case of an unsolved murder, basically. But although they ended up identifying her as far as who might have been involved, who actually killed her, for what reason, etc., we still to this day have no idea. The murder of Pier Paolo Pasolini was incredibly brutal, and Pierre, as you know, a little bit of background on him, he was big into the arts, into films, into film directing and poetry and writing, etc. But I think more important than all of that, at least to this case, were his political beliefs, and we'll explain those in just a little bit. But on this day in 1975, Pierre was found dead on a beach in Ostia, Italy, and he had been the victim of an absolutely brutal attack. He was beaten incredibly badly, you know, punched, kicked, smashed with objects. He was severely bleeding. He was bruised all over his body. Several of his bones were broken. He had his man jewels crushed, you know, just smashed with a metal pipe, and he had also been run over with his own car and was then set on fire. And who may have committed this horrific attack? Well, police at the time were convinced that this wasn't just like, you know, a random attack, like a spur of the moment, crazy person come in. They were pretty convinced that Pierre was targeted specifically, and that this was likely a targeted attack, perhaps by some organized group, and was absolutely, in their mind, meant to send a message. And who typically does these sorts of attacks? Who likes to send messages with their attacks, especially in Italy? If you guessed mafia, then you deserve a sticker. But as to why the mafia might attack Pierre, that is when we have to explore a bit of his political beliefs. And politically, Pierre was quite outspoken. You know, he rarely kind of kept anything secret. He was just like, yeah, I'm annoyed at this thing. These people are terrible. These people are horrible. Like, he was very outspoken, and he also was very pro-communist. He said that at the time, communism was the only way forward. It was the only way to, you know, develop a good life in Italy. And over time, he went more and more to the communism side, and so moved further and further away from the Christian democratic side, who he often accused of, you know, being corrupt, of being greedy, of cheating and scamming the people, of bribery, of sabotaging his causes. And he said that they were basically a religious dictatorship, and that they were even as bad as fascists, except they were even worse, because he said at least fascists, you know, were upfront about it. Fascists were like, yeah, we're going to be in control, we're going to have all the power, whereas he said the democratic Christians basically wanted to do the same thing. You know, he said they wanted to take everyone's money, everyone's power, but they did it under the guise of like safety or kindness. You know, like the church has received a divine message that you need to give up all your money and all of your rights to us. He said they were basically dictators in disguise, and he said they further controlled people with, you know, morals and the teachings of the party and the church, even though they themselves didn't follow a lot of their own rules. He also accused the party of being massively influenced by the mafia, and he said the mafia was bribing them, they were bribing the mafia was putting out hits and, you know, kind of riling up violence for the party. But because the two were officially disconnected, nobody ever put two and two together. And he also accused them of being absolutely riddled with like mafia influence and mafia corruption. He accused them of working closely with the CIA and covering up bombings by, you know, violent fascists, all just in an attempt to shut down the left, to shut down communism. And then it seems after all of this, after being outspoken for years, he was killed in a very mafia-esque sort of fashion. So yes, technically this case is unsolved, but I think it's maybe quite obvious who orchestrated this attack. But at the time, this was obviously in 1975, police caught 17-year-old Giuseppe Pino Pelosi, who knew Pierre at the time, and they caught him because he was driving around in Pierre's car. And at the time, after some police interrogations, police interviews, Pelosi actually admitted to killing Pierre. And he said he did this all alone, completely on his own. There was no one else involved. And since they didn't have any further evidence, they charged him and him alone for this crime, sentencing him to 9 years, with it being added in his notes that he committed this murder/attack likely with other people. And this confession he made was 29 years later retracted by himself, as he said at the time he had made this confession, which was a false confession. He said he had made it to protect his family. His family had been threatened that if you don't confess, then, you know, something's going to happen to them. And then after all this time, after he retracted his confession, he said that yes, while I didn't kill Pierre, I saw who did, and it was 3 southern men with accents, and that still Pierre was a dirty communist. So that's nice. As I said, there were very, very likely other people involved in this case, or in this killing, and whether Giuseppe was involved with these other people, or whether he was, you know, not involved in any way and was perhaps just a scapegoat, we might never know. The MV Joyita was a ship found drifting around the South Pacific Ocean in 1995 with no one aboard. And it was a little wooden ship, or, you know, little compared to the Titanic, but it was about this big for reference. And it was designed originally as a luxury yacht, but was eventually used in World War II in Pearl Harbor by the US Navy. And by the end of the war, or rather after the war, it was sold on, subsequently lined with cork on the inside, and this will be important later. But after this, the ship then changed hands a few times before being used eventually as a trading and fishing boat by a British man, a captain named Thomas H. Dusty Miller. And so that's more or less the history for this boat. But up until it was seemingly abandoned, you know, in the days and weeks prior to it, it had planned to go from Samoa to the Tokelau Islands, roughly 270 miles or 430 kilometers away. And the ship left the Apia harbor in Samoa at around 5 a.m. on October the 3rd, 1955. And on board were 16 crew members as well as 9 passengers, including, but not limited to, a government official, a businessman set to buy large amounts of coconut flesh, 2 children, very sadly, and a former World War II surgeon who was actually set to perform an amputation on someone in the Tokelau Islands. And also aboard, very importantly, was wood, you know, like logs, otherwise known as very buoyant, hard things, and 80 large empty oil drums, which they too would have been quite buoyant. And so between the wood, between the empty oil drums, and between the cork that was lined in the ship, they would come to find that the Joyita was damn near unsinkable. And so the ship set off, as I said, at 5 a.m. It was heading through its 2-day journey, but when the ship didn't arrive in the Tokelau Islands, you know, on schedule, 2 days later, they then put out a call saying that the ship was lost or that it was late, you know, looking for some sort of information, anyone that had seen her, maybe from the ship itself. But the ship never responded. Any replies that did come in said that they hadn't seen her at all, they hadn't seen her nearby, and so they performed a week-long search covering nearly 100,000 square miles or 260,000 square kilometers of ocean, but no boat or any evidence of the boat or any passengers or any bits of it or anything like that were at the time found, until 5 weeks later, when a merchant ship was just out doing its regular route, and there, out on the water, it spotted a fairly damaged, actually mostly abandoned ship, quite badly battered, but still floating in the ocean. It had a bunch of missing cargo, and when they pulled the ship in, when they inspected it more closely, they found that all of its lifeboats had been used, and that its radio had been set to 2182 kilohertz, otherwise known as the International Distress Channel. But there was no one aboard, no other evidence as to what might have happened, and so it seems like for whatever reason, something happened to the ship. Maybe the captain ended up dying, or some of the important crew members. People panicked, they weren't able to, contact anyone, and they didn't know that the ship was basically unsinkable, and if they just stayed on the ship, they would have just been fine. So maybe they saw the ship was damaged, they thought the ship was going down, they took the lifeboats off, and then, in the middle of a crazy ocean just in a lifeboat, your odds don't fare very well. And there was some evidence, that the ship had damaged parts, and this was noted before the ship had even left its port. There was a problem with one of the engines. They thought, it should be fine, the other engine is working, and so this perhaps, maybe likely is what caused the accident, the incident. But even if something did happen, the captain should very well have known that, the boat was completely buoyant, everything should have been fine even if, the engines stopped, and it was far riskier for everyone to get into these lifeboats as opposed to just staying in the main ship. As I said, there's no real further evidence they found as to what might have happened, and so to this day it's based on a little bit of evidence, but also speculation, also theories, and we still don't fully know what caused that ship to go down, at least partially go down, and what caused the passengers and the crew members on it to completely abandon it, and what ended up happening to them. The Maya Succumbinat Jane Doe is a short but still quite brutal case, and this case was in 2007 in a place called Buryatia, which is an area in East Russia. But this Jane Doe who was found and her killer, Kagashbek Orenbayev, they met in the city under unknown circumstances, but they then got to talking. They took a taxi out to the village of Maya Succumbinat, which was, a fairly short taxi ride, and then they sat on the banks of the Uda River just having a few drinks, talking, maybe flirting a little bit. Kagashbek then made a move onto this Jane Doe. He tried to have coitus with her. She apparently refused his advances, and so he ended up strangling her to death and having intercourse with her dead body. Yeah. He then left her on the side of this river. He went home, and then he returned the next day. The body apparently hadn't been found, so he just cut her into pieces and threw her body in the river. Kagashbek was later caught, he was later charged and convicted for the murders of 2 other women, but the Maya Succumbinat Jane Doe was just never identified. He didn't know who she was. Apparently no one else was able to pin an identity on her, and so she to this day remains a Jane Doe. Newcomb's paradox is a mathematical problem, kind of a thought experiment, and it's a pretty fun one, a pretty interesting one, but it is a little bit complex, so forgive me if it gets a tiny bit confusing. But imagine you have 2 boxes. You have box A, which is completely clear, completely transparent. You can always see everything inside of it, and inside this box A is always $1,000. Then there is a box B, which is completely opaque, which means it's solid, you can't see anything in it, and for the purposes of this puzzle, there's no way of shaking them or scanning them or something. And so here is the paradox. As well as there being 2 boxes, box A and box B, there are also 2 players. You are one player and the other player is what's known as a perfect predictor. So whether this is, an AI or a computer or some sort of divine being, they are able to predict basically with almost 100% certainty, but not exactly 100% because then it would be able to, see the future essentially, but it can predict with like 99.99999% certainty which of the two boxes you will choose. And so here is the key part of the paradox. We know box A always has $1,000, but for box B, it can either contain $1 million or nothing at all. And if the box predicts that you will open both of these boxes, then it will set the value of box B to 0. But if it predicts you'll only take box B, you'll leave behind box A, then it will set the value of box B to $1 million. And so here's kind of where the dilemma comes in, because the question is obvious: which is the correct choice? After the perfect predictor has, looked at you, it's weighed up all of the odds, it makes a prediction, it puts either $0 or $1 million into box B, and then it asks you to decide whether you want just box B or whether you want to take both of the boxes. Now, here's kind of where the problem comes in, and that's the fact that these boxes, the values within them, have already been set by the time you choose to, choose between the two. So for some people, they say the correct decision is, well, if this perfect predictor is so good, if I pick both of the boxes, it would have predicted that. And so box B would be empty, leaving me with only $1,000. But if I just pick box B, then hopefully this robot will have predicted that, and I will walk away with a sweet $1 million. So this side says take only box B, hopefully the perfect predictor is correct, and you get $1 million. Whereas the other side of the argument says that whatever prediction that this person made, they've already made it. So, as I said, by the time you go to make the decision, the prediction has already been made. The money's already either put into the box, whether it's $1 million or 0. And so your choice at this current moment in time makes absolutely no difference to the values in the box. And so whether this perfect predictor predicted that you would pick both, or whether it predicted that you would pick one or the other or whatever, then your fate's kind of already been sealed. And so you picking just box B doesn't make any sense when your decision won't affect the value of the box, and you can see with 100% certainty $1,000 in box A. So the other argument says always just take both boxes because the boxes have already been filled. Your decision doesn't make a difference in that. And this way you are guaranteed just an extra $1,000. So it's a little tricky. Both arguments kind of make sense in a way to me. And I think I would probably go with, see, I don't even know myself at this point. I'd probably go with taking both boxes, but then maybe the robot would have predicted that and I'd just walk away with, not the $1 million. But definitely a very interesting one. Let me know what you would pick down below. And let me know if your decision would change if there was a third box, and in that third box was always a awesome Curiosity mug. Shameless plug, but honestly, look at the design. It is so cool. But on to the next entry. Noreen Greenlee was a 13-year-old girl who went missing in 1963 in Ontario after leaving a friend's house one September evening. And it was September 14th in 1963, and Noreen's friend Bonnie, and Bonnie's boyfriend Gary were all out at a bowling alley. They, bowled some balls, they had some food, they had dinner, and then they went back to Bonnie's house where they all basically just hung out for a while. Then Bonnie and her boyfriend wanted, a bit of alone time, and so Noreen at around 11:30 p.m. agreed to, I'm gonna head home now. She left Bonnie's house, she walked across the road to the nearby bus stop, and then went quickly back inside. She had a quick word with Bonnie and then went back out again. And after leaving for this second time, Noreen was never seen again. The bus driver, when interviewed, said that she was never there, or, rather that he never saw her when he pulled up with his bus. She never got on. He didn't see her standing around anywhere. And there was a witness for this case. Someone who said that they saw a young girl, which may or may not have been Noreen, getting into a blue 1957 Ford Prefect, driven by a man with a dark hat on. But this same car was apparently seen by Noreen's younger sister and her younger sister's friend as they were out hanging around near Noreen's home, and they saw this car kind of speed past. It almost hit the younger sister, and they heard a faint scream coming from the car, which they say may very likely have been Noreen. And after this happened, Noreen's brother and father then got into their car and tried to make chase, but they ended up losing the car. They ended up then calling the police, filing a, missing persons report, an abduction report. But sadly, even though an investigation and search was started, after that day, Noreen was never seen again. And honestly, this case kind of just broke the entire family. The family spent tons of money, tons of their savings in looking for Noreen. They would pay for advertisements, for billboards. They would constantly miss work in order to arrange searches for her. They would also fly to different parts of America, to Canada, on the off chance someone sighted a girl that maybe could have been Noreen, and they would just, book a flight out there, try and find her. And eventually, Noreen's dad ended up dying of a brain aneurysm, possibly from all of the stress from this situation. And her mum then fell into alcoholism. Noreen's 3 younger siblings had to be taken into an orphanage and, put up for foster care because their parents weren't there to look after them. And so all round, this is an incredibly heartbreaking case. As I said, Noreen was never seen again, and we still don't know to this day who might have been responsible for her abduction. The Oakland County child killer was a man who killed at least 4 children in Oakland County, Michigan between 1976 and 1977. And just a warning, if you're in a good mood and don't, want it ruined with an absolutely horrific case, or if you're just maybe extra sensitive about cases and crimes involving children, maybe give this one a bit of a miss. But there were 4 main cases of children being abducted, being abused, and being killed, all around this area around this time, with many more cases put on, the maybe list for this killer. But the main 4 that were linked to him were 12-year-old Mark Douglas Stebbins, who was on his way home one February day. He never turned up and was found 4 days later in the same clothes that he went missing in, strangled to death and dumped in a pile of dirt in a local car park. He had been assaulted, abused with a foreign object, and he had restraint marks, either from a rope or a cable tie of some sort, meaning that he was likely kept somewhere and tied up for a while before being killed. Then there was Jill Robinson, a 12-year-old girl who had a fight with her mum one Christmas, and so she, left her home, she stormed out of the house, and she was never seen alive again. The next day, her bike was found, and then 3 days later, her body was found, dumped along a highway within view of the local police station, which surely can't have been an accident. Whoever did this was clearly toying with the people. Clearly they wanted attention of some sort and thought they were being daring, brazen, being so ballsy as to leave the body outside of a police station. So this is clearly an arrogant, sick individual. And Jill had been shot in the face with a shotgun and was wearing all the same clothes she went missing in. She still had a backpack. She was also kept captive for a few days. She, was seemingly pampered a little bit, had her nails cleaned, had her hair combed, and she was fed during this time. Then there was 10-year-old Christine Marie Mihailik, and this was just a week after Jill's murder. But Christine had gone out to a 7-Eleven store. She never made it home and was found 19 days later along the side of a road, having been smothered to death. And then finally, there was 11-year-old Timothy John King, who popped out one evening to go to a pharmacy and never returned home. He was found a week later in a shallow ditch alongside a road, and once again had been abused, also with a foreign object, and then suffocated to death. There was also on the maybe list for this killer 17-year-old Donna Sarah, who went missing while hitchhiking and whose body turned up several days later. 13-year-old Jane Louise Allen, who was also hitchhiking and then was found in a river 4 days later, over 200 miles away. And there was also 12-year-old Kimberly Alice King, who went outside her friend's house to call her sister using a telephone box. And then after this phone call, apparently went to go back inside her friend's house, but she never made it and has not been seen since. But at the time when these murders were happening, they weren't initially connected to one another, but police started to, kind of see similarities between them and then slowly link them until eventually they were all put under one case. And some of the descriptions for who this person was, what they looked like, they came from, for instance, this woman who said she saw a kid who had a skateboard who potentially could have been Timothy John King, and he was talking to a man outside the pharmacy in the parking lot. And so they wanted to, obviously find this man. They drew up descriptions of him. They said he was maybe driving a blue AMC Gremlin car, because of course a child killer would be driving a Gremlin. But the man was described as a white man, aged between 25 and 35, with long sideburns and medium shaggy hair. And at the time, during this case, while this case was open and active, it was one of the biggest investigations in American history. Police received more than 18,000 different tips, leading to dozens of arrests, many for crimes that weren't even related to this case. So, there'd be a tip like, oh, I saw this guy around that area, he was acting really dodgy, and even though he didn't kill anyone, maybe through, further investigations and interviews with them, they would find that, oh, actually they did perform armed robbery on someone on that same day. And so they were solving a few other crimes. Some were crimes that they didn't even know had happened, but sadly they weren't getting too much closer to solving this, child killer case. They did uncover a huge child material ring, should we say, that they ended up closing down, arresting dozens of people for that. They interviewed every single owner, absolutely anyone who owned an AMC Gremlin in Oakland County, but they didn't seem to be making real headway on the case. That is until a few weeks after Timothy's disappearance, a psychiatrist who was working with the investigation team, they received a letter in the mail that was full of spelling errors, and this letter was written by someone who called themselves Alan. And this Alan said that they were the BDSM slave of another person they called Frank, and said that Frank and themselves had both been in the Vietnam War, and that Frank was so traumatized by this war that he was determined on killing children, specifically children in certain, affluent neighborhoods, because he basically blamed these, middle-class people for voting him into the Vietnam War. And so this was a way to punish them and to get back at them, by killing their children, which is an absolutely wild story. Alan said in this letter that he was slowly losing his sanity, and he said he couldn't do this, any longer. He said he was helping Frank with these murders, and said he would testify against Frank and provide, evidence, provide DNA, provide photos and all of that, enough to convict Frank if he would be granted immunity. He then asked the psychiatrist to basically respond to him by printing in the Detroit Free Press that Sunday the exact words, "Weather Bureau says trees to bloom in 3 weeks." So, Alan could get the newspaper, he could read that and confirm confirm that his letter had been read. They then, through further exchanges, agreed to meet at a particular bar, to hopefully move forward with this evidence, with this conviction, finding out who Frank was, with getting more evidence. But after they arranged this, Alan failed to turn up, and he was never seen or heard from again. And one of the main suspects, I think, in this case was a bit strange. It was a convicted criminal, convicted in crimes against children, called Archibald Edward Sloan. And he was seen as a person of interest. He was investigated, and after searching his car, they found hair samples that matched some hair found on some of these children, the ones that had been killed. But this is the important part, they didn't match Archibald's DNA. So it wasn't Archibald's hair that they found, it was someone else's, a third party that somehow had hair on these murdered children and also in Archibald's car. So it seems likely, at least to me, that it was someone maybe Archibald knew, maybe someone that he lent the car to, or maybe someone who stole his car and used it for these crimes. Although that, I think, is a long shot, just because of the probability of it. Then there was another tip that said that Timothy had been abducted by 2 adults, 2 men, which might actually line up to the letter we had by Alan, Alan and Frank. And apparently one of these people looked a little bit like John Wayne Gacy, who was allegedly around Michigan around this time. So there's at least a slim chance it could have been him. There were obviously a few more suspects with the 18,000 tips. None were super substantial. There wasn't too much evidence for any one suspect in particular. And so this absolutely horrific collection of murders, for some reason it's always worse when it comes to children. They have never been solved, and we don't know who did these killings and attacks still to this day. Occult theories about Francis Bacon. Now, this guy is insanely fascinating, and I could probably make an entire video just on him alone, just covering him, his life, his achievements and accomplishments and theories. It is all honestly completely fascinating. But just as a quick rundown of him, he was a bloody writer, philosopher, scientist, freethinker, religious thinker and advocate, statesman, politician, lawyer, economist, judge, and a pretty nifty tactician, as well as many, many more things. And he, in the 1600s, served in many different parts of the government, served in councils, and was one of the favourite men of King James I of Scotland, England and Ireland. And we won't get too much into some of the political government positions that he held, as there are honestly just too many to cover in this short video. But before we get into the substantial stuff, one interesting fact that I discovered about him was that his father, Sir Nicholas Bacon, married a woman who was Francis Bacon's mother, but she was originally called Anne Cook. And so if Francis had taken both his parents' names, as a double barrel or joint name, he might very well have been Francis Cook Bacon, which I just thought was hilarious. But he was a fantastic philosophical thinker, scientific thinker, constantly pushing the scientific process of rational thought, of deduction and experiments, and not taking knowledge for granted, not assuming things. And this in the modern age is pretty standard, but back then in the 1600s, where there was tons of, propaganda, people had crazy beliefs about witches and voodoo and superstitions and, traditions, and some of which were important. But Francis Bacon advocated for basically questioning everything. And even though he himself was very religious, he often advocated for the fact that we could not know God, or rather we could not know about the existence of God, except through deduction and kind of the scientific process, and reason and argument. So he was saying to people, don't assume God exists. We must reason our belief, and he clearly reasoned it because he did believe in God. But even something like that, he wasn't, giving it for free. Even God had to pass through his rigorous logic gate. And as well as all that, he also played a pretty key role in the foundation of a bunch of US states, most notably being Virginia, Carolina, and Newfoundland. With Newfoundland even going so far as to create a stamp with Lord Bacon's face on it, commemorating him in 1910, and with Thomas Jefferson writing that Bacon, Locke, and Newton are the three greatest men that have ever lived, without any exception, and as having laid the foundation of these superstructures, which have been raised in the physical and moral sciences. So Thomas Jefferson himself puts Bacon up there with Locke, who we discussed, kind of the founding father of free will, or, individual freedoms, freedom of speech, freedom of choice, etc., and the scientific mastermind that was Newton. But he was terrible with money most of his life, and so even though he earned quite a bit relatively, he was in pretty decent positions, he had a decently wealthy family, he was still in debt no matter how much he earned. And so eventually, later on in his life, he ended up dying of pneumonia after suddenly getting this erratic, this crazy idea. He had this idea to test refrigeration, basically, and it was known at the time that, putting things in the cold helped preserve them for longer, whether that was dairy products or meat or anything else really. But there had never really been a rigorous kind of scientific test for it, and that's what Francis wanted to do. And so he went out into the cold one night, he got all of this snow, he asked a local to, kill a chicken, to pluck its feathers, to take its insides out, and he got this snow, put it inside the chicken, and his idea was to, note down absolutely everything, all the details about this experiment, and see, roughly what the temperature was, how different temperatures affected how long something lasted for. And so that was his plan anyway. But in going out into the cold, in, touching all of this snow, he ended up developing pneumonia, and then he was taken to a house, put in a bed to rest, and apparently this bed itself was pretty cold, it was pretty damp in the house, and so that just made his pneumonia even worse, and then he eventually ended up dying from pneumonia. And when he died, he left behind the equivalent of like £2.5 million, which is what, I don't know, just under $4 million or something. But he had debts of around £4 million. So like probably $5.5–6 million. So even though he had millions to his name, his debts were still greater. And as I said, this is a short summary of Francis Bacon's life, of his achievements, of his history, etc. So you can imagine what a full video would be like. I could honestly go on for days about him. But this entry is regarding the occult theories surrounding him, as he was well known, obviously, to be into science and politics, etc. But there are theories surrounding him saying that he was actually also into the occult, into black and white magic, into stuff like alchemy, and that these two things kind of worked off one another. So what he learnt from magic and alchemy, etc., actually helped him develop some of his, regular scientific theories, and what he learnt while doing science helped him discover more about the world of occult, the world of magic and mysteries. But this was never proven. It is just a theory, albeit a very, very interesting one. And there were also theories saying that he was a member of a secret society, whether that was the Freemasons or the Rosicrucians, and that a lot of this debt that he had was actually because he was funding, scientific, occult, magical experiments within, say, Freemasonry. And so he was developing all of this dark knowledge for these secret societies. And that was what he was spending all of his money on. There's another theory that says that he faked his death, and after his supposed death, he traveled around Europe writing under the name of Comte de Gabalis, and was actually another character who we covered in a previous entry, that being Count Saint Germain, a mysterious figure who around this time traveled around Europe, met with rich and powerful people, and who apparently had unlimited knowledge on basically any subject you can think of. Of course, nobody knows who this Count Saint Germain was, but this theory says it was Francis Bacon. And Saint Germain himself was around in like the late 1600s, so it's 1684 to be precise, which means Francis Bacon, if he faked his death and was, acting as this character, would have been 123. But this was explained by saying that Francis Bacon had basically evolved and became enlightened through his, religious worship, and he was basically like a Buddha figure that had risen above life and death, except instead of being in Buddhism, he was in Christianity, which, if you ask me, is one hell of a theory. There are also some theories suggesting that Francis Bacon was Shakespeare, as we don't really fully 100% know the identity of Shakespeare, which is a very cool mystery in and of itself, but that is a mystery for another day. The odor of sanctity is a mostly undocumented phenomenon where saints and holy people, when they die, are said to kind of give off this special smell. And it's not all saints, and it's not only saints. Some are said to smell quite unique, kind of like an undescribable smell or something herbal or minty. Some have said to have smelled like roses. And these smells, according to certain accounts, certain reports, have said to have spread through entire huge areas, such as in one case, an entire monastery. The old Saybrook blockheads. These strange aliens, which I covered in my alien iceberg. Check it out down below if you like aliens. But they are back in this mystery iceberg, and they were these strange creatures spotted in Connecticut in 1957, and they were seen by a lady named Mrs. Mary Starr, who was awoken in the middle of the night. She got out of her bed, she went to look out of her window, and out of her bedroom window in the garden was this insanely bright light, like floodlights or headlights or something, and when she looked out there, she saw this strange craft hovering in her garden, and inside the craft, she said she saw these tiny little strange creatures. They looked kind of like thumbs, I would say, with like this baggy or blobby sack-like skin, and glass cubes for heads with these tiny little strange spheres inside of them. And holy hell, these are some weird-ass looking beings. But she continued watching them through her window. They eventually left, they just flew off in their craft into the night, never to be seen again. But as to what exactly they were or might have been, I'm not really sure. Let me know your thoughts on this one down below, but definitely one of my favorite alien sightings and one of the weirdest looking creatures that I've covered. The Pittsburgh serial killer was a serial killer who killed a man and 4 women in Pittsburgh, California, not Pennsylvania, in 1998 and 1999. And none of these cases were ever solved. They were 27-year-old Michael Tan, who was found dead in a ditch, and he was actually a resident of Concord, which is like the next town over, roughly 20 minutes away. Police identified him. They then went back to his apartment to look for evidence, to look for clues, and they saw that his apartment had basically been robbed, been ransacked, and so it was theorized that he was there when it was being robbed, and he had an encounter with the burglar, and so this probably, most likely, led to him being killed. Then there was Lisa Diane Norrell, who was a 15-year-old girl who initially went missing after leaving a quinceañera class, and she was found a week later, strangled to death and left near a highway. Then they found 27-year-old adult worker Jessica Frederick, who was stabbed to death and dumped near a roadside. And there was also 32-year-old Rachel Cruz, who was again strangled to death and left in a ditch. And finally, 27-year-old Valerie Dawn Schultz, whose body was also again found in a ditch. And these killings, these murders from first to last, was only around like 2 months or so. And when police started their investigations into these killings, they found at least 2 sightings of a man who was one of the last people seen with these murder victims, or in one case was actually witnessed attacking another adult worker, but this adult worker managed to, get away, avoid any massive serious injuries. And so the man in that case was never stopped or approached. And this man was described as a dark-skinned man, likely Hispanic or Samoan, they said. He was between 30 and 40 years old, weighed more than 100 kilos, or almost 16 stone, and had thick, dark, and wavy hair. He also, according to some of the witnesses, drove a dark vehicle, although the details are a little bit sketchy on that part. But as I said, none of these cases were ever solved. Police did investigate several people in relation to these murders, but with all of them, upon further investigation, there was no, solid, concrete evidence for any of them. And so even though a bunch of people were arrested, none of them were ever charged or convicted. And just an aside on this, as I was reading through this case, one of the suspects that they, suspected of doing these killings was a man named Philip Garrido and his wife, Nancy Garrido, both of whom were free during the time of the attacks, so they were potentially able to have done these. But when they were being considered for the crimes in 2009, so 10 years later, by this point they were already serving incredibly long sentences in jail for the kidnapping of 11-year-old JC Dugard. And because the case of JC Dugard isn't an unsolved case, I don't think I'll have the opportunity to cover it on this series, but because of just how insane it is, I will quickly cover it in this entry. But this was the case of JC Dugard, who was kidnapped by Nancy and Philip when she was just 11 years old. And the couple kept Nancy in their back garden in a special soundproof little hut that they made, and they handcuffed her to a bed, and Philip over the years repeatedly abused her at least once, if not multiple times a week. And JC eventually gave birth to his kids. Philip got her pregnant, and she gave birth to the first kid when she was only 14 years old, and the second one when she was 17. And Philip was only caught when years later, after these, babies had grown up into children, he took them both, one 12 years old at this time and one 15, and he went firstly to the FBI office in San Francisco and left them a full-page essay, basically exploring and explaining his religious thoughts and how he had solved his sexual proclivities and that he was basically cured, and this is how I cured it. And he was basically asking the FBI to read through it and to use his experiences to cure other offenders. And yeah, it's an absolutely nutso thing to do, but I would expect nothing less from this Philip. But he then took these 2 girls to the University Berkeley in California, and he went up to the campus police. He was basically trying to arrange an event where he would, maybe set up a table, set up a stall on campus. He would discuss with some of the students his religious beliefs about God and how to find God and what it meant to him, etc. And so after he left the meeting, she had a background check done on him, and she found that Philip was a convicted sex offender who was at this time actually on parole for kidnapping and abusing females. So this lady thought it's a bit strange that he's with these 2 young girls as well. He's still on parole. She thought everything just seemed a bit off, and the girls also, were a little bit nervous, a little bit awkward, something just wasn't right. And so after setting up a second meeting with Garrido, the police and parole officers eventually went around his house, and they searched the house, apparently not too well, because they only found Philip Garrido, his wife Nancy, and his elderly mother. But since he had broken a few of his parole terms, they basically told him to come into the parole office office the next day and to bring these two girls that he was at the university with. He told them that everything was above board. He had permission to, bring these two girls from the girl's mother, who was, according to him, a family relative. And so the next day, he went with himself, his two daughters, which sounds weird, and their mother, JC Dugard, who was, while they were in the police station, going by the name Alyssa. And JC, by this point in time, 18 years into this horrible abduction, this abusive connection, I wouldn't even say relationship she had with Philip and Nancy. And considering she was only 11 when she was taken, I think Stockholm Syndrome started to, set in pretty heavily by this point, as there were multiple occasions of her actually leaving the house on her own and not saying anything to anyone, not trying to escape. She would also, over the years, work at Philip's company, and she would, answer phone calls, take orders, try and arrange help for the customers. And by all the accounts of people who spoke to her, people who knew her, she seemed fairly level-headed, friendly, professional. Like, it didn't seem like she was in a hurry to, escape. And that is likely, I think, in my opinion, due to some form of Stockholm Syndrome, where in her head, it's just become so normalized. Like, even the thought of escaping maybe didn't even, occur to her. Maybe she thought it was too risky, and so she had accepted this life that she found herself in. And so, even while she was in the police station and Philip was taken away and there was no possible chance of her, getting in trouble or having to stay with Philip, she still kept up this lie. She said, yes, her name was Alyssa, and these were her two daughters, and she was escaping, an abusive relationship halfway across the country. And she said she knew about Philip's, dark history, maybe, but she tried to convince them that he was a good man now. He was a changed man, he was honorable, and so she trusted him with her kids. She said she came to Philip, she was in trouble, and Philip, being the, white knight that he was, agreed to house JC and her children in his house, albeit in the back garden. But yeah, that's more or less the story she was running with. But then, all of a sudden, Philip just came clean with everything. He said, yes, me and my wife did take 11-year-old JC. We took her, those kids in the other room, those are also my kids. And he basically just, everything came out. And when he came clean about this, the police approached JC and said, look, we know your name is JC. We know that you were taken when you were a kid. We know the whole story. And this basically pushed JC to also come clean with it. And yeah, then JC and her kids were free. Philip was then arrested, charged, convicted, and sentenced to 431 years in prison, which is not long enough if you ask me. And I do hope the fellow inmates have been treating him properly in prison, for all of the messed up stuff that he did. But on JC's side, she actually seemed to come out of this situation mostly okay. It's quite impressive, quite surprising seeing this, but for something that absolutely could have completely broken and destroyed most people, she's, come out of it fairly positive. She seems to have maintained her sanity throughout the years, and she has two lovely, wonderful kids. She then, after this, went to live with her mother, and so the whole family was together. And yeah, it's honestly a really amazing, fantastic thing to see. That as bad as Philip was, he still couldn't break JC's spirit. Philip's wife as well, Nancy, she, for all of these crimes, also got 30 or 40 years in prison, I think. So at her age, it's more or less a life sentence. Let's hope she doesn't get out early or, get out on parole. But one of, I think, the more messed up things in this case is the fact that Philip was a repeat offender. And he admitted that he would regularly park his car outside of schools, high schools, elementary schools, and watch the young girls come in and out of school while he was touching himself. He was also charged with assault and supplying of substances to a a 14-year-old girl in 1972, but he was never convicted of this because the girl decided not to testify. Then, a few years later, he married a woman named Christine Murphy, who accused him of repeated domestic violence, and he then kidnapped her when she threatened to leave him. Then, a few years after this, he kidnapped and repeatedly abused. Again, we always use the word abused, but I hope you know what it actually means. It's just YouTube censorship isn't too kind with that word. But yeah, he kidnapped and repeatedly intimately abused, shall we say, 25-year-old Catherine Calloway, and was only caught when a police officer happened to be driving by. It was outside of this warehouse. He saw Philip's car there and he thought, it's a little bit strange. And then he saw the lock on one of the doors had been smashed open. So he went to the door, went to investigate, knocked on it. Catherine came running out and Philip was arrested and charged. And so for this, he was sentenced to 50 years in prison. And while in prison, he actually met and married his future wife and, co-conspirator of his crimes, who was, of course, this lady named Nancy. But even though being sentenced to 50 years in prison, he was let out on parole after serving just 12 years. And then 3 years later, he and his wife, in broad daylight, just in the morning, as JC was on her way to school, they drove by, they stopped JC, maybe to ask her for the time or for directions or something, and then through the window they tased her, dragged her into the car, and then sped off. And this abduction was witnessed by several children, by several of the parents, and by JC's stepfather himself, a few of which tried to, make chase, tried to follow this car, but ended up losing it. And so at the time, despite having, a fairly decent search, JC and this car were never found. And an even crazier thing about this case is how no one found JC even throughout the years. Because Philip was a registered sex offender, he was on parole, and so he had multiple visits by law enforcement people, by parole officers, and none of them apparently ever saw JC living in the back garden. One time he was actually reported for having people living in his back garden, and officers came round and kind of looked around a bit, but then said, sir, do you know it's an offense to keep people in your house without registering them? And he was like, yeah, whatever. And then they basically just left it at that. And on several occasions, JC was actually seen by, social workers or parole officers. And they would be like, there's a registered sex offender who probably isn't allowed anywhere near a school or children. And there's just this random young girl running around the house. And they were like, who is that kid? And then Philip would just say, oh, it's my brother's kid. It's my niece. She's staying for the weekend. And on multiple occasions, they would never follow up on this. Even though if they had called his brother and said, we're just double checking that you have a kid and you have let Philip look after your kid, they would have found out that Philip's brother never had kids. So it's an incredibly wild case. Very tragic, very disappointing from the law enforcement people. A massive failure, I would say, on the judicial system, like being let out on parole after only 12 years for all of the things that he did. Like, I totally get what parole is meant for. If you've had like business fraud or tax crimes, or you were like homeless one time and robbed a store, but like you have no history of being violent, you have no other crimes, it was kind of a one and done thing in, one of your worst moments, like that for me is the sort of thing you give parole for. But giving parole after only 12 years to a repeated, dangerous, violent sex offender, that is just complete and utter madness. But that was a long ramble. As I said, we're not even supposed to be covering this case, but I just thought it was too wild not to talk about. But as for the original case that we were covering, the Pittsburgh serial killer, Philip and Nancy Garrido were, never charged for them. They were only kind of minor suspects in them. But the serial killing case as a whole, as well as the 5 individual cases involved in it, were sadly never solved. Parando's paradox is Well, I'm not really sure how this is a mystery, but I'll explain it quickly anyway. But this is a paradox where you can have two losing games. But if you play these games together, or you alternate between them, the entire thing makes a winning game, which I guess is the paradox. You know, you have this game, which you always lose money in, this game, which you also always lose money in. But by combining them, somehow you are guaranteed to make money. And I know that doesn't really make much sense, but let me just explain a little bit. So say you have game A, where it's very simple. You just flip a coin, and if it's tails, you lose, heads, you win. But this coin is a little biased, and it actually lands on tails 55% of the time. So if you play this game over a long period of time, obviously you're guaranteed to lose with only 45% chance at a flip. And that is game A. Pretty simple so far. Then you have game B, which is a little more complicated, but game B basically alternates your coin between a coin that only wins 10% of the time and a different coin which instead wins 75% of the time. And which coin you get for game B is decided by the value of your current winnings. And we won't get too much into the details about the actual numbers for this, because I think it just unnecessarily complicates things. But if you played game B on its own, you would have roughly a 50-50% chance for each coin, and these numbers would add together so that you are also losing in this game. But if you combine the two games and you use game A to strategically manipulate your winnings, you can then also strategically have a higher or lower chance of a certain coin in game B, meaning you can basically manipulate having the better coin in game B, which would result in overall a winning game. And if you didn't get any of that, it's completely fine. It is a complicated paradox to explain in like 30 seconds with very little visuals, but I always like entries with maths and logic, and so I did really enjoy this one. It is a bit counterintuitive. That being said, I don't know where the mystery comes in for this one, but it is still a super fun idea regardless. The person from Porlock is a very quaint, interesting one, but this involves a man named Samuel Taylor Coleridge, and he was a writer in the 1700s, and one day he was writing a poem named Kubla Khan, which he said just came to him in a dream, or possibly in an opium trip, which is a hilarious but very important bit of detail. But yeah, dream, opium trip, you can't really remember which one it was. This poem came to him in this state, and he kind of got up, he was writing out this poem, and while he was writing it out, this strange person, this strange being or creature appeared to him, and they said they were on business from Porlock, and this being then took Samuel away for like over an hour before eventually returning him to his room. But by that point, all of the passion and memory he had for this poem had simply vanished, and he could no longer finish writing the poem. And so the term person from Porlock, man from Porlock, is sometimes said, sometimes used to describe someone who is, you know, interrupting the creativity or inspiration or, you know, artistic work. And so yeah, I've never heard it myself personally, but it should probably go without saying, even though I'm gonna say it anyway. Don't be a person from Porlock. Come on, you're better than that. The Pittsburgh protractors is a very strange one, but it's just these little protractors which are painted all around Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, not California, and nobody knows who painted them or why. There is actually a map created, and I'll link it below, but this map aims to kind of track and locate all of the protractors, with hundreds already being found and mapped on there. So it's a very cool, fun mystery, I think. Makes for a nice light change, you know, with all of these heavy, dark mysteries we're getting lately. But yeah, that is the Pittsburgh protractors. Relisha Rudd was an 8-year-old girl who went missing in DC, or Washington, DC, in 2014. And she was staying with her mum at the time at the DC General Shelter, which was at one point the largest homeless shelter in the entire United States. And while she was there with her mum, she was was approached by one of the janitors. And this was, they would later come to find out, the former felon known as Khalil Tatum. And Khalil was known in the shelter for being like a bit of a creep. He was often a little too forward with some of the, residents there. He would often be flirting with a bunch of the females, especially some of the younger females. But over time, he started to get more and more friendly with Relisha and her mother. He bought Relisha a tablet for her to use, and he took her to see Disney on Ice, which it's like Mother of the Year award. Like, just lets her 8-year-old daughter go off for the entire day with the felon janitor to see Disney on Ice. But eventually Khalil convinced Relisha's mother to let him take Relisha out for an entire night, which was apparently like a sleepover with Khalil's granddaughter. So I guess this was supposed to be like, a fun sort of get away for the night, get out of this homeless shelter, have a little sleepover with someone her age. But after her mum let her go with Khalil, she was never seen, at least by her family, ever again. And what's really weird during this investigation is her mum never actually reported her missing. That was done by the school after she failed to turn up for 30 days. And when the school contacted her mother to ask about this, Relisha's grandmother actually ended up sending through a letter to them saying basically that Relisha was ill, she was, poorly, and that's why she wasn't in school, and she was in the care of Dr. Tatum, which is very weird. Calling him a doctor, felon Tatum might have been more accurate. But the school wasn't fully convinced by this. They said, okay, we need to arrange a meeting with this Dr. Tatum. And they did contact Tatum. They arranged a meeting, but when Khalil failed to turn up, the school then contacted the police. And so police started an investigation. They started a search, as I said, 30 days after she was last seen. And during this investigation, they found video evidence from a Holiday Inn of Khalil kind of walking down the hallway with Relisha. Then, a few days later, they found more video evidence of Khalil and Relisha in another hotel motel. And after this second video, that was the last time that Relisha was ever seen. And so, what had Khalil been up to in this time? Well, as far as the timeline goes, initially Relisha was missing, but nobody knew she was missing. So day 1, she goes off with Khalil. It's around day 9, 10, 11 when she was seen on video footage with Khalil, at these hotel motels. And then just one day after this, Khalil was seen on camera in a store purchasing a shovel and extra strong black bags and quicklime. And then 20 days later, the school called the police, reported her missing, but it was on the 20th of March, basically on the same day that the school reported her missing, that a woman named Andrea, who was actually Khalil's wife, was found dead in a hotel room, having been shot in the head. And then 11 days after this, Khalil himself was found shot in the head with the same gun he used on Andrea, and that was basically how the case ended. Now, I say he shot Andrea because the evidence is pretty clear there, I think. He was seen on CCTV footage walking with Andrea into that hotel room the night before. But there are some theories to say that a third party killed Andrea, and then they also killed Khalil. But this is, I think, just mostly speculation, as there's no real evidence to support it. But the mysteries about this case, I think, in my opinion, are one, why did Relisha's mother never, report her missing or contact the police unless she had something to do with it? Maybe she was selling Relisha or giving her away either in exchange for money or something, or as a way in her mind to give her a better life. Maybe she thought, I'm homeless, I don't want my kid to grow up homeless, and if Khalil had promised to give her a better life, then maybe Relisha's mum fell for it, although still a terrible mother in my opinion. And also the question of what happened to Relisha. There was no official body ever found, so it is still possible, I suppose, that she is alive. But with Khalil, very likely killing his wife and then himself, and also with him buying a shovel and black bags the day after Relisha was last seen. It honestly doesn't look too good, but wherever Relisha is right now, I hope she's at least in a better place. Ricky McCormick was a man found in 1999 in a field who was apparently dead for quite some time, but most importantly had in his pockets 2 notes written seemingly in a strange language or encrypted in code, and still to this day, despite our best efforts, they have yet to be deciphered. And just a bit of background into Ricky, but he was a 41-year-old man, he was single at the time, he had 4 kids, and was legally disabled due to some heart and lung conditions. He was also an ex-felon who had done time for, statutory sexual conduct, and so at the time, he was jobless, he was on disability, and it's unclear how he died, who killed him, why, but when he was found, as I said, he had these codes in his pocket. Some people think these codes are just like the ramblings of a crazy man, as apparently Ricky couldn't even write his own name, so it might just be like, just random letters scribbled down, it might just be pure nonsense. Or some people think he was involved in some sort of criminal ring, and so these were, maybe an encoded list about buyers and sellers and contacts and times and appointments. Or some people think it might be train times, like instructions to Ricky, like a journey that he needed to take. Or there is like an endless amount of theories people have. I'll leave the link down below. People have come up with like dozens of theories and different versions of this being decoded and what the letters mean and the orders of them and all of that. One theory that always seems to fit these cases are it might be aliens, always a good solution. And despite the actual FBI analyzing these codes through the CCRU, or Crypto Analysis and Racketeering Records Unit, they have still yet to be solved and remain undeciphered. Rongo Rongo is the name of this potential form of writing found on various artifacts on Easter Island in and around the 1800s. And just like the previous entry, there have been many attempts at deciphering this language, but none have been successful thus far. And this Rongo Rongo is likely based on something called Rapa Nui, and I'm not sure if I'm pronouncing that correctly, but it's one of the old languages on Easter Island, vaguely related to Tahitian. And although we can generally see what a lot of these symbols are, based on or derived from, a fish, a man, another man with really long squiggly arms, we don't really know what these symbols mean, more directly. Just like if you take Egyptian hieroglyphs, for example, this symbol is clearly a human head, but it doesn't always mean head. It can often mean, in this example, neglect or being left behind. And so with these Rongo Rongo symbols, we're not entirely sure what they specifically translate into. And the writing method for this Rongo Rongo was very strange, but also very unique and interesting. But it is written in something called reverse Boustrophedon, meaning you'd read, say in English, from top left to right, you'd read the first line like normal, and then the second line would be upside down and backwards. So you'd read the first one like, fairly normal, and then for the second line, you would flip the whole thing upside down and you would follow it round like a snake and then read it that way. So it's quite unique, quite interesting, a little inefficient and inconvenient, if I'm honest, having to turn the book round every single time for every single line. But yeah, a very cool, I think, piece of history, a very cool light linguistic mystery that still to this day remains a mystery, and we might actually cover some things similar to this in the upcoming archaeological iceberg. Ruggero Pascoli was the name of the father of the famous Italian poet Giovanni Pascoli, and when Giovanni was only 12 years old, Ruggero, his father, was on his way home in 1867, and he was, while in his horse-drawn carriage, shot dead by someone, and that case was never solved. The killer just performed basically like a hit and run, and the horse, because it was on a familiar route, it didn't really know what else to do, and so it just continued along its journey. And eventually, the horse and the carriage and Ruggiero, who was long dead by this point, arrived at the Pascoli home, along with 2 dolls that Ruggiero had brought home, which were intended to be gifts for 2 of his daughters. Giovanni said that this event basically changed his childhood, as you can imagine that it would. And he said that it affected in one way or the other, his outlook on life, his upbringing, his poetry and art. And in 2017, in order to honor both Giovanni and Ruggiero, this mosaic was created and installed at the site of the assassination that features Ruggiero's horse, this grey mare, looking backwards into the past as the past kind of breaks away, shatters, and this is supposed to represent both the journey that night and the attack, and how it kind of, broke the past, shattered Giovanni's childhood. And I think it is a very cool piece of art, a very cool project, but as far as the mystery goes, they never did, in fact, find out who shot Ruggiero on that fateful night. The Sea of Galilee stone structure is this thing, and I know it doesn't look like much, but it's a large stone or stone structure or mound or something like that. That length is estimated to be around the length of a Boeing 747, or like 70 meters. It was found 10 meters below water level, and the Sea of Galilee isn't even a sea. I mean, maybe it can be considered a sea, but it's more like a lake. But this stone structure was found underwater in 2003, and we actually know, strangely, very little about it. It's a massive outlier for everything else around the area at that time, and we don't know who made it, why they made it, when exactly they made it, as age estimates range from about 2,000 years ago to as far back as like 12 to 15,000 years ago. And they don't know whether it was a stone platform used for like ritual or worship or human sacrifice or something, or if it was just a platform maybe to stand on, maybe to have little meet and greets, or if this was some form of statue that, over the years maybe fell into disrepair, that was buried over time and slowly forgotten about under the water. And it's a fascinating mystery, I think. I always do really love these ones that involve like ancient civilizations, entire cities and populations and people that we know very little about, these entire separate, unique individual cultures. But yeah, hopefully one day we can excavate it, because it is apparently pretty hard with it being underwater, and maybe we can find some evidence of, who actually made this, the reasons they made it, maybe a little bit of background into their culture. And I know that is a long shot, it's a big ask, but it still might be possible. And just a quick note which I wanted to point out, in the article I read about this stone, it says, and I quote, "We see a society that was capable of organizing the construction of such a large structure. It's unique to transport these stones and unique to arrange them. You need to plan and mobilize people because they're too heavy to be carried by a single person," which is a lovely statement, but I don't really think they needed to make it clear that a single person wasn't capable of carrying a stone the size of a Boeing 747. But yeah, I just thought that part was quite funny. Moving on, the Servant Girl Annihilator was a very early serial killer that killed as many, if not more, than 8 victims in Texas in the late 1800s. And honestly, the headlines in those days were something else. Like, you just don't get writing like this anymore. But he killed 7 women and 1 man at least, and seriously attacked and injured several more, all in their homes, in their beds as they slept. And the women always seemed to be posed when they were killed, and some of them had a sharp object inserted into their ears, which is just horrific. And some of the theories surrounding this killer and the eyewitness testimonies are a little wild, to say the least. So he was reported as being either black or white with a dark complexion, or he was described as a yellow man, whatever that means, who was using charcoal dust in order to make himself look darker. Or there was also some witnesses who said they described him as a man in a dress, or he was just a man with a hat on, or a hat with a white cloth covering part of his face. There's a lot of different theories in this case, but some of the local black community, as well as those into, voodoo and magic, said that this was likely a white man who knew voodoo magic and who had voodooed himself in order to be invisible. And that was their explanation as to why none of the dogs had barked during these attacks. As several of the victims, several of their homes had dogs out back, dogs that would have barked at an intruder. And another theory was that this was the very same man who was known as Jack the Ripper in London, because these killings took place in 1884 and 5, which was just a few years before those of Jack the Ripper. So the theory is that, he killed these people in Texas and then maybe thought that police were, getting close, or he wanted a change of scenery. He went on a boat to London and then continued his killings over there. So as I said, certainly a mixed bag of theories and descriptions, and people also weren't sure if this was a lone killer or a duo, like tag team, or even an entire group of people. And so it seems like everyone was pretty much just in the dark about this. If you don't know if he's black, white, something in between, you don't know if it's a single person or 2 people or 10 people, you don't know if they wore a dress or a hat or if they were invisible. Like, it seems like they hadn't developed any sort of reliable profile whatsoever. But eventually people in these, certain areas, they started to be more watchful. They took turns patrolling the streets at night, keeping an eye out on things. And eventually, whether this was actually effective or not, these killings did stop. But even though they stopped, they were never solved, and the killer was never found. Shanxi Village was the tale, rumor, myth, legend of an entire village in the Shanxi region of China that apparently completely disappeared overnight. And because this was rural China like 40 years ago, the accounts and details and especially photographic evidence for this case are like basically non-existent. But the account goes, or the tale goes, that over 1,000 residents of this particular village were overnight completely disappeared. Now, whether that's they were all killed for some reason, or perhaps they were all moved out of their homes, given a bit of money, forced out by their government or by the army, that's not entirely clear. But the most, standard accepted explanation or version of this was that for whatever reason, this little rural village was swarmed by army personnel, and they basically told everyone, residents, children, adults, grandparents, cats, dogs, fucking iguanas, were all told that the government was taking over this village. They needed the space, and so everyone had to just leave their homes, move out, and they were relocated somewhere else. Now, if this is true, whether it was because the government wanted to maybe set up a military or nuclear base in these mountains, or they wanted it for some other purpose. Perhaps there was some strange craft that had landed nearby. We don't really know at this point. This mission was rumored to have a code name, Operation Nightcat, but that's about all the evidence we have for it. But it is a fairly interesting, fairly Men in Black, strange, alien, top secret government sort of case that, as with a lot of these ones, we will probably never find the answer to. The Shell Grotto in Margate is a grotto full of shells located in Margate. Yeah, but no, in all seriousness, this grotto, cave system, underground living space or workshop space or whatever it was is absolutely insane. It has hallways, doors, arches, ornate designs, a huge dome, and much, much more. All covered, basically every square inch in shells. And the best part, we have no idea when it was built, or who built it, or for what purpose. And it was originally, first, as far as we can tell, discovered in 1835, when a man named James Newlove and his son Joshua were just digging a pond in their garden, and they stumbled upon something. They didn't really know what it was, so they dug some more, they discovered more, and eventually, after more and more digging, they discovered the entire thing. They sent down excavators and explorers, and they eventually turned it into somewhat of a tourist attraction. You know, you would go down there, pay your penny or whatever cost it was, and you would get to see this massive shell grotto in its entirety. Now, as I said, we have no idea who built it or when they built it or why. There was a map drawn up in 1821, so 14 years before it was discovered, and this map contained properties, you know, houses, plots of land, buildings, basements, barns, sheds, etc., but made absolutely no mention of this grotto, so they clearly didn't know that it was there, nor can we find any earlier mention of this, or reference, or building plans, or anything. It's actually insane. Theories say that it might have been just like a secret project done by some rich guy, and I guess he built it in secret. He never really told anyone about it, he never published it, and so without any accounts of it, without any records or building plans, you know, as I said, it wasn't on any maps, we don't really know its origin. It likely was dug and built sometime around the 16th to 18th century, which I know is quite a wide time span, or some people say that it was like an ancient Roman temple, which would obviously put it a lot older than the 16th century, or some potential mining tunnels that, you know, someone discovered. They went down there, they cleaned them up, they decorated them with shells. There's honestly not a really good explanation for this. There are a bunch of like, kind of medium explanations, but overall, I absolutely love this one, and it looks incredibly beautiful. The Sherwood Forest, not the Sherwood Forest, which Google keeps bloody trying to correct me on, but the Sherwood Forest is a forest or swamp just off Route 70 in New Jersey that has an obscene amount of white shirts just hanging all over the place, and nobody knows why they're there or who put them there or when. And the exact time that these shirts were put up, as I said, isn't exactly clear, but it was sometime around perhaps the 17th of October 1999 when 17 shirts were discovered, hung up, and the people who found this thought that's a little strange, a little creepy, and a week went by, 2 weeks went by, even more shirts were put up, totaling now almost like 30 shirts just hung up around this forest. And yeah, perhaps one of the simplest, strangest, lightest mysteries on here. Very cool, mostly harmless, I would say, but that is the Sherwood Forest. The Skid Row Stabber was a person, very likely a man, who killed up to 12 people, mostly homeless men, in just a short time, around 3 months, between 1978 and 1979. The first murder was on the 23rd of October 1978 of a man named Jesse Martinez. Then, around 6 days later, Jose Cortez was found dead. Then the next day, Bruce Emmett Drake, and this list of victims just goes on, but basically every few days another victim was found dead on the streets of Skid Row, with all of them being stabbed to death, and almost all of them having no witnesses. Because there was one murder involved in this, the murder of David Jones, that actually had multiple witnesses. You know, a few of David's friends there at the time, and they were talking to a guy that went by the name of Luther, who they described as a black man in his 30s with a Puerto Rican accent. And then suddenly, this Luther just stabbed David and fled the scene. 3 months later, an inscription that read, "My name is Luther. I kill winos and put them out of their misery," was found in the toilet of a nearby bus terminal. But I personally am not entirely sure how kind of reliable that is. You know, whether this was just just someone messing with someone. Maybe they heard about the name given to the police, Luther. Or maybe this was actually the killer himself. Because as we all know, some killers just can't help talking, they can't help trying to get attention for themselves. But as far as suspects go, there was only really one serious suspect, and that was a man named Bobby Joe Maxwell. He was picked up in December of 1978 for the, and I quote, deviant behavior against homeless people. And when he was picked up, they A, found a knife on him, and B, he was just kind of messing with, the homeless people. So he was convicted of this. I don't think carrying a knife was illegal, but, running by, knocking over the cups of homeless people, smacking them on the head, just being a general menace to them, that was illegal. So he was arrested for this. He did a few weeks in jail and then was released. But in these weeks that he was in jail, no murders happened. I mean, murders happened, all around the world, all around the country, but I mean specifically these Skid Row murders stopped while he was in jail. And then, after he was released, 3 days later, the final victim, Luis Alvarez, was found stabbed to death. And so, with, all of this somewhat circumstantial evidence, he had a knife on him when he was found, he was messing with homeless people, the killings stopped while he was in jail, and the knife he had kind of matched the rough dimensions of the knife that was used on the victims. Because of all of this, police brought him in, they arrested him again, but this time on suspicion of him being the Skid Row killer. He had his place searched, his belongings seized, his knife and shoes, they took his shoe prints and fingerprints, they took his diary that he had, and from his diary, they were able to, get these handwriting specialists to do sort of like a breakdown of his handwriting, and they attested in court that the handwriting that was found in the bathroom of the bus terminal, the one that said "I am Luther and I kill winos," that this handwriting was similar enough to the handwriting in his diary for it to be a, fairly relevant match. Then there was another man named Sidney Storch, who was the cellmate of Maxwell for around 3 weeks, roughly a year before the trial. And he said that Maxwell repeatedly claimed to have done all of these killings and apparently described them in detail that only the police and the killer would have had. So it seems like a pretty open and shut case, except that most of this evidence was really just circumstantial. There was no DNA evidence of Maxwell at any of the scenes. There was no fingerprints of his on the bodies or hair samples or CCTV footage of, him doing something. The witnesses who said that they could confirm that Maxwell was at one of these scenes later said that they really couldn't confirm it and that they just felt a lot of pressure from the prosecution and said, yeah, it was probably this guy, but then maybe the prosecution told them, look, you've got to be certain, you've got to say this is 100% absolutely this guy, otherwise you're going to let a guilty man, a murderer, go free. So this pressure was later found out to have been put on the witnesses, and Sidney Storch, the informant who, spent 3 weeks with Maxwell, he was later found out to be a habitual liar and would often give false testimony in exchange for, several benefits, maybe a better cell, maybe some commissary money, cigarettes, donuts, sort of thing. And Maxwell, who repeatedly through all of this, he always maintained his innocence, said he didn't kill anyone, he didn't attack anyone, and he would repeatedly file for appeals to have his case and his sentencing dismissed. Now, I know most guilty people probably do also say that they're innocent and they do file for appeals, but it's just to say that he was charged for these crimes and actually sentenced at the time to 30 years in prison for 2 of these Skid Row killings. So fast forward to 2010, almost 30 years later, and his sentencing was eventually overturned for, the reasons I gave earlier. The judge thought that there just wasn't enough evidence to actually convict him originally, so they granted him a new trial, which this new trial found him not guilty and basically completely exonerated him, which is fantastic, I suppose, except for the fact that he had a heart attack around 6 months before the trial, before the new trial. And due to this heart attack, he fell into a coma and stayed in this coma until his death just last year. So it's a bit of a weird one, honestly. There is, in my opinion, some evidence for sure that points to Maxwell being the killer, but is it beyond a reasonable doubt? Is it enough to convict a man for life? I'm not really so sure on that one. And a bunch of the witness testimonies were, they were flimsy, they were flaky, unreliable. The physical evidence is all circumstantial. There was, I guess, one piece of forensic evidence against him, which was one of his handprints on a bench near where one of the murders was found. But again, that is also circumstantial, because if he's spending all of his time, around Skid Row, he's hanging out there, he's sitting on benches and, messing with people. Like, I never said he was a good guy. He was, being cruel to these homeless people. So it's somewhat expected that maybe his handprint would be, on a bench somewhere. And he absolutely could have done these murders. I'm not saying he didn't, but most of the evidence was just circumstantial. So it's a wild case. Did he do these killings? Did he not do them? Was it someone else? Was it perhaps more than one person? Let me know your thoughts down below. And just real quick, guys, if you are enjoying the video and you want to support the channel, then please give me a hand and hit the subscribe button and the like button. And yeah, why not the bell icon while you're down there? Or just comment below what your favorite mystery is. I don't know, but anyway, on to the next entry. The Stuart Gardner Museum heist. Heists. My favorite flavor of crime. But this took place in March of 1990, when 13 rare works of art were stolen from the Isabella Stewart Gardner Museum in Boston, and nobody was ever caught, and no pieces were ever found or recovered. And the heist started at around 1 in the morning on March 18th, when 2 police officers arrived at the museum saying that they were responding to a disturbance call, and told the security guards there that they just had to, pop in, take a quick look around, just make sure everything was above board, there was no heists or anything going on. And so they said their sergeant would, have a go at them if they didn't physically, see it with their own eyes. And so these museum guards said, all right, yeah, it's probably a false alarm, just take a look around, whatever. Except after being let into the museum, these officers revealed that they weren't really officers, but that they were heisters. In disguise, completely bamboozled. They handcuffed and restrained the museum security, and over the next hour or so, they proceeded to steal 13 works of art, totaling to over $500 million at least, because in today's money, that would be, worth even more. They also tend to go up in price if they are, more sought after or stolen for whatever reasons. So this heist could very well be worth, 750 million, maybe $1 billion. And I could honestly go on for days about all of the problems that this museum had, just in terms of security. And in fact, 8 years before this heist, the FBI actually uncovered a plot by certain people to rob this museum. So the museum found out about this, the FBI told them. They ended up putting in extra security. They put in some cameras, some footstep sensors. But because they were really, really lacking on funds as a museum, they had to be a bit kind of choosy about what they invested their security money on. So these cameras that they installed were only outside the museum. There was no cameras inside, but they did have inside, as I said, some motion sensors that could detect, human movement. And they also chose not to spend money on, some fancy schmancy communication technology. They didn't have any phones or form of communication kind of around the museum. They just had within the guard station a single panic button that would, set the alarms, contact the police, etc. And so when these heisters came in dressed as police, they didn't immediately just say, oh yeah, we're gonna heist the place. Like, they played it chill, they played it cool, they played the role of police officer well. They started making small talk with the museum guards. They actually kind of baited and lured one of the security guards out from behind the guard station and I don't know how this actually worked, but they basically started to accuse one of these museum guards as fitting the description for a wanted criminal. So they just came into the museum, yeah, we're just going to take a look around, and then they were like, actually, you look like a robber or a murderer from, our database. And so the museum guard said, I'm not, obviously. And then the police heisters said, you'll have to prove that. Can we take a statement from you, with some of your details on, just so we can double check it back at the station? So, we won't have to arrest you, basically. And I guess the guard was like, fine, whatever. So he came out from behind the guard station, and he also put out a call to the other one who was at the time patrolling the museum for him to come back to the guard station as well. And then when they were both there, outside of the guard station, these heisters basically, bonked them over the head, restrained them, tied them up, threatened their families if they, put up any resistance, or if they told anyone about who they were or what they were doing. And then with them restrained, they then went on to take all of these artworks. They got paintings down from the wall, they smashed the frames on the ground, they cut, in some cases, they cut the actual artwork, so, irreparably damaging them, basically. And in other cases, they just cut the kind of attachments on the edge. So the artwork itself was still intact, but experts have since said that if they had actually rolled these up, that this would also have damaged them, just because in the process of rolling, you can kind of snap some of the oil paints, perhaps. So they took a bunch of this art and they most likely damaged at least some of it. Then, after they were done, they went into the guard station. They took the only CCTV footage of them, that was taken from outside of the museum, pointing down into the doorway that they came through. And so the only reason or way that we have any idea what these, robbers actually looked like was from the eyewitness testimonies of the museum guards, but also of a few people outside. Almost immediately after this heist, the museum ended up offering $1 million as a reward for the return, or some information resulting in the return, of at least one of these pieces of work. But since then, no one has taken them up on it. So over the years, they have increased this bounty or reward even more, with it now sitting at a sweet $1 million reward for, obviously, the return of any of these artworks, or information about where these pieces are that are worth at least $500 million. Someone did anonymously write in 1994, which was 4 years after the heist, and said that they would return these artworks if they were given a sweet $2.6 million and complete immunity. But the negotiations around this kind of dragged on a little bit. The FBI then got involved. I guess whoever wrote it in thought, it's getting a little risky. He didn't have immunity at the time, and so perhaps he thought if he kept messaging them, they would somehow find out where he is, find out where the artwork is, and then he would do a ton of prison time with no immunity. So because they cut off all contact, we still to this day don't know who these people were, where they went, where the artwork was stored, where it is now, if they even still exist to this day, the pieces of art, or if they were destroyed for some reason, getting rid of the evidence, burnt up, shredded, fed to crocodiles, what have you. And you can actually still visit this museum today, but since the artworks and the rooms and this whole museum was meant as a single project and a single collection, they thought it'd be a bit kind of weird and awkward to replace the artworks, with other paintings. And they also thought that it would take away from the collection if they just took the frames down. So what they ended up doing was leaving the frames up, or, putting them back up where they should have gone, leaving them empty, and so leaving the entire collection, the entire project still intact, just obviously missing the actual paintings for some of them. And in terms of trying to find a potential suspect for this. The investigators looked for people who perhaps didn't know too much about art, because the way in which these heisters, chose some of the art seemed to be quite random. They didn't take necessarily the most sought after or rare art. Like, yes, one or two pieces were, but as a whole, they took, some very useful and worthwhile ones, and then some other ones which were kind of, they're just kind of normal paintings. Because on one hand, they took, for example, the Concert by Johannes Vermeer, which is thought now to be the most valuable painting ever stolen. So they successfully stole the most valuable painting of all time, but they also stole some relatively, kind of worthless pieces of art, worth maybe a few $1,000s, which is nothing compared to the millions of dollars that some of these were worth. So if they knew a bit about art, if they knew, what they were doing, they could have gone and pinpointed the most pricey art pieces, and perhaps, very likely, they would have gotten away with over $1 billion heist. But it seems like they just kind of got lucky with this pricey piece of art, and just, I guess, decided to take a few that looked nice, maybe some big ones. Maybe they thought, oh, that's probably worth a lot of money, got paint on it. And so in terms of suspects, they weren't really looking too deeply into individual people. Like, a lot of the focus and a lot of these suspects were from organized crime, so gangs, mafia sort of thing. And one of the main organized groups, organized crime gangs, was from Massachusetts. And goddamn, that just appears in every single one of my videos. I cannot escape the Massachusetts curse. But they did, get some kind of rumors and whispers and kind of testimony that, oh, I knew a guy who knew a guy whose brother said he was involved in this heist or something. And most of this was within the organized crime gangs. But also, most of these culprits, most of the people they say were involved, or perhaps had organized this, or, was the driver for the heist, or in fact was one of the actual fake policemen. A lot of those people have since died over the years, and still none of the artworks have turned up. So sadly, I think the odds of us retrieving any of these, priceless, or I guess there is a price on some of them, but any of these rare, incredibly unique, beautiful pieces of art is probably quite low. But as I said, I do always love a good heist, and maybe I'll do a heist iceberg sometime in the future. Suzanne Lyle was a 19-year-old girl who went missing from Albany, New York in 1998, and Suzanne had just finished her shift at Babbage's, which was a place where she worked, basically like an old computer or gaming store. She closed the store, she boarded the bus, the one that she regularly got from her work going back to her university's campus. And we know roughly her movements at this time because a classmate said that they saw her, they witnessed her getting off this bus at around 9 o'clock at night. And despite the bus stop only being like really a short distance away from her dorm, Suzanne was sadly never seen again. The next morning, Suzanne's boyfriend called Suzanne's parents, asking if they had seen her, if they had heard from her, as he said she hadn't returned from last night, and he or any of his friends just hadn't heard from her. So the parents then contacted the campus police. They checked on her room. They found Suzanne's belongings, like, her glasses, her hairdryer left on the bed. It didn't look like Suzanne had run away. She hadn't packed anything, any of her essentials, any clothes. And the campus police at the time suggested just kind of waiting a little while, before officially reporting her to the police as missing. As they said, this is university, she's a college kid, AWOLs among college students, university students are quite common. And so the parents kind of reluctantly waited just a little bit. Then, and this wouldn't be found out until, a few days later, but on the day that they figured out that she was missing, in the afternoon, there was $20 taken out of an ATM using Suzanne's card. And this ATM was near campus, and apparently, according to Suzanne's boyfriend, only Suzanne herself and her boyfriend knew the PIN code to this card. And the next day, with Suzanne still not turning up, and, with her missing all of her classes, even a midterm exam that she had scheduled, it was then that the campus police went, okay, this is clearly unusual. So they then called the real police and they reported her missing. They did searches of the campus, nothing turned up. They put posters and flyers out and around. They conducted a few interviews with some classmates, perhaps people that had seen her get off the bus, but nothing substantial surfaced. And Suzanne's boyfriend at the time, Richard Condon, who was obviously a suspect at the time, because as you know from these sorts of cases, it is normally, family members or significant others. And the fact that he was, one of the only people with the PIN to Suzanne's bank card made him clearly a prime suspect. But there was one problem with that, in that he seemed to have a completely solid alibi for the entire evening and night. And that was that he was basically playing video games with a friend all, afternoon, all throughout the evening, deep into the night, and he was there the entire time. His friend attested to this, and so unless his friend is just completely lying, which that is always a possibility, this meant that the boyfriend was seemingly innocent. And strangely, that's about as far as the investigation went. There was no real, super motives for this, outside of someone just kidnapping Suzanne. But it's not like she was a political figure, and so there was a giant motive, or like she was a business owner, or had wealth somewhere, or had some sort of a life insurance policy. She had no real enemies. She was just a smart, nerdy kid in school, just working away, doing her classes, taking her exams. There seems to be no real motive outside of someone just, doing a crime of opportunity. They see a girl on her own, walking alone, and that is, I think, in my opinion, very likely what happened. But months later, after basically no updates, no clues, no discoveries, nothing, there was a single clue found, and that was Suzanne's name tag that she wore at work, and that she would have been wearing on the night that she disappeared, and this was found in the parking lot near the bus stop that she was last seen at. And by the looks of it, it was, old, beaten, dirty, cracked. So the investigators surmised that it had probably fallen off for some reason that night and had remained on the floor and was, driven over multiple times, cracking it, damaging it, but that they couldn't really get any DNA from it. There was no clues, no, anything like that. And so as far as the timeline goes, it seems very, very likely that Suzanne did get on that bus that night, and she made her entire journey without, incident. She got off at this particular bus stop, but from there, we don't really know exactly what happened. The name tag itself was found in the opposite direction she would have had to walk if she were, going straight back to her dorm. So it's hard to say why Suzanne walked the other way. Did she meet someone at the bus stop that she knew, perhaps? And they were like, oh yeah, come, let's just grab a late night milkshake or something. And so she walked with them before being abducted. Or did someone lie to her and say, hey, I'm the father of, one of your friends. Can you come over here for a second? I've got, something to show you. Or was she perhaps going somewhere on her own before she went back to her dorm? Maybe she wanted to take a walk around. Maybe she was meeting someone that we don't know. Maybe she decided to visit a shop or something on the other side, as the bus stop itself was somewhat public, and it is possible that whoever attacked her could have been on the bus, or they could have been at the bus stop waiting for her, and then as soon as she got off, as soon as the bus drove away, they maybe pulled out a knife, threatened her, and so she went with them the opposite way of her dorm. And so that's the theory surrounding that. But the other strange thing is that, as I said, she withdrew $20 from an ATM just the next morning or, afternoon. And we know that it was very likely her, because only she and her boyfriend knew the PIN, and her boyfriend seemingly had a solid alibi, for the night that she went missing and for the next day. And so it's like you have these two theories that neither of them really line up properly. You know, if she did run away, then she might have taken out money herself. But in that case, why wouldn't she take out more money? And why wouldn't she leave, you know, at a normal time, run away from home, pack her bags, that sort of thing? And if she was abducted, why would the killer only withdraw $20? Like, surely he would say, oh, yeah, I need some money, take out 100 or 200 from your bank account. Like, why risk there being cameras around there? You know, you can potentially get caught, all just for $20. Unless maybe it's like a strange combination of the two where she was abducted, but the abductor made her take out only $20, you know, to make it look like she ran away and she was the one withdrawing it. So I'm not really sure on all of that. So a very strange case overall, a very tragic one as well, I would say. It's very unlikely that she made it back to her dorm on that night. As I said, the most likely scenario is that she was taken somehow from the bus stop, and sadly, to this day, there's no further evidence, and we don't know what happened to Suzanne on that night, or if she is even still alive, or whether she will ever be found. And reading into, you know, the life of Suzanne, how she was as a person, as a student, she seemed like a very good kid, you know, a very smart kid. She was working in a computer store, and so she loved all of this, you know, putting bits and bobs together, electrical science or whatever it's called, building computers, programming them. She was a massive nerd in, you know, the best of ways, and was someone who seemed to be truly, you know, going somewhere, destined for greatness, but her destiny was apparently cut short by whatever monster it was that ended up taking her. Tapuke Thunder is an interesting one, to say the least, but it is, or was, a truly amazing, legendary, powerful strain of the devil's cabbage, you know, the old wacky tobacco, the green giant, the bearded bud, the Mary Jane. It was that. But this strain was a particular strain that originated in Tapuke, New Zealand. This was in the 1970s, and it was said to be incredibly potent, incredibly high quality and satisfying, and it spread and grew in popularity for these reasons. Firstly across New Zealand, then soon across the entire world, but eventually, for whatever reason, it was apparently like smoked out of existence, you know, driven to extinction, and is now thought to be purely a thing of myth and legend, with no seeds or buds surviving to this day. And so there is apparently an urgent call to anyone who has any of these or has access to any of them to, you know, start growing it more, to maybe send it into a production area, I don't know the terms for it, but basically to bring it back from extinction so the people can use it and appreciate it all over the world. Teraphim is a simple one, but still a mysterious one. And these are these things, very likely idols or medium-sized statues or what have you, mentioned in the Bible a few times, but we're not entirely sure exactly what they were. They were theorized to represent like small household or family gods, or to connect a person, whoever it was, to their family or to their ancestors, and they weren't able to be legally transferred out of the family and could only change legal possession through familial inheritance. Meaning these were insanely important. You know, if it was in your family possession, you couldn't just get a super rich person just going around and buying all of these. Like, they had to legally stay within the family. They were thought to kind of channel, you know, the souls or emotions or blessings or whatever of your ancestors. And I think it's a very, very cool thing. But as I said, we're not exactly sure what they were. And this was all, you know, in the time of the Bible, in the Old Testament, which was a time where Yahweh seemed to be, you know, a or the dominant god, but he wasn't the only god. You know, households seemed to have minor family gods. Even towns and villages had their own, you know, god of the river, god of the mountain or the hill or whatever. Other tribes even had their own gods. Heck, even Hebrews in the early days of their religion had many gods, not just Yahweh, with Yahweh even having his own wife. But that was in the early days, and that is a super interesting story, but for another day. The Jester is the pseudonym of a guy or gal who is what is known as a grey hat hacker, which is someone that is sort of like chaotic neutral, I suppose. They mostly stay within the law, they mostly perform moral hacks, but they're a bit shady, their identities sometimes aren't known, sometimes they do, minorly break the law, but that was what Jester was classified as. And this Jester was known since around 2010. He said, or at least he was rumored to be ex-military, having apparently served in Afghanistan, and was known in general for going after anti-American companies or going after Islamic jihadist websites like the Taliban's official website in 2010, which I didn't even know they had an official website. That's just insane. As well as, for example, the Westboro Baptist Church, after they celebrated the death of a gay military serviceman. But even though the Jester has been somewhat active, somewhat vocal over the years, we still to this day don't know their official identity. The tomb of Antony and Cleopatra. Ancient Rome. My favorite flavor of ice cream. Time period. But a quick history lesson for those who don't know. We have Julius Caesar, very powerful man, took over Rome, married Cleopatra, more or less united Egypt and Rome, as, Cleopatra became the queen of Rome. So, big success, happy family. Then Julius Caesar gets assassinated, et tu, Brute. Am I using that right? So Cleopatra is lost, kind of confused. She decides for her own safety and security and that of her family to basically marry another powerful man, that being Mark Antony. And so then in the power vacuum of Julius Caesar's death, there ended up being a massive war for power in Rome, with Mark Antony being one of these contesters. But eventually, when Octavian, who was Julius Caesar's great nephew, he ended up basically winning this war and killing Mark and Cleopatra. Now, apparently he didn't kill them directly, he just destroyed them, destroyed their armies, made them surrender, and in some stories allowed them to choose their own death. And that's where the famous act of, Cleopatra choosing to die by snake poison. So I think there's some really cool paintings, images, depictions of this, with her just lying there and just snakes attacking her. But this entire mystery of Mark Antony and Cleopatra's tomb, where they were both buried in the end, is something that was never really solved. We think due to historical accounts like, for example, Plutarch, and some geographical and archaeological theories, that it might potentially reside somewhere around or on the island of Antirodos, and I'm not entirely sure how to pronounce that. I'm still not sure if that's the correct pronunciation, but this was a small island roughly nearby where Antony lived, at least while in Egypt, and near Cleopatra's palace, which due to an earthquake currently resides at the bottom of the ocean. So very cool. If I'll show you some photos of the finds down there. Very cool place to explore, I think. There's something always a little eerie, a little creepy with above water things like statues and temples and everyday items being discovered in this underwater tomb sort of place. Very strange, very eerie, but this is thought likely to be the location of the tomb. As I said, we don't officially know, as the tomb itself has never been discovered or found, but that is at least our best guess so far. The Tribeca disappearances is one hell of a mysterious case, and it involves the disappearances of many people in the Tribeca Mountains in Slovakia, also sometimes referred to as the Slovak Bermuda Triangle. And this case takes us all the way back to 1929, when the first person named Stefan Samseli disappeared during a snowstorm, which okay, there's nothing unusual so far. Could just be, nature. People disappear all the time in snowstorms. Then the following year, 18-year-old Maria, and I'm gonna have one hell of a time pronouncing this name, but it is Maria Shvajarova. But she disappeared while she was out running an errand, and she was never found. Then there was Walter Fisher in 1939, who didn't die, but went out hiking, then completely disappeared, completely went missing, and turned up 3 months later, unconscious with multiple burn marks on his body, and he couldn't recall where he had been or what had happened to him. So he ended up just going completely crazy and eventually dying in a mental asylum. Yeah. Then the body of a girl that no one knew was found around here, and where she had come from, who she was, or how she died, nobody knew. And there are just loads of these. There was a couple that went missing and were never found, and strangely in this one, their car ended up, turning up. Someone found their car, but it was abandoned with the doors open, but with no sign of the couple. Then in the 1980s, Antonin Topil went missing, and this was from his nearby village, and once again he was never found. Then there was Jan Seiler, who once again went missing, and also once again they found their car by the side of the road abandoned with the valuables still inside, which kind of throws the whole, robbery theory out the window. And finally, Jaroslav Boransky was out mushroom hunting. When he went missing, he never returned home, and he was never found. So a lot of missing people, a lot of strange cases in these mountains, some that have gone missing and ended up turning up, and some who they themselves went missing, but their cars were then found abandoned, and in that one strange case with the doors still open. And for this one, it's like, yeah, okay, maybe if they're in the mountains, walking home in a snowstorm, like, you don't need to be Sherlock Holmes to figure out that, maybe what could have happened there. But there are quite a few others that, maybe it's a little more suspect, maybe it's a little more strange. And as you can imagine, the theories on this one range, quite widely. From them just getting lost in the wilderness, falling off a cliff, falling into a river, being eaten by bears or something, to a serial killer, or a hunter who finds these people in the middle of nowhere and ends up, killing and taking them. Or, obviously, aliens abducting them, especially for that one who went missing for like 3 months, didn't know where he had been, ended up going crazy. Or there's some theories about, government projects, secret agent kills, KGB sort of thing, of people heading out into the wilderness and finding or seeing something that they shouldn't have seen. As some of these around the kind of Cold War era, there was a lot of crazy stuff back then. But these cases honestly remind me a little bit of the Dyatlov Pass case, which is insanely fascinating. It was one of the first cases that I covered ever on this channel, and I really do think that I should, redo the video, have like an updated version, new research, new stylish lighting in the background. But until I make that video, just a little kind of spoiler, kind of a preview for a few videos time. I will also be covering one of the unsolved mysteries specifically from that case. But for these disappearances in particular, I will leave a full documentary down below. So feel free to check it out, learn a bit about the case, and let me know what you think happened to a lot of these people in the comments down below. The Trofimov beheadings is an insane but also incredibly brutal and violent case that took place in 2012 in Kharkiv in Ukraine. And it was on a day, the 15th of December, when a judge called Volodymyr Trofimov, and his wife and his son and his son's girlfriend were all found in the family home dead with their heads cut off. And these heads weren't found at the scene and were actually never found or recovered. There were also some valuables that were stolen from the home. And I think more importantly, all of this entire event, these attacks, these killings, these beheadings, all took place on a day called Judges' Day in Ukraine, which certainly seems like it was a, planned attack. It was trying to perhaps send a message, like judges all up and down the country, better go along with whoever did this, otherwise the same thing could happen to you. Or it was a specific targeted message for Volodymyr based on some judgment he had made, some ruling he had decided on. And there were a few interesting things about this case. The first thing was that the house, the apartment that the family was in, it didn't show any signs of breaking and entering, which means that either whoever broke into it was, incredibly skilled with picklocking, although that's normally the signs that the investigators look for, whether the locks have been picked or not, or whoever killed them, whoever opened the doors, knew the family personally. So they might have just rocked up and said, hey, I brought over some wine, let me in. And then when the family did open the doors, the killers came in. Or another theory was that whoever did the killings was perhaps posed as a law enforcement officer or some other official position, and they said perhaps that they needed to speak to the family about a case, which explains why the family let them in and there was no sign of breaking and entering. So a few different theories there. They also stole, as I said, some valuables from the home, which included some rare coins, some military medals, a few random artifacts, because Volodymyr seemed to be, somewhat of an amateur collector. And for this crime scene, there was really very little evidence for the investigators to go off. They didn't find any, usable DNA evidence. The killers probably wore gloves, so there was no fingerprints anywhere. And as I said, the heads themselves were taken from the scene and never recovered, which just further limited the amount of evidence that they could gather. And so that's kind of where the case ended up, ending. It seems very likely to me that either the family knew whoever they opened the door for, or they were disguised in some other official position. And it seems very, very likely that this was a targeted attack on a, Ukrainian judge on Judges' Day, and perhaps was done by some sort of corrupt, organized crime gang or something. But as I said, that's where the case ended, and it still remains unsolved, sadly, to this day. Utsorobune. Another alien entry. One, in fact, which we already covered in a previous iceberg, that being obviously the alien iceberg. As always, go and check that out if you like aliens. But this Utsorobune was a strange craft that washed up on the east coast of Japan in 1803, so a very long time ago. But according to the tales of this, it washed up ashore along with a strange woman who couldn't speak the local language, couldn't speak Japanese, but she seemed to have her own language, her own dialect that the locals couldn't understand. So they were just talking at cross purposes with one another. But she washed up ashore with this strange craft, this strange vessel, and she was also very strange. And the vessel was apparently made out of metal and wood and had these either glass or crystal windows or panels on. And it was covered in writing, but not Japanese writing. It seemed to be in a strange script, a strange language, and they didn't know what it was. They couldn't read it or understand it. And when these locals came up to her, they were trying to help her. They, approached her. She was apparently mental. She went hyper. She went frantic. She was super possessive of this box that she had with her, and she wouldn't let anyone touch it or go near it. And eventually she didn't accept the help from the locals. They couldn't understand her. As I said, she was just frantic. So eventually, I guess they just kind of got bored of her and were like, yep, back into the ocean you go. And they put her back into the vessel. They pushed her out into the ocean, and she just floated away and was never seen again. Now, there are a few theories about this case, about this encounter. One saying that she was human and she was perhaps a princess of a nearby, area or nearby country. Perhaps she was from Korea or China maybe, and she just, washed up on the island of Japan. Which, if the Japanese people at the time didn't, understand these other languages, perhaps they saw this Korean script, they couldn't understand it, she was speaking Korean, as I think especially back in the 1800s, not that I was around back then, but it makes sense that everything would be more disconnected. You might get, villagers or locals that have never even heard of Korea, and especially have never seen, the Korean script or the language. And so it was theorized that perhaps she was a princess from some neighboring land, and that she she had cheated on her prince or king or whatever with a commoner, and this had like completely offended her entire family, you know, brought massive dishonor to her father, etc. And so as punishment, they killed the commoner, they chopped off his head, put it in the box to force her to like keep it and look at it. And because she was royal, because she was a princess, I guess they didn't want to kill her, but they just put her in a little, you know, vessel, a little boat, pushed her out to sea, got her away from the kingdom or whatever, and so she then, you know, floated down to Japan. That's why perhaps she was so defensive of this box, because it contained the head of her, you know, lover. And so that is one theory about what this case was. And another, quite predictably, was that she was in fact an alien, and she was in this craft. Perhaps she had floated here, flown to Earth, crash landed in the ocean, and then was bopping around, you know, finally landed in Japan in this strange alien craft with alien text on, and that is the more or less other theory. I do personally kind of like both theories. Like, yeah, the idea of her being, you know, some sort of alien in a strange, weird little craft with a little box in. Maybe she was a shapeshifter, so she looked a little bit human. That sort of stuff, you know, always interests me a little bit. But also, if she was really a princess from a distant land, that is also insanely fascinating. You know, exactly what kingdom did she come from? We don't really know. What language did she actually speak? How were they able to craft, you know, these crystal or glass kind of windows on the side of this vessel? It all seems very, very cool, no matter which theory you ascribe to. The volcanic winter of 536. So this is a bit of a simple one, so I won't spend too long on it. But as you can imagine, 536 is or was a long time ago. And this particular year was the year of a volcanic winter recorded in history, both in terms of like traditional written or spoken history. You know, these were accounts from around the time, and also from scientific history, you know, in that we're able to examine ice cores and soil and rock analysis sort of thing. And this period was described as having a sun without brightness, where all over Europe crops just failed, temperatures dropped substantially, the sun's light was like weaker and dimmer than usual, and even was described in some accounts as being blue. And we think overall this was very likely caused by like a large volcanic eruption, which happened probably sometime around like 535 to 536. And after this, just as everything, you know, in Europe, around the world was slowly recovering, then another one went off at around 539, and then another one, a big one, in 547. And these all happening, you know, within a relatively short period of one another. They led to a time called the Late Antique Little Ice Age, which was from around 536 to 660 AD. And that's the basic breakdown of the case. So it must have been an insanely wild time, especially back then when survival itself was, you know, not like a given. You know, if crops failed one year, it could very well mean the end of your entire family, of your entire village or tribe or whatever. And for this time period, it must have been one of the worst time periods in all of history. Just darkness, cold temperatures, crops failing everywhere, people starving, but just exactly what caused it, we're not entirely sure. As I said, the evidence is there for volcanic eruptions, but firstly, we're not super sure if some of them were volcanoes or some of them were like meteorite strikes. We're also not entirely sure where the volcanoes were, you know, whether they were in Europe themselves or somewhere in Asia or perhaps somewhere in America like California. But what we do know, as I said, it must have been one hell of a time. Water elephants is one of these kind of cryptid, kind of extinct creature mysteries, similar to some that we've already covered in this iceberg. But this is just sightings of these strange, I guess, elephant-like creatures or animals, spotted mostly around Africa, mostly in the Democratic Republic of the Congo. And honestly, they look a little cute in my eyes. Like, I mean, you're telling me you wouldn't want to take one of these little creatures home, maybe give it a bath in the bathtub with its little blubber in its stupid anteater-like snout. Okay, maybe it's just me. But anyway, the first recorded sighting of one of these is from a man named Le Petit, or in English, the Small, who was a French explorer in 1907, who reported seeing these 2 to 2.5 meter tall elephant-like, but notably not elephant, creatures. He said for sure he knew what an elephant looked like, and these were kind of reminiscent of elephants, but they definitely weren't elephants. He apparently, while he was there, asked the locals about this, who are the Taki people, and they said these creatures were called, and I'm gonna absolutely butcher this pronunciation, but they were called the Ngoko na Maiji, which again, sorry for the pronunciation if it's off, which it most likely is, but this translated to, in the local language, water elephant. And they apparently told Le Petit that these were these incredibly rare animals that spent all day in the water and only came out to land during the nighttime. So yeah, a very strange case with some very strange creatures. They may be some strange kind of version of a Merytherium, who themselves were thought to have gone extinct millions of years ago, like around 20 to 30 million years ago. But some of their relatives may have survived to this day. You know, they might be descendants of these creatures. And if they're as elusive as the local people say, they might be living, you know, hidden away in the waters of Africa, unseen to modern eyes and to modern knowledge. Wayne Grivet was the name of a man who died horribly, tragically, after someone sent a bomb to his family home around Christmas time in 1996. And this bomb, strangely enough, was disguised as a flashlight, which when he turned it on, well, I'm sure you can imagine what happened then. His son, Justin, earlier in the day had, you know, gone out into town to get some gas, and when he went out, he saw this package in the family mailbox. So he took the package with him, put it in his car, went to town, got some gas, came home, left the package kind of on the side, and when his father, Wayne, got home, he gave the father this package. So it's around, you know, Christmas time, you get a package like this in the mail. As you do, you probably open it straight away. It might be a gift, might be a present or something. And when they unwrapped this package, it was kind of boxed up in an old wine box. And what they found was this torch, basically, you know, a flashlight stuffed with these flyers as like a form of packing. And they also found inside a letter addressed to Wayne. The flashlight itself was kind of like one of those fat flashlights. You know, it was big, chunky, it had like a big handle on it. And the letter that was addressed to Wayne was typed out, not handwritten, but it was typed out on what seemed to be some sort of a old typewriter. And the letter for, you know, a package including a bomb was not at all threatening. It was quite cordial, quite polite, and seemed to be aimed at Wayne accepting a business proposition, which I will read it out here so you can fully understand it. But it read, Mr. Wayne Grivet. Dear Sir, my partners and I are opening a new business sometime early in the new year called Acton Home Products, and would be very interested on having you give us a price on rebuilding some equipment. You did some work for a company that I was with a few years ago, and although you won't remember me, Lisa and your delivery man Joe most likely will. We don't plan on doing anything until after the new year, but would be most anxious to proceed at that time. We have no staff or office in place just yet, but you can reach us by mail at our new address below. Thanks for your time, and I look forward to hearing from you sometime early in the new year. Sincerely, William J. French. Acton Home Products, RR number 1, unit number 6, and then it just goes on with the rest of his return address. And then at the bottom, it says, P.S. Didn't realize you had moved. Had some trouble finding you. Have a Merry Christmas, and may you never have to buy another flashlight. Which, as you can imagine, when investigators, you know, investigated everything, including this letter. They found that the named company didn't exist, the return address for the company didn't exist, and they couldn't find anyone by the name of William J. French. And so this entire sweet talking to Wayne, this business proposal, these good wishes within the letter, they seemed to be just aimed at making Wayne let his guard down in order to trick him to turning on this flashlight. And as you may have already spotted at the bottom of the message, have a Merry Christmas, may you never have to buy another flashlight, because Wayne will be dead. So very dark, that little cheeky message at the bottom. But on that fateful day, Justin, Wayne's son, initially tried to turn on the flashlight himself. So he tried turning it on. Nothing really happened. He thought it's probably out of batteries or something. He tried opening the case to check on the batteries, but he said it felt almost like the case was like glued shut or something, which made sense if there was a bomb inside and the guy who made the bomb didn't want it tampered with or checked on or disabled or something. And so Justin was a bit, confused, a bit weird. He handed the flashlight to his father, and Wayne, who was sitting down on the family couch at that time, kind of reading the letter, he put the letter aside, he tried to turn on the flashlight, and it just completely exploded, almost instantly killing him. As he had the flashlight really close to his body. There were other family members, including Justin, nearby, but thankfully none of them were seriously injured. And the bomb itself was made from a material called superfrac, which is like this type of mining explosive that is somewhat easy to purchase. They won't sell it to you in the local Walmart or anything, but it was common enough where the investigators kind of had trouble tracking down where it might have come from or who might have purchased it. And as if that wasn't bad enough, the killer included within the bomb dozens of these roofing nails, which acted as shrapnel when the bomb went off, making the explosion even more deadly. And honestly, with this case, police had no real idea who would have done this to Henry, who might have done it to him, whether it was targeted at just him or his entire family, or whether it was a random attack. And the random attack angle for me doesn't seem too likely because, they used Wayne's name, they used some of his ex-employees, they found his address even though he had moved. It seemed very likely targeted at Wayne. But Wayne didn't really have any massive enemies. The main, enemy, I guess, was his ex-boss, who a few years ago had a minor falling out with him, but it wasn't anything absolutely crazy. These sorts of falling out and fights seem to happen all the time, and it's not necessarily something bad enough that they would make a bomb and send it to your house with this vindictive weird message in. So that was a bit strange. It was also rumored, not proven, but rumored that Wayne was kind of, into the devil's lettuce, the old Satan's broccoli, and so maybe he had some debts in that, area, and maybe he wouldn't pay the debts, so it ended up being settled with, sending a message or revenge. And there was also, with his ex-boss, also some rumors that he was kind of rude to some of his ex-employees. This boss ended up firing Wayne's wife from the company, and so that's where their, skiff kind of went. But as I said, was it bad enough that he would take out a targeted hit like this, or in fact make the bomb himself? That is a little hard to say. And the letter itself, with some of these, references, might have actually been, red herrings. They might have just been added in there to throw the scent off or to distract the investigators, sort of thing. And they actually did find 2 hairs in the remains of the explosion, if you can believe that they thought were from the killer because they didn't match the DNA of any of the family members. But they also didn't match the DNA of the boss or the ex-boss or of his son, and so the case remained as unsolved as ever. There were some sketches of these men drawn up, and these men were apparently seen going into a local post office and asking them and trying to find out the new address of the Grivet family. And they were kind of blown off, whatever. But later on during the investigation, they found this out. They had some sketches done of the men, but they didn't really match anyone they knew, didn't match any of the suspects, and so that evidence really didn't go anywhere. And so in the end, that's basically where the case ended. Wayne was dead, his family was grieving, and they still to this day have no idea who made the bomb or who sent the bomb or who, as a result, ended up killing Wayne. Whispers on Lake Yellowstone refers to these strange, ominous sounds or like music sometimes. Sometimes it's been described as like whispering, or ghoul-like sounds. Little green ghouls, buddy. Or buzzing, bzz, or strange hums coming from the sky or the water around Lake Yellowstone. And these were heard as far back as like the late 1800s, when in particular a geologist named Frank H. Bradley was just out doing research, and he reported a curious sound between like a whistle and a horse whine, which I'm not even going to attempt to replicate that. Okay, I did it anyway. But since then, there have been various noises that have been heard that range from, as I said, like hums or buzzes, like a large swarm of bees or something. And I know what you're thinking. It's probably just bees, or the whistling is probably just the wind, but like they would hear buzzing when there was no bees around whatsoever, and they would hear these strange whistling windy sounds on, completely calm days. But somewhat maybe more eerily, there was these strange kind of metal sounds, like metal cables or chains clanking together, smashing together, or this creepy organ music, or ducks in flight, which I don't know what that sounds like, quack or something. But yeah, very creepy case, very strange, kind of traditional eerie mystery, and one that perhaps we may never figure out. Bam! That is a blurry apple. And if you're enjoying the video, I will send a apple to every single person who subscribes, and maybe a pear if you like the video, and maybe a peach or a plum or something if you also hit the little bell icon. So help me on my journey to 100,000 subscribers and stay in the loop for whenever I upload a new video. The Yogurt Shop Murders of Austin, Texas was an absolutely horrific, brutal, senseless killing, or rather set of killings, that was never solved, and we still to this day don't know who committed them. But this case takes us back to the 6th of December 1991, where at a yogurt shop called, and I kid you not, it was called I Can't Believe It's Yogurt, located in Austin, Texas. And this was, late at night. It was around 11 p.m., which was roughly the closing time for this shop. And the two girls who were working there had, already closed up for the night. And these were two 17-year-olds, Jennifer Harbison and Eliza Thomas. And also in the shop that night were two other girls, 13-year-old Amy Ayers and Jennifer's 15-year-old sister, Sarah Harbison. And these two other girls were waiting for the two 17-year-old girls to, close up shop, to clean everything, to pack everything away, as they were all catching a ride with Jennifer to, go wherever they were each going, maybe to home, maybe to their neighborhood or something. And this was all at around, as I said, around 11 p.m. And then at around midnight, a patrolling policeman was, patrolling along. He saw this yogurt shop suddenly up in flames, and he went over there. He eventually called more people over to the scene. They ended up putting out the fire, but what they found inside the yogurt shop was absolutely horrific. All 4 girls were found inside, having been shot dead with 2 separate pistols in the back of the head execution style, and were lying there dead, severely burnt, and naked and tied up and gagged with their own underwear. At least one of the girls had been raped. And the fire seems to have been an attempt to, disrupt the scene, destroy any evidence, any DNA evidence that they might have left at the scene. And at that, it was quite successful. Police weren't really able to get, any fingerprints, any hair. The only DNA they could find was from one of the assaulted girls, and I'm sure you can imagine what type of DNA that was. But from that sample, it was like a little inconclusive. They couldn't get the type of DNA or the type of sample where it narrowed it to one person, but rather it was just a wide range of people. So it was useful, I guess, for clearing victims, because if you didn't have that type of DNA, then it couldn't have been you. But as far as pinpointing it on someone or even prosecuting someone even that shares the same type of DNA, if it's shared with also 100,000 people or 10,000 or a million or whatever, it's a little hard to prosecute that person in court. But they didn't really have any suspects anyway, but there were initially 2 guys who were very suspicious on that night. There was one that was in the yogurt shop a few hours before closing time, who was apparently being a bit of a nuisance. He was kind of causing a scene in the line, and he ended up going to the bathroom for quite a while. And so investigators maybe suspected that when he went back there, he ended up going to a back room, finding a door, propping open the door, or propping open a back window maybe. And so later on, when the shop closed, him and one of his accomplices were able to go around the back, sneak in, and do whatever they did to these girls. And this was further evidenced by another couple, an innocent, just normal couple, who were in and around the store at around closing time, or just before the store had closed. And when they left the store at sometime around 11 p.m., they said Jennifer closed the doors, locked the front doors, and they saw 2 men sitting outside on a table looking apparently very suspicious. And so the theory was that this guy had gone in, propped open a door or window, the 2 men waited outside until the girls had locked up shop, and then they went round back, snuck in, attacked the girls, and set fire to the yogurt shop. But that all seems to be kind of besides the point. The people that the investigators originally investigated was in particular one 15-year-old named Forrest Welburn, who was found at the time not on the night of the murder, but a few days afterwards. He was found with a .22 caliber pistol in his possession, which notably was the same type of pistol that was used in these attacks, and he was found kind of causing a little bit of trouble at a nearby mall. So they picked him up, asked him, what the hell he was doing, where he got the gun from, if he'd used the gun at all, and this turned into an entire fustercluck, shall we say, of different informations, confessions, false convictions, just all sorts. Where initially, during the first investigation, they found Forrest, he had a gun in his possession, the police picked him up, took the gun from him, and then started to question him about these yogurt shop murders. And apparently he implicated and threw under the bus 3 of his friends. And so at the time the police thought, alright, this is an open and shut case. It was clearly this kid and his friends. He seems to have implicated them. He seems to have admitted to the killings. But it was later decided that this information was a tiny bit forced, from the investigators, and it was a little bit, shaky, and they thought that he might just be doing this in order to get off his, gun charge. So maybe they said to him, look, you're gonna go to prison for having this gun. If you maybe tell us what we want to hear, perhaps that gun charge goes away. And so that was the kind of idea for the initial investigation. And so they ended up just kind of dismissing them as potential suspects. They didn't prosecute any of them, and the case was kind of temporarily closed. And these kids, just for reference, they were kind of kids, kind of young adults. They were 17-year-old Robert Springsteen, also 17-year-old Michael Scott, 16-year-old Maurice Pierce, and of course 15-year-old Forrest Welburn. So police, as I said, kind of released all of these young men. They charged them with some minor crimes, and they thought in general they were like, wrongin' kids. They were like petty criminals, did a bit of maybe light shoplifting, maybe carrying a gun or a knife but never using it. They didn't think, at least in the initial investigation, that they were guilty or even capable of a quadruple homicide. But fast forward to many years later, there was a new detective assigned to look into this case, and he was basically like, bro, these kids are like prime suspects. Like, they absolutely could have done these murders. They somewhat confessed to them. They implicated each other. Like, we should not have let them go. So during this second investigation, they brought these boys back in for more questioning. And here, I'll just point out, is a very key piece of this entire case. But the original 1991 investigations, these interrogations with these boys, basically had no record. So nothing was videotaped, in terms of the interviews. Also, nothing was written down. No real notes were made about what was said to the boys, what the boys said, which will be important in just a little bit. But basically, during this second investigation, as they were interviewing these boys, apparently the boys started to kind of implicate themselves. As in, they would give information about the killers, about the victims, about the case and the crime scene, etc., that only either the police or the killers themselves would actually know. And so this was used as evidence that clearly the boys knew more than they should have known, and this could only be possible if they were actually there that night and they had killed these 4 girls. Except, as I said, none of the initial investigation and interviews, none of that was recorded, and so we can't really know for sure exactly what was told to the boys in the initial investigation. So for instance, if the police had said in the initial interviews, during the interview they said, look, these 4 girls were killed in this specific way using 2 specific guns, and then the boys remembered this in their head. So then during the later investigation, maybe one of the boys said, it was 2 guns and I've only got 1 gun, or I couldn't have killed them in that way because of so and so reason. And then the police were like, ha, nobody else knows exactly how they were killed, so therefore you must have been there. Or the boys did know how these girls were killed because they were the killers, but the point is we are not entirely sure exactly what they were told in the initial investigation. And so years later, after being interrogated, after being interviewed and questioned, after doing some jail time, eventually these boys kind of incriminated one another. They were threatened with massive amounts of jail time and prison time, and so they had to testify against one another. And so in the end, 2 of these boys were basically convicted of these murders, and they were charged with quadruple homicide, and 1 was sentenced to death, with the other being sentenced to life. But for many, many reasons, which we will get into in just a little bit, eventually these cases and these convictions were thrown out. And the first reason was that there was no actual physical evidence used to convict these boys, or they were technically young men at the time they were convicted, I guess. But all of the prosecution and all of their evidence basically involved, describing the case, telling the jury how horrific this was, how violent and aggressive, killed these 4 innocent girls just out of nowhere, just describing the brutality of the case, which for sure is like mostly circumstantial evidence. And they also used testimony from each of the boys in order to prosecute the other. And so the cases were both overturned due to something called the Confrontation Clause in the 6th Amendment, which I'll explain it quickly here, but the Confrontation Clause basically says that whoever is accusing you of something, you have a legal right to, confront your accuser. And that is basically put in place to stop general hearsay. So say you have a murder case, you have a witness who says, yeah, I saw him, I can identify him. They can't use that testimony in court unless they actually bring that person in, put them on the stand, and that is so the accused and his defense, lawyers, etc., can cross-reference this person, they can ask them questions while they're on the stand, and they can also question, the validity of this person, see if they're a general liar, maybe they're unreliable in their memories or in their recognition. And so that is the legal standard which is normally kept to. As most cases that don't adhere to this are thrown out. But in this case, it was kind of weird because they were using the testimony of one of the other boys, and this other boy was also one of the ones who was sentenced for these murders. So they basically, during the investigation of one of the boys, they used testimony from another boy, and this boy was also charged for the murders, and he was never brought to the stand in the other boy's case. So that all amounted to one of the convicted boys being legally, technically unable to face his accuser in court, and so the conviction of both of them was thrown out. And I feel like I've transformed into Legal Eagle or something. And so when these cases were thrown out, when these convictions were reversed, this was in 2009, and it was only then that the police came forward and said, actually, the DNA that we did find at the crime scene, the only DNA, it doesn't match the DNA of any of these four accused, which you'd think would be something that they would bring up, during the trial. And in fact, people of the jury who originally convicted the boys said that they wouldn't have convicted them if they knew about this DNA evidence. And on top of all that, during the initial investigation, one of the key detectives involved was a man named Hector Polanco, who had been at another time accused of prying false confessions out of people. And the most notable example or case of this were Christopher Ochoa and Richard Danziger, who were both falsely accused of killing Nancy DePriest, and both confessions were apparently drawn out of them, either through coercion or threats, etc., and they were both sentenced originally to life in prison, but ended up only serving, only 13 years, which is incredibly short for a murder if you are guilty, but seems like most of your life if you're an innocent person. And so, yeah, it's a crazy case. You have the two men who were seen outside who might very well have been the actual people who murdered these four girls, but they were seen by a few people and then never again identified afterwards. And then you have these four teenagers who were mostly wrong-uns. They weren't well-behaved or nice lads, but it seems like perhaps they were, run through the justice system and more or less interrogated, had false testimonies drawn out of them. There was evidence that the police withheld during the trial, and the trial itself broke one of the, constitutional amendments. But after all of that, we are, left with no case. We can't identify these two men. The four boys originally, who are men now, have not, currently been charged with any of these murders. And so the case, as well as the justice surrounding these four girls killed in one of the most horrific, brutal ways that I've ever seen, and for almost no reason. It seems like whoever did this just went in there, killed the girls, and then burnt down the shop. It's just insanely tragic, sad, and senseless. But as I said, this case still remains unsolved to this day. And just a quick aside for this case, the police over the years have apparently admitted that at least 50 people have confessed to these murders, which is just absolutely insane to me. Why would anybody do this? Street cred or something? Mental illness? Confusion? I don't know. But as always, let me know your thoughts down below. Zolotaryov's camera is, for me, a mystery from one of the most interesting, intriguing, mysterious cases that I've ever covered. And as you know, if you've followed the channel for a long time, or if you've just scrolled back to some of my older terrible videos, you will know that this is one of the first cases that I ever covered on this channel. That being, of course, the case of the Dyatlov Pass. But I have always, at least since then, wanted to do a full recovering of this case, you know, with more extensive research, maybe some more photos and evidence, cooler lights, better camera, moody, dark background. So hopefully that will happen sometime in the near future. But as a quick summary intro to this case, it involved 10 fairly young hikers, you know, on average between the ages of like 20 and 24, who went on a somewhat dangerous but still fairly standard, well-planned hike in the Ural Mountains in Russia in 1959. And long story short, the group went missing. They didn't turn up when they had planned to turn up, and they weren't located until 2 weeks after they had gone missing. And after they didn't show up, the investigators, you know, the search team went out. They used helicopters, they used searcher dogs, they used just normal human searchers. They went along the normal hike route that the team had planned, and they were in the snow, you know, digging through it. It was super thick snow. They couldn't find any clues, but eventually they did find on the side or like base of this mountain area, they found a tent sticking up out of the snow. And so they cleared the snow, and inside the tent were none of the hikers, but most of their belongings. And it was a single tent. It was huge. It was supposed to, you know, house 8, 9, 10 people. And inside they found, you know, everything. They found socks, shoes, camping gear, overcoats. They found hiking sticks, hiking gear, food, cameras, survival equipment and tools, and even sleeping bags. And so they thought, okay, these people can't have gone far. You know, most of them without shoes, without any of their main gear. They must be somewhere around here. And also, they must have left the tent in quite a hurry. You know, these weren't just, you know, random kids out in the mountains. They were, although they were, you know, somewhat young, they were like extremely experienced hikers. And so they would have known that going out into the mountains without most of your gear was almost certainly, you know, a death sentence. And so whatever forced them out of the tent must have been absolutely terrifying. So they searched the immediate area. They found a trail of footprints still frozen in the snow, leading down from the tent, down the slope, and ending at a small clearing at the bottom of this slope. This was near kind of the edge of a forest, and there they found more and more clues. They found the remnants of a campfire. They found this large tree which had its branches like broken off up to a certain height. So perhaps they stayed around the tree for shelter. They broke off the branches to try and get some firewood. But here they also found the bodies of 2 of the hikers, Yuri Krivonoshenko and Yuri Doroshenko. Then upon, you know, looking around a bit more, they found Dyatlov himself, who was the leader of the hike and who the case and the area itself, Dyatlov Pass, was eventually named after. And they found him, Kolmogorova, and Slobodin, all between basically the campfire and the tent, suggesting that these 3 had gone from the campfire and actually made an attempt to climb up to the tent in order to, you know, recover items, maybe recover socks or sleeping bags so they didn't freeze to death. But in this struggle up the hill, in the middle of the night, in the freezing cold with none of their gear on them, they apparently all ended up collapsing of hypothermia and eventually freezing to death. And so that was it until around 2 months later, when the remaining bodies of Thibaut Brignol, Dubinina, Kolevatov, and Zolotaryov would be found. And this specific entry is referring to the camera that Zolotaryov had on him. You know, it was still around his neck when he died, and it was with him buried in the snow, in the watery, trenched snow, for, at this point, almost 3 months. And there are so many aspects about this case, which, as you can imagine, would take, like, almost an entire video to cover, hence why I want to do a remake of this case. But for now, I will just cover the mystery surrounding his camera. And so his camera wasn't officially listed as an item on this trek. You know, there was like an official list, like a item itinerary sort of thing of, 10 sleeping bags, 4 pickaxes, 37 granola bars, whatever it was that they took with them on this hike. It was all listed in order, as you do, but Zolotaryov's camera wasn't one of these items. It seems like he had just taken it for himself, his personal camera. He didn't have it listed anywhere. And secondly, whatever happened to these people, to this group, that in the middle of the night had forced or, convinced this many highly experienced hikers to leave their tent in the middle of the night, some of them with no socks, no trousers, no shoes. Whatever happened must have been pretty intense. And yet, Zolotaryov had some of his clothes on. He was better dressed than some of the others, and he also had his camera on him, which is a weird thing to take in an apparent emergency. And thirdly, we come to the actual footage on the camera, which was, bear in mind, under the water for like 3 months, in the freezing, icy, watery, snowy abyss. And so the development of these photos, it wasn't super successful. They were only able to recover like partial snippets of the camera film itself. And I feel like some of these images are kind of like raw shot plots, where, they're vague enough to kind of represent something, whatever your mind goes to. There's definitely no crystal clear images in here, but for example, this one of the, researchers for this case, one of the investigators, they think that this might originally have been or represented something like this, which, as you can see, depicts kind of a nighttime scene with a campfire, with unidentified men attacking the group, holding them down at gunpoint. And so if you believe this, then perhaps there was a kind of darker explanation as for why these people were all out of their tent. And so there are theories about, these people stumbling upon some secret service meeting or some secret bunker, out in the middle of Russian mountains run by the KGB or, Cold War style or whatever, that was top secret, that they shouldn't have seen, and that they were killed for seeing it. As I said, there's a lot more detail in a full covering of this case, but some of the injuries that these people suffered from were stuff like a broken chest. The autopsy described it as like they were hit by a car or something. And so there's some theories that there was some cryptid that killed them, a yeti sort of creature. Other injuries were like a snapped neck, a broken collarbone, a smashed head, which some people think is evidence of, KGB style killing. A lot of the hikers also had some traces of radiation on their clothes, which people have linked to either aliens, as that seems to be commonly found in alien abduction cases, or to, they stumbling upon something they shouldn't have seen sort of angle. Maybe it was a nuclear facility or something and there was nuclear radiation all around. They went through it, they shouldn't have seen it, and so they were followed and that night forced out of their tent, killed, and made the whole thing to look like an accident. Let me know your thoughts on this one, as it is a very interesting case, I think. There are a fair amount of photographs taken of the crew, of their hike, and it might very well have been something like, an avalanche or an ice or a snowfall, sliding down the mountain, kind of crushing the tent, but they see it as it's coming down the mountain, so they get out of the tent before it comes down. That could always be an explanation, but as I said, let me know what you think of this one down below. I'm not even sure what to call this one. I don't even think the title knows what it's called, but this was the name of an album of something called Vaporwave, which is a type of music. It's very chill. I'll play some in the background. Props to the artist for letting me use his track. Check out his other stuff down below. But this album in particular, sometimes called, nothing, like literally just 2 quotes back to back, sometimes with nothing in between them, sometimes with a space, or sometimes these 6 question marks, is a piece of lost media of an album made by an artist called Quadratox. And this was many, many years ago. It was sold one time. Like, there's only one copy apparently of this album, and it was sold in a physical CD, custom made by Quadratox himself, that, as you can see, was very unique. It was melted, it had the symbol X kind of on the front, on the back, and it included a single key from Quadratox's keyboard, which he says helped him make all of this music. And this album, this sale, was listed on his Bandcamp, with him noting that this is the saddest thing I ever made. He says it's a vaporwave / ambient improvisation recorded on the 9th of the 3rd, 2018. Thanks for that date format, Americans. He says this CD is the penultimate chapter of Quadratox's discography and is the key to understanding all of my work. Who will buy the CD will be free to upload where it wants. Tracklist 1, which is also called question mark, goes on for 20 minutes 40 seconds. Tracklist 2, again question mark, very mysterious, goes on for 20 minutes 41 seconds. And then he says the CD case has been burnt down with a lighter and inserted a key of my keyboard of my PC that has accompanied me throughout my journey. He then goes on to list all of the programs and technology he used to create this music, create this album. And then it says limited to 1 CD, and at the bottom, my depression is destroying me, and this is the result. And since then, the website and all of the information about this post, about the album, have seemingly been taken offline, with this page only remaining accessible thanks to the Wayback Machine. And so we don't really know what was on the CD or on the album. We don't know who the one person was that ended up purchasing it, and no trace of it or the person has ever been found or seen since. AXO, or AXXO, was a very cool early internet vibe sort of individual, or might have actually been a group, because AXO was the name of, someone or some people who began sharing pirated movies, originally on the message board Darkside RG. And this was all the way back in the 2005 era, and basically his movie rips slowly started to become famous just because of how consistent they were. They were reliable, high quality, never had glitches or viruses or anything, and they were just big enough to put on a CD. So very convenient. It was just like the champagne of the pirating world, the Dom Perignon of illegal blockbuster movies. And as I said, he or they started in 2005. They uploaded all the way through to 2007, when they had a bit of a scuff, a bit of a disagreement with some other users. And so they ended up deleting all of their torrents. Then they came back in 2008, eventually working through, uploading their 1000th film rip, and then continued through to 2009 before posting his or theirs final goodbye on the, OG message board Darkside RG. And this was the last time that AXO was ever heard from ever again. We still to this day don't know who he or they or her were or was, as people have suggested that it could be one person, some sort of a hacker individual, but it also could have been the name of a small group of, clever people, computer savvy people that were just working together to get these films out for whatever reason. We just simply don't know. But either way, I do absolutely adore these, classical early internet days sort of entries. Mirella Gregory is the tragic case of a 15-year-old girl who went missing from Rome in 1983. And if that sounds familiar, just this kind of case in general, that's because we covered a case just like this just a little while back, that being the case of Emanuela Orlandi, who was also a 15-year-old girl who went missing in Rome near the Vatican, and this was just 40 days after Mirella went missing. But on this day, May 7th, 1983, Mirella was at home when she gets a call on the intercom of the, family home that was apparently from her former classmate, Alessandro. Her mother heard her talking on the intercom, saying, who is this? And then she said, well, if you're not going to tell me who you are, then I'm not coming down to meet you. And then after all of this, she says, oh, "Oh, it's Alessandro." She said, "I'm just gonna have lunch, but I will come and meet you at around 3:30. Then Mirella has some lunch. She puts on some makeup, tells her mum she's going out, down to meet Alessandro, but says she'll be back up in like 10-15 minutes. And that was the last time that her mother ever saw her. But after leaving the house, we know that Mirella went downstairs because they had like a house on top and a bar underneath. So, there was a bar beneath her house. And so after having lunch, putting on makeup, leaving the house, she then went down to the bar and met with her best friend, Sonia DeVito, whose parents ran this bar. And so it was, a common meeting place between the two girls. They would sometimes hang out there. But she went down there. She went to talk and meet up with Sonia. The two girls then went to the bathroom for quite a while to apparently, according to Sonia, talk about woman's things, apparently. And after talking for about 15 minutes, Mirella left the bar, and this was the last time that she was seen by anyone. And after 2 hours of, no word from Mirella, her mother started to get worried. So she called Mirella's sister, who was at the time working in the family bar, just across town. And she also hadn't seen Mirella. So the sister started to do, a bit of searching around, a little bit of an investigation sort of thing. She spoke to Sonia, where she learnt that Mirella had told her that she had an appointment at Porta Pia, which was the location that Mirella would apparently meet Alessandro in. So it seems like she had arranged with Alessandro to meet at Porta Pia. According to some versions of this testimony, she was going there to play guitar, and it would later be noted that Mirella herself couldn't play guitar, nor could any of her friends, so this was seen as a bit strange. But obviously, receiving this information, Mirella's sister then went to the park in Porta Pia, and she said it was, kind of run down almost. There was basically no one there, especially not Mirella. And so the next logical thing would be for her to contact Alessandro. And eventually they did get through to Alessandro through different contacts, and they found from him that he wasn't the one that buzzed on her door that day. In fact, he said he hadn't seen Mirella in almost 2 years. So who the hell was it that rung on their family intercom, that said or pretended to be Alessandro, and who apparently met up with Mirella on that day? And the answer to that, sadly, is we don't really know. And although these two cases of these two missing girls were fairly similar, they were the same age, both Italian, both around Vatican City, both basically around the same time, there is even less evidence for this case than there was in the Emanuela case. Like in this case, there were very, very few witnesses. Mirella hadn't really been witnessed by anyone, in particular, either leaving the bar or where she walked or where she was or where she ended up. And as far as suspects go, there was Alessandro, obviously, is probably the main suspect, but he was very quickly cleared up. What he was saying seemed to be at least mostly true. He hadn't visited Mirella, he hadn't seen her in 2 years, he had no idea who might have faked being him, and he seemed to have a fairly solid alibi. So this case, without any evidence, without any leads or suspects, kind of came to a halt. And eventually, with the news of this missing girl, circulating around, eventually the Pope himself met up with Mirella's parents, to maybe comfort them, reassure them, say that Mirella is always in our thoughts and our prayers. And while he was visiting them, Mirella's mother noticed something a little strange. She said that one of the bodyguards of the Pope she recognized as being a regular in her bar, and she said she recognized them as often talking with Mirella herself and with Sonia, her best friend. She immediately, upon seeing this, upon suspecting this bodyguard and deputy chief of basically the Vatican security, she requested an investigation and a face-to-face meeting with him in order to, talk to him, to ask him questions, to get to the bottom of this. But she was only granted this interview or this face-to-face 8 years later, which was in 1993, after she was coincidentally suffering from a severe illness. And at this point, her illness was like, exhausting her. She was often tired throughout the day. She would sometimes forget where she was or get confused. She would get tired and upset. And so eventually, on this face-to-face meeting, she was asked if she recognized this man, Raul Bonarelli, and her response was basically just like, I don't know. Like, as I said, her mental state at this point was just absolutely exhausted, just shattered. It was at least 8 years after the initial disappearance. But the investigation basically said, well, since you can't recognize this man, you can't say, you can't attest that he was the man at the bar at the time, then they basically deemed her as uncredible, as confused, even though her daughter said that throughout these years, while they were waiting, her mother was never confused about this. She said, all the time she was convinced absolutely that this man was the man who had been seen in her bar, more or less just before her daughter had gone missing. So that is that part of it. There was also another bit of quite interesting evidence and testimony that was regarding this Italian Secret Service agent who in 1983 noted down that he was investigating the case at Sonia's bar, and while he was there, he overheard Sonia, Morella's best friend, he overheard her say, "He knew us, but we didn't know him. Just as he took Morella, he could have taken me too, since we were going together." Which sounds like a bloody important piece of information, if you ask me. Possibly incriminating to someone who was maybe hanging around the bar at the time. But for unknown reasons, this document was either buried or lost or misplaced or whatever, and so it didn't emerge until 2016, a full 33 years after the initial disappearance. But yeah, it is an incredibly sad case which has some horrific implications no matter which way you look at it. Whether this was a planned kind of organized attack or whether it was just someone random, maybe a strange serial killer buzzing on Morella's door, pretending to be one of her old schoolmates and then kidnapping her when she went to meet him. Like, it's all honestly very terrifying, very scary that two 15-year-old girls in Italy could go missing within just around a month of each other in and around Rome, specifically kind of closer to the Vatican City area, and in more or less, broad daylight. It is still being investigated, but only really lightly, as they're not putting too many resources into this case. There's not too much to go on. There's not much, further evidence or leads or anything. And so sadly, this case will probably remain unsolved, at least until we get a bit more evidence. The Boar Jane Doe was a lady who was found dead and decomposed in the Czech Republic in 2003. And she was found just off the side of a highway in like a little forested area, quite badly decomposed, as at the time it was midsummer, and she was thought to have been killed somewhere else and then left out here for at least a few days. And as she was a Jane Doe, they weren't able to fully identify her, but they were able to figure out a few key things about her. Firstly, they figured that she was likely killed around a week before she was found, then dumped here, so she was killed somewhere else and not at this site. Secondly, they said her legs were somewhat skinny or weak, and so they determined that she didn't really do any physical exercise and that she didn't have an active job, and they even said that there were likely no hills in the area that she lived, because even I guess walking around hills, up and down hills every day, she would have developed some leg muscles. So that's a little interesting. Also, due to the shape of her hips, they determined that she hadn't yet given birth, and from her hairstyle and genetic markers, they determined that she was likely of Afro-Caribbean origin and may or may not have been killed in the Czech Republic, as the place it was, the place she was found was kind of on the border between there and Germany. So they said it's also reasonable that she was killed in Germany and then brought over the border in the last few days and then dumped here. So realistically, the kill zone could have been anywhere, 4 or 5 days drive of this area, which is obviously a massive zone. And then to get, further clues about her, they got her dental records, or, a dental read of the body's teeth. And they went to various dentists around the area to see if they recognized her teeth. Any work that might have been done, they asked them, have you done work like this recently? But that was basically a dead end. Then they went to hairdressers, or, salons, who specifically did this type of hair which she had, which, as you can imagine, an Afro-Caribbean hairstyle isn't too popular or too common in the Czech Republic. And so actually very few salons or hairdressers actually do this. But even still, after going to a few of them, none of them recognized this woman whatsoever. And since the Czech Republic doesn't officially have an unlimited prosecution time for murder, like, it does depend on a few things, whether it's, 10 years or 20 years or unlimited. But in this case, the statute of limitations on this particular killing was 20 years, meaning that it was more or less officially closed in 2023. Meaning, once again, and I've said this dozens of times, meaning that no one will officially ever be prosecuted for this murder, as even if they legally came forward, they said, actually, I killed this woman, I've got video evidence of it, they handed it over to the police wouldn't even legally be able to prosecute them, which I think is absolutely insane for things like murder. Like, I can kind of get behind, closing cases, or at least pausing cases or whatever, if they're quite old, there's not much evidence or details or clues for them anymore, and so you don't really want to waste police resources on them. Like, I can absolutely get that, but at least leave the case open so that if anything does come up in the future, you can still legally prosecute whoever this might be. But as I said, in that 20-year time frame, no further clues came up. No one will ever be prosecuted for this murder, and this particular Jane Doe was never identified. Kelly Disney was a 17-year-old girl who went missing from Newport, Oregon, while kind of hitchhiking, but not really, which will make sense in just a little bit. But Kelly was a senior at the Newport High at the time, and she was dating a guy 3 years her senior named Robert Ellis. And he was an, okay guy. He wasn't like perfect. There was nothing too bad about him. He was just, a bit irresponsible when it came to drinking and partying. No massive aspirations for his life. Honestly, probably just like most 20-year-olds, to be honest. So nothing too unusual there. But he, at the time, offered for Kelly to move in with him. And she wanted to herself, but her parents were more or less against it. And so she threatened her parents, saying that if you don't let me move in with him, I'm just gonna run away. Which seemed to work, I guess, because they did allow this. Kelly did move in with him. And so they said, yes, you can do this just as long as you finish high school. So far, so good. But one night on the 8th of March, 1984, the couple were having this, small gathering sort of thing, small party at their apartment. And bear in mind, Robert liked to party a little more than Kelly did. And so they were at this party, they were hosting, people, friends, and suddenly he just got up and left. And this seemed to annoy Kelly. He seemed to be the one that arranged the party. He wanted it more than she did, and yet he just left her at the party going somewhere. We don't know where he went, whether it was out to meet other friends or go down to the shops and get more alcohol or whatever. But the point is, he didn't tell Kelly. He seemingly just abandoned her. This really annoyed her, and so eventually, by the time he came back to the house, a few of his friends told him that Kelly had just left. They said, yeah, we don't know where she went. She just got annoyed at you. She up and left, walked out of the house. And so then Robert went out to look for her. He eventually found her. She had just kind of left the house and walked down the road, I guess. And this was all at around 12:30 at night. So eventually he did find her. She was standing out on her own by Highway 20 in, basically a huff. She said, "You left me, you abandoned me, just go away, I don't want to talk to you." He stopped the car, he tried to get her to get into the car. He said, "This is ridiculous, you're out here on a cold night, it's, past midnight." But still, she refused to get in the car. So eventually, Robert just decided to drive off, and a few minutes later, she was spotted by these two men driving in their truck, and they were two janitors driving to, their early shift at work. So they stopped, they said, "Do you want to lift anywhere? It's a bit dangerous being out here. You're on your own by the side of the road on a cold night." But she also refused these two men. So they drove away. They decided to stop a little bit later. They saw a police officer and they told him, like, "Look, there's this girl on the side of the road. She doesn't seem too safe. She might be in danger. Can you, drive by or something?" And he personally didn't drive by, but he basically put out a call to, other policemen in the area. A deputy sheriff ended up picking up the call, and he drove by and found her still by the side of the road. So he basically says all the same things, "It's the middle of the night, it's freezing, can I drop you off anywhere? It's not safe." And she says, "I'll be fine, I'm going to a friend's house, a girlfriend's house. I'm just gonna walk there, it's literally just here, I'm just going there." Or she was being picked up or something. And so I guess she convinced the police officer of this, but it ended up being completely untrue. I guess she just wanted to be left alone by everyone. Then around 10 or 15 minutes after this, Robert heads out again to try and convince Kelly to come home with him, and by this point Kelly is nowhere to be seen. So he basically continues to look around. He gets eventually some of his friends to do a search, and they're searching the streets, they're searching other friends' houses, calling around, but it seemed that she had just completely vanished. And so the next morning, after not hearing from her all night, her parents then went round to Robert's house and they said, "Where's Kelly?" He said he didn't know, that she ran away, basically disappeared the previous night, and he said that he assumed that Kelly had gone back to her parents' house. So both the parents and the boyfriend both at the time assumed that Kelly was at, the other's house. So Kelly's dad immediately then filed a missing persons report and a official search was started. And initially police thought that, Kelly isn't maybe the most well-behaved of 17-year-olds. She was a bit rambunctious, a bit rebellious maybe. She had already threatened the parents with running away. And so they said, as with seemingly a lot of these cases, that just relax a little bit. It's, quite likely probably that she just ran away somewhere or she was staying at a friend's house. But still, they carried on the search. They searched in, fields and roads, and they put up flyers and they handed out posters, or the other way round. And it was never really a massive search, not as big as some of the cases we've already covered. And this was partly because she was deemed more likely to have run away, partly because she was 17 at the time, and partly just because they, didn't have as many people. There was hardly any clues, almost nothing to go off. And so at the time, that was more or less it. That was until fast forward 10 years later, or actually more than 10 years, when a man just walked into the Newport Police Department carrying a human skull, which he said he had found inside an abandoned car wrapped in carpet. And he said he was just out there, driving around the area. He knew this general area and he knew this car for being, a site which kids, partied at. So it was just abandoned car, and kids would often, go over there. They would have some wacky tobacco. They would be drinking, as 16, 17, 18-year-olds sometimes do. And he said, so I was just in the area, thought I'd take a look around at the abandoned car, and there he found something very strange, and that was this thing wrapped in carpet, and when he opened it up, it was a human skull. So he said, as you do, he took it home, he showed his girlfriend, and his girlfriend said, look, dude, you should really bring that into the police station. Like, it's literally a human skull. And so he said, yeah, okay, fine, whatever. He took it first into the sheriff's office, but he said when he took it in, only the jail section of it was open. So he couldn't, leave evidence or start a case. And they advised him to take it to the Newport office. So he then went over there. He tried to talk to someone there, but he said it was a Saturday, so the police station was kind of closed, which is just kind of wild. So he thought, okay, fine, I'll bring it down Monday. And then he took it home, washed it with washing up liquid for whatever reason, likely washing away a ton of evidence, no doubt. And then he placed it casually on top of his TV. And then when Monday came around, he took it off the TV and handed it in to the police. So a bit of a wild ride, but what exactly did this skull show? Well, they compared the dental records of Kelly to the, dental analysis of this skull, and they were found to be a perfect match. The skull also showed signs of a blunt force trauma, meaning that obviously whatever happened to Kelly, whatever happened to her that night and over the last few years, it seems very likely that she was abducted, she was killed probably with a blunt force hit to the head. And strangely, this skull was found just days after police had made like a public service announcement reminding the public of the case and saying that they would really like some new evidence around this case. And so, if anyone had any information about it, to call in or to come to the police. And then this skull was found. And also, in regards to that, just a day or two before the skull was found, there were teenagers who were playing around and partying, as I said, in this exact spot, and they said they didn't see anything there. They said for sure, we were there for, a good few hours. We were in and around the area and the car. There was no skull or wrapped up carpet thing there when we were there. So who killed Kelly that night? Who took her? Who picked her up? Why had she gotten into this car as opposed to, any of the other cars that had stopped to help her, to take her, her boyfriend's car, the two janitors, the sheriff? Or was she, as seems probably maybe likely, just hit over the head and forced into this car? How and why was she killed? Where was she disposed of? Where is the rest of her body, as only her skull was found? And even why did they still have her skull? Why was it somewhere out here in the open wrapped in carpet as opposed to being buried 12 feet underground? And also why did they place the skull there just after a public announcement about the case was made? Do they want the attention? Was it like a panic sort of thing? I don't really know. Sadly, as I said, this case was never solved. The rest of Kelly's remains were never found, and we still don't know who abducted her and killed her still to this day. The Pickering 6 was an unsolved case involving 6 kids, or young adults, 16, 17, 18-year-olds, who went missing after getting drunk, sneaking into a marina in Pickering, Ontario, and stealing and commandeering a boat. And this all happened in 1995, and Jay Boyle, 17, Chad Smith, 18, Michael Cummings, 17, Danny Higgins, 16, Robert Rumbolt, 17, and Jamie Lefebvre, also 17, all attended a spring break party, and naturally there was drinking involved. The boys had a few, and at around 1 a.m. they were all seen leaving the party and heading out towards the marina. And just before 2 a.m. surveillance cameras at the marina caught a few of the boys in the marina. They had maybe snuck in or climbed a fence or something, and then at around 2:30, which is the perfect time for a dentist appointment, some of the locals heard the sound of a boat taking off from the marina, which they later determined to be these boys having stolen or hijacked a boat fairly similar to this one, which is a 14-foot Boston whaler style vessel, which sounds like a decent size, 14 foot. But really, this was a quite small boat, at least relative to some of the bigger boats, and in the context of it sailing out into Lake Ontario, which can be, in, bad conditions, absolute madness. You can have rough waves, you can have heavy waves, you could very reasonably have conditions within the lake that would absolutely tear apart and destroy this boat, especially if you've got more or less kids driving it. And they were definitely drunk. Maybe they thought, go on a wild ride, start picking up some speed, bouncing on the waves, and then all you really need is one crazy wave during a bounce, and it can send the whole boat, flipping upside down and knocking these boys into the water. And if this did happen, once they're in the water, they're basically as good as dead. In these freezing conditions, it would probably be hard to save anyone from freezing to death, even if they had fallen into the water and then been taken up. Hypothermia would probably set in pretty quickly. But if they were left in the water, they couldn't have survived too long. But I'm kind of jumping ahead of myself. Originally, what everyone knew at the time was that these boys were at a party, they left the party, and then that was kind of it. And by the next day, when these boys couldn't be contacted, they were all seen as missing then. And so in the search around the area, they figured out that one of these boats was stolen. They looked at the security footage, saw the boys going into the marina, and they kind of put two and two together that these boys must have snuck in there and stolen a boat. So they almost immediately changed their search from a land-based search into a water-based search. And they got ships out there, they got the Coast Guard, they had helicopters flying around, but nothing whatsoever turned up except for a single can of gas that had belonged to this stolen boat. There were no bodies, there were no clothes or belongings, there was no sign of wreckage or of any other pieces of the boat itself, besides, as I said, the little gas tank. And I think personally what happened here is pretty obvious. It seems very likely these boys just went on a joyride. They were a little drunk, they didn't really care. It's like, yeah, only live once. Boats. And they took it out into these waters. They ended up crashing it due to these waves or due to them just being drunk and a bit silly, and maybe it capsized, filled with water, killing all 6 of these boys and sinking the boat. But there are some other theories. Obviously, the most reoccurring one is that they were abducted by aliens, with the boat being included in that abduction, or that they went out there for some reason. Maybe they were in the substance smuggling and trading business, and so they went out there into the waters to make a deal. The deal ended up going wrong, and whoever they were going out there to meet ended up killing the 6 boys and sinking their boat, which, I still think the joyride theory is the most likely one, and it's the one that there's probably the most evidence for as well. The other ones are just kind of theories, just hearsay, off the cuff sort of ideas with almost no evidence behind. So it is a very, very sad case. Like, I know these boys are kind of to blame for it, or at least, mostly to blame. Like, they got drunk, they snuck into the marina, they stole this boat, and they chose to go out into the waters in the middle of the night, being probably completely drunk. But it is still tragic to see, 6 boys punished in this way, being freezing to death in the waters of Lake Ontario. Signora Maniora is honestly a very strange one, but this was just some woman known in some circles as Italy's luminous woman, who was a patient who was suffering from asthma for several weeks, and then apparently suddenly started to glow, started to emit this glow blue from her breast. Yeah. It was apparently like this light or electrical flash that would like kind of shoot out or explode from her bazonkas and then just fade away. Like, this was a short-term occurrence, a very strange thing which a few people saw, a few people, witnessed and attested to, and that was the luminous woman of Italy. Quite a story. The Turkish sheep suicide. And you can imagine what that word is, as YouTube doesn't allow me to, say it, but it's one of the only words that I block out, so you can use your imagination. But this entry also was a bit of a strange one. This happened in a region near Gevas in Turkey in 2005, when all of a sudden, a single sheep just decided to jump off this cliff, and this sheep obviously just fell to its death. But following this initial jump, many of the sheep behind it, in, classic sheep or herd mentality, started to just follow the sheep and also jumped off this cliff. Now, this led to a crazy little event where over 1,500 sheep ended up jumping off this cliff, with, strangely, only the first 400 roughly that ended up dying. They jumped, they fell to their death, and then the roughly 1,100 that jumped afterwards weren't jumping down onto rock, but they were jumping down onto the 400 super fluffy, thick, cushiony sheep down below. And so because of this, the 1,100 that followed the first 400 ended up just surviving. They never found out what caused the initial sheep to jump, or what, technically caused the following sheep to jump, although it's probably just some form of herd mentality. But yeah, this entire event cost the local farmers and, sheep herders an estimated $60,000 to $100,000 worth of damages, and cost the lives of over 400 innocent fluffy sheep. Alfred Balehart's was the case of a 4-year-old boy who was one of the 11 children in the Balehart's family. And basically the whole family was out camping. They were hiking deep in the Rocky Mountain National Park in the summer of 1938. And everything was going normal. Everything was, as you would expect, and at around 8 a.m. on July the 2nd, the family was out hiking along next to a trail next to a creek, and being, a 4-year-old, little Alfred was a relatively slow hiker compared to the rest of his family, which is, I should imagine, to be expected. But during their hike, Alfred slowly started to drift towards the back. Maybe he was with some of his siblings and then they ran ahead and did something. And so eventually the parents who were up ahead on this trail, trying to look after, all of these kids, they suddenly realized, we haven't seen Alfred in a while. So they immediately stopped. They kind of looked around. They figured out that he was probably at the back of the trail. And so they stopped the rest of the family. They went all the way back along the way that they just come. And they shouted out for Alfred. They tried to look around for him in case he'd fallen or stopped or something. But he had seemingly just vanished. There was no sign of him. There was no evidence about where he might have gone. Like a broken trail through the leaves or bushes, or one of his socks laying around, or his cap or something. And so pretty quickly they notified the park rangers, who then themselves did an initial search, and after not being able to find him, they brought in more people and a massive search was started. They initially thought that he might have, drifted off and fallen into the nearby river, and so they ended up damming the river, further down, and damming in terms of like blocking it off, not in terms of, cussing it out or something. But even though they dammed it, this resulted in no evidence being collected. No Alfred's clothes or clues or anything like that was caught by the dam. So they thought that he might have maybe taken a different route, gotten lost in the woods, and then maybe, fallen off a cliff, or fallen into somewhere he couldn't get out of, or fallen into a lake or something, or maybe he was attacked by a wild animal. And these were all relatively good theories, I would say. They ended up bringing in bloodhounds who did pick up Alfred's scent, and they did track it along the trail, but only around 500 feet before it went uphill and the dogs could no longer track it. There were no footprints found past that point, and as I said, Alfred was sadly never seen again. There was no body, no clues, no clothes, no even remains if he had been, attacked by an animal or something. And one of the only pieces of evidence that was found was an old bandage in a nearby abandoned cabin that was kind of similar to one that Alfred had on at the time. But the forensics for it were inconclusive. It might have been just, an old bandage. Lots of people do wear bandages when they're out hiking, and that was more or less it. Now, as I said, he wasn't ever seen after that day, but there were a few potential sightings of him, but none were really confirmed or proven. One was by a couple who said that they saw a boy matching Alfred's description being led by an unknown person around 6 miles away from where he disappeared. So that's very suspicious, but this sighting was never really confirmed. The man that they saw was never identified or, found or stopped or interviewed or anything. There was another apparent sighting in Nebraska where these people saw a child matching, again, Alfred's description, walking with an unknown man. But again, these were just kind of vague sightings of a boy that may or may not have looked like Alfred. And so a lot of these were either never followed up on, or if they were found to be, kind of inconclusive. His father, on the other hand, was absolutely convinced that Alfred was stolen, and he said that someone must have stalked them, stalked the family, waited for the perfect moment, and then when Alfred was at the back of the pack, then he, swooped in, picked Alfred up, maybe told him he was going to bring him back to his family or something, and just walked the other way. But again, sadly, whatever did happen to him on that day, we probably, as it was, coming up to almost 100 years ago, never really find out. Yuki Onishi was a somewhat similar case to the one we just covered, and this was the case of a 5-year-old girl in Japan who went missing in 2005 in the middle of a forest with loads of people around during a bamboo shoot digging event. Just a quick reminder, I am trying to hit 75,000 subscribers by the end of this year. Anyone who subscribes will receive a drumstick, a very blurry drumstick. My god, look at that drumstick. But yeah, 1 drumstick for 1 subscribe. Pretty decent deal, I would say. And also hit the like button and enjoy the rest of the video. And so this was on a national holiday in Japan known as Greenery Day, which is, I think, a really cool national holiday in which people basically chill out, relax, and appreciate greenery or nature. So some people use it as just a normal holiday, they take time off work, spend time with their family, etc. But a lot of people use it to appreciate or connect with nature. And so they spend time in parks, in gardens, or in forests or woods. And it's a very cool concept, I think. We should bring it to the West in some form or another. But it was on this particular day in May of 2005 that Yuki Onishi and her mother and her sister were in the Goshikidai forest in the prefecture of Kanagawa. And there were at the time around sort of 50 or 60 people gathered for this event in the forest. And at around 1 p.m, everyone would kind of run off to search the forest to find these newly sprouted bamboo shoots. And think of it kind of like an Easter egg hunt or something, but instead of eggs, they're hunting bamboo. And so after around half an hour of searching, Yuki found her first bamboo shoot. She was super excited about this cool little find. She went back, she showed her mother, and then she goes off in search of more bamboo. Then, almost 30 minutes later, her mother realized that she hasn't seen Yuki in a while, and when she asked around, she realized that nobody else had seen her either. So the group there did kind of a quick initial search of the area. They looked up and down the trail, they shouted her name, but when she still didn't show up after all of this, they called the police and a larger search was started. And initially the police came in, they conducted a search, they couldn't find anything, and so they brought in more firepower. They brought in sniffer dogs, and these dogs actually did manage to find Yuki's scent, and they sniffed it as dogs do. They followed the scent, and then just randomly in the middle of the forest, the scent just vanished, which is very strange. But they continued searching for the better part of like 6 or 7 more hours. Absolutely nothing turned up. No Yuki, no clothes, no evidence, no trail, etc. And initially they thought that she might have wandered off somewhere, fallen into a deep pond, and so they searched a few nearby ponds, even ended up draining some of them, but they found absolutely nothing. And the only clue, if you could really even call it that, was the sighting of a man who at the time walked kind of through the event carrying a very large backpack, which some people noted was large enough to carry perhaps a 5-year-old girl. This man was never found, never identified. Nobody there knew him or recognized him, and he seemed to be just, a man walking through the forest on Greenery Day. It wasn't too suspicious at the time, but it is always a possibility that he was the one who took Yuki. And some people have pointed out that because the trail stopped just out of nowhere in the middle of the forest, it perhaps could have gone down like, she was in the forest on her own searching for bamboo. This man saw her on her own. He maybe knocked her over the head, subdued her in some way, put her into his backpack. And then because she was in the backpack, she wasn't directly on the ground. Perhaps the scent was, maybe weaker or something. And then he escaped just in plain sight, in plain daylight, through the rest of the crowd, with them being none the wiser. And as I said, none of that was really ever proven, although I think, in my opinion, it is somewhat logical. The other options are her obviously wandering off somewhere, in which case, why did her trail just stop in the middle of nowhere? Or her getting picked up by a wild animal, which, again, her trail would probably keep going, if she was dragged off somewhere. Unless, as some people have suggested, she was taken by a bird of prey. That just flew down, picked her up, flew away. And I should say that theory is so insanely implausible. You would need a bird that is like 3 or 4 times the size of a normal bird in order to have the strength to carry off a small child like this. But yeah, either way, sadly, Yuki was never found. And this case still remains to this day one of Japan's saddest, most tragic unsolved mysteries. Guelph John Doe is a simple case, but this was just the unidentified body of a man found in 1970 in Ontario. He was a white man who had severe arthritis in his lower back. He had been dead for around 20 years by the time that he was found, and around the area he was found was some small little buttons, some white socks, some random bits of cloth. Technically clues, but not really. And as I said, he died likely sometime around the 1940s and 50s, and he has yet to be identified. Christopher Carlton Tompkins was a very tragic and very suspicious case where in 2002, this man, Christopher Carlton Tompkins, suddenly disappeared. And he was working at the time as part of a surveying crew, part of a 4-man team where they would go out, they would survey these areas, various lands, fields, paths, roads, etc. A fairly standard job. But on this day at around 8 a.m, as was usual, Christopher left the house and got in a ride with one of his co-workers to their site. They went to work as usual, all 4 of them working along in a line, with each being roughly 50 feet apart, and they all worked throughout the morning. They then stopped for lunch at around 1:30, and according to the testimonies of one of these 4 men, they were just sitting down with Christopher, having lunch, and then they, turned around to talk to one of the other men, and when they turned back around just a few seconds later, Christopher was nowhere to be seen. Like, literally, he had just vanished from sight. They couldn't see him in the distance running away. He had left some of his food there and his belongings, and they said it was a bit strange. They kind of got up, they looked around a little while for him, and all they found was one of his work boots hung up over a fence, kind of implying that he ran away, he jumped over this fence, and then I guess got his boot stuck in the fence, and then didn't bother to retrieve it or get it down, and then I guess just ran away with one boot. It's all a bit weird. But also in their search, they found this blue material, like, cloth material, stuck in a barbed wire fence, which they suspected was part of his work uniform, and again kind of painted the picture of him running away, jumping over fences, maybe ripping his trousers on barbed wire. And investigators, did some preliminary searches. The investigation didn't really go anywhere, and the next piece of evidence found was around 5 months after this, when they found his other work boot around a mile away from where he was last seen. So it's a very suspicious case, for at least a few reasons, and it seems to me almost like designed or crafted or like, a story being woven or something. Like, firstly, he just disappears, like just completely out of nowhere, like he's Batman or something. You know, you just turn your head and he's just gone. Like, that realistically rarely happens in real life, especially when there are 3 other workers sitting there with you having lunch. And then these workers, or you know, his colleagues, they take a while to search for him before calling his family or before calling the police. That's perhaps a little strange. And then maybe when police come, you know, maybe we start an investigation into these other colleagues. Maybe they had something to do with his disappearance. Maybe they killed him. But then it's like, oh yeah, there's a convenient boot on top of a fence. Ah, clearly he ran away. He left his boot there. So these 3 other guys are just off the hook. On top of all this, Christopher's family basically attested that Christopher was completely sane. You know, he didn't have any random outbursts or delusions or psychosis or anything like that. You know, anything that would maybe suggest that he went a little bit crazy and ran away. And even if he did, even if he was so crazy to just up and leave, jump over a fence without any shoes on, like, surely someone else would have seen him. You know, he would be found in the next town over arguing with a guy in Walmart or something, or screaming at pigeons. Like, he wouldn't have just vanished completely into thin air. And if Christopher did want to run away, why would he do it in the middle of a workday, leaving behind his 2 shoes and all of his belongings and a bunch of his money, and never use his ID or social security number ever again? Like, surely you would just gather all your belongings, withdraw all of your money, call in sick for this particular day, and then go off and run away that way. Like, things just aren't adding up for this case. And so that brings up the very obvious question: if he didn't run away, then what exactly happened to him? Well, his co-workers were seemingly with him all morning, so if anyone knows, then it would seem to be them. And there was no one that could really attest to seeing Christopher, you know, throughout most of the morning. And so is it possible that something happened between Christopher and between his colleagues sometime in the morning? Maybe they got into an argument, an altercation, and then either attacked Christopher on purpose, or, you know, shoved him or something. He fell backwards, hit his head, ended up just dying there on the spot. And then these guys just completely panicked and ended up getting rid of Christopher's body and taking his shoes, you know, planting them on top of a fence, making it look like he basically ran away. You know, those seem to be the only 2 explanations, because you can't have a third explanation of, like, I don't know, a random guy came by, like a serial killer, and picked Christopher up, because his colleagues attested to being there with him. You know, they already said that he just he was there with them and he just vanished into thin air. So either that story is true, or his colleagues had something to do with his disappearance. And I don't really want to turn this into a race thing, because I feel like they're often just blown out of proportion. But these guys, Christopher's colleagues, were all white, and Christopher was obviously black, and so perhaps it could have been, you know, a discrimination thing. And maybe, as I said, they wouldn't kill Christopher over this, but maybe they were teasing him, bullying him a bit. He maybe, you know, didn't want to take it anymore, stood up for himself, and then they either accidentally or on purpose ended up killing him. And this is just because there are a few comments from other people who work as surveyors, and they've said that, you know, they are white, all of their surveyor friends are white, and it would be quite unusual to see a black person in this role. And so even them, as surveyors, have said that, yeah, there's probably a few, you know, racist surveyors out there. So it might not have been completely out of the ordinary for something like this to occur, some, you know, discrimination, bullying, which ended up in Christopher's death. And they did, realistically, you know, if you wanted to do something like this, they did have a lot of time to spare. As I said, something might have occurred in the morning, maybe 9 o'clock, 10 o'clock. They only contacted, you know, family and police at around 2, as they said they had had lunch at 1:30. Christopher then went missing. So if something happens at, say, 10 o'clock, by the time you contact anyone, it's, you know, 4 hours. So that is more than enough time to get rid of Christopher, to plant the boot on top of the fence, and then to make up this story, you know, make sure they're all in line. And yeah, so that is always a possibility. One of these co-workers was arrested and convicted several months after this case for a completely unrelated but nevertheless violent incident, showing that he was at least capable of being a bit aggressive, maybe of attacking someone. But sadly, this case and the search trailed off pretty quickly. There was no body found, no like blood or attack evidence. And if Christopher had genuinely run away, he was 20 years old. It's not like he was a kid or anything. So I think that kind of lowered the priority of this search. And still to this day, no one has been prosecuted or charged with anything relating to his disappearance or to his murder. And Christopher Tompkins has still to this day never been found. What did Lillian Carney see? Or where did Lillian Carney go? Is a very interesting, almost kind of quirky disappearance that takes us all the way back to 1897, so a long time ago. And this was in, more or less the Canadian border, and more specifically, it was in Maine, the American side, not the Canadian side. But on this particular day, Mr. and Mrs. Carney were out picking blueberries, and they decided to bring along their daughter, little Lillian, and she was out there, just 6 years old, helping the two, walk around, search for bushes, pick blueberries, and just having a grand old time until Lillian went missing. And they looked around for her. They couldn't find her initially, so they then called for help. Other locals, citizens of the nearby town came out. There was hundreds of them that, helped with the search efforts, searched all around the fields and the forests, deep into the night, but there was ultimately no sign of Lillian. And as always, seemingly with these cases, there were, no further clues, no clothes left behind. And so the next morning, even more people came out to help, and they were just searching non-stop in the local area until at around 11 a.m. that morning, someone finally found Lillian really just a few miles from where she had initially gone missing. And boy, did Lillian have a tale to tell. She had on her some berries, just like casually in her hands, and she said, saving them as she wanted to eat them, but she didn't know whether they would make her sick or not. So she was saving them until she found her mum in order to ask her permission, which is just the cutest thing in the world. She also said that while she was gone, that the sun shone all the time, which is very strange. And then she said she didn't really know where she was or, where she had gone. But she said at one point she heard these voices, this kind of rustling movement, which may or may not have been the search team themselves, walking through the fields, talking about where she might be. But Lillian said that upon hearing them, she got a little bit scared and she hid and took cover because they might be tramps, which her words, not mine. She also said she encountered these strange little creatures about the size of her cat, but they weren't cats. And she said she went up to them, she clapped her hands, to scare them. And when she did this, they just scattered away. And that was it. Lillian was reunited with her family, but nobody really knows where Lillian went, where she might have been hiding, whether in some theories she was taken away, maybe zooped up into the sky, zipped around the galaxy for, 48 hours, or a bit of the older dimension traveling, time traveling, or some say that she was just a silly, light-hearted kid who went, on her own little mini adventure through the woods, hiding from tramps, clapping away rabbits, eating berries, except not eating them because they might be poisonous, and so saving them so she could show her mum the berries. But yeah, that was the case of Lillian Carney. The Morris murders were a very strange set of two murders which may or may not be connected. And as to why people might think they might be connected, well, it's very simple really. Take a look at these two women. They look pretty similar, kind of the same hair, same face, same skin color. And so if you squint your eyes a little bit, maybe they could be the same woman. Then what if I told you that these two women lived around the same area in Houston, Texas, even though they weren't related, but they were also both literally called Mary Morris. And so to distinguish between the two, we will call this lady Mary Lou and this lady Mary McGinnis. But as I said, they both looked fairly similar. Both were called Mary Morris. Both lived in the same town in Texas, and both were found within just 3 days of one another, dead in their respective cars. Mary Lou was found dead first, and she was found inside her car, which had been set on fire. And because it was burning for so long, they couldn't really determine how she had died, or the scene that led up to it, or retrieve any DNA evidence or forensics from it, fingerprints, hair samples, that sort of thing. And so that on its own was a very strange case. But then 3 days after this, Mary McGinnis was found dead also in her car, and this second case was even more suspicious. So we'll cover the first Mary in just a little bit, but as for this second Mary, Mary McGinnis, she was working as a nurse practitioner and was apparently reasonably well liked among, colleagues and friends. She was successful, she was good at her job, she got along with everyone, except one new co-worker, one male nurse that was recently hired, and he was somewhat of a massive creep. Mary's friend later told investigators that she told her, Mary told her friend that basically she was afraid of this person creeped her out, and when her friend asked her if she thought that he could hurt her, she replied, "Yes, I do, and I think that he could do worse." Mary would also have an incident one evening where she came back to her office, to pick up some documents or what have you, and found that a few things around her office, especially on her desk, had been moved. Photos kind of turned in odd directions, bits and bobs moved around where she knew that she hadn't left it like that, and a note that read "Death to her," which is very suspicious. So Mary talked to her husband that day, Mike Morris, and she said, "Look, there's some crazy guy at work. I don't feel safe. Can you show me how to, use a gun? In fact, can I actually have your gun? Because I need it for my own safety." She apparently asked Mike to train her how to use the gun and to keep it, without telling anyone, to keep it beneath her driver's seat in case she was ever in danger and she needed to use it, which is very unnerving. Then, a few weeks later, Mary's friend recalled Mary just walking away as normal before apparently encountering someone, they don't know who it was, but some strange person that spooked her in the pharmacy, and she was terrified. She just left the pharmacy immediately, and she said, "I don't feel safe. I'm just gonna run back to the hospital, turn off my computer, and then go home." And then just 12 minutes after this, she made a phone call to 911 that has never been released to the public because apparently it is just too disturbing and chilling to listen to. The call is very likely by Mary, while she was in the middle of being attacked. And apparently it's just these horrible screams. It really must be terrifying if they're not even willing to release it. And during this call, Mary wasn't able to give the operator her location or, many other details. And so she wasn't found until a little later on, dead in her car, having been shot in the head, and the murder weapon was her own gun, or at least her husband's gun, who he said that she had asked him to, leave in the car for her own safety. And on top of being shot, she was also incredibly violently beaten, so it was an insane attack for, at the time, unknown reasons. And there are just so many different angles and aspects to this case, so I'll try and go over them kind of bit by bit. And obviously during the early investigation, the police interviewed this, new male nurse that was working. They found out that he was a bit of a creep, that some of the other workers there thought he was a bit strange, and that Mary had complained about him to one of her friends. But outside of that, apparently they couldn't really find anything to link him to this murder, and so, at least for now, he does remain a minor suspect from the police, but he has not been convicted or charged for anything. And so in cases like this, who might be the next suspect? And if you answered the husband, as it is in most of these cases, you would be correct. They started investigating the husband, asking where he was on the day, how his relationship was with his wife, and why his handgun was at the scene of this brutal attack and murder, and why it was used to murder Mary. And it was then that he said, look, Mary came to me, she said there was a creep guy at work, and she asked me to put my gun into her car and to not tell anyone about it. And so that, Mike said, was how his gun got into the car. Then they asked about his marriage. They found out that Mary apparently had an extramarital affair, and she had roughly $700,000 in life insurance. So, there's some financial motivation right there. And with her apparently cheating on him, there is an emotional motive there. He also had the means with his own weapon being the murder weapon. And he didn't have the opportunity because he was busy and accounted for at the time of Mary's murder. But as happens a fair amount in these cases, he could have always gotten someone else to do his dirty work. And this theory was somewhat strengthened a little later on when they found the phone records for Mike, and they found that after Mary had already died, Mike had called her phone for 4 minutes. And they basically said to Mike, who the hell were you talking to in these 4 minutes? It couldn't have been Mary because she was already dead. And he said that, I wasn't talking to anyone. I just called Mary. She wasn't picking up. So I just left it ringing until it disconnected. And that was apparently 4 minutes, which I don't know about you, but no phone that I've rang, no one's personal phone has ever rung for 4 minutes before disconnecting. It's normally about 20 seconds or something. And on top of this, Mary's phone wasn't found at the scene. So in my opinion, it seems somewhat likely that Mike had this killing arranged. And whoever killed Mary took her phone. Mike then called the phone and spoke with this killer for 4 minutes. Maybe they were trying to get their story straight. Maybe he was confirming the kill or something like that. But that is a very strange part of it. Another aspect is, as I said, the gun being put under the seat wasn't known to anyone besides Mike and apparently Mary. So either the gun was under there, Mary was in the car, she started to be attacked, so she pulled out the gun, the killer ended up wrestling it off her, and then before she could shoot him, he ended up turning the gun on her. Or the gun was never in the car, and Mike had taken it himself, he had given it to this killer, and the killer carried it to Mary, to the scene of the murder, and beat her before using the gun on her, which it would be a bit of a stupid thing to use your own gun in a murder like this, but honestly, people have done a lot stupider things. But Mike basically just denies all of this, calls all of these theories crazy, denies all of the accusations, and so far at least, he has never been charged or prosecuted with anything related to Mary's death. And so this loops us back to the other Mary we covered, or that we mentioned, Mary Lou. And hypothetically, if you are Mike in this situation, he finds out Mary is cheating, he kind of despises her, hates her, he wants to leave, but then maybe he gets a little greedy because she's got a, $750,000 insurance policy. So he cooks up this plot to have Mary murdered, and he pays someone to do it. Now, whether this was the man at the hospital, the male nurse, or whether it was just a random guy or someone that Mike knew, but either way, he gives this murderer, he gives them his wife's name, Mary Morris, he gives them a description of her, brown slightly poofy hair, a white woman in her 30s to 40s living in Houston, Texas, and this killer ends up targeting the wrong Mary. I would be really interested in hearing your guys' opinions because it is a bit of a strange case, a bit of a wild case. Is that theory about them being connected a little too far, maybe? Or is it too much of a coincidence to just ignore? Either way, neither of these cases were ever solved. Whoever killed these two ladies at the moment has completely gotten away with it, but whether they are connected or not is something that we don't really know. The lost city of the monkey god is a very cool entry, and this refers to a fairly large area deep in the Honduran jungle where very little of it has actually been fully explored. And rumors of this lost city, the city of the monkey god, or the white city as it is often being called, have been around for absolutely ages. And it's strange because the Mayans, for example, who were a civilization somewhat in the same area, they weren't exactly in the same area, but in terms of like Middle America sort of thing. But a lot of the Mayan stuff has been uncovered. We know a fair amount about their culture, about their ruins and cities and temples, etc. But these other civilizations, the ones perhaps deep in the Honduran jungle, are just a complete mystery. And as far back as like the early 1900s, expeditions were at the time being undertaken to try and explore these various areas and to discover maybe new finds, new artifacts, new civilizations. And one somewhat important one was done in 1940 by an explorer named Theodore Maud, and this was his search for the White City. And he apparently found it. He went on this adventure, and when he returned with thousands of artifacts. And he said that he had found the city, and it was very secret, very hard to find, but he had managed to take back with him a bunch of artifacts. And according to the rumors and legends surrounding this city, most often by the local indigenous people, they said that within this city there was a huge, great, buried statue of this monkey god, hence, the name of the city. And so he came back with all of these artifacts, but he absolutely refused to tell anyone where the city was. He said, yes, while I was out there, while I was exploring, I did find the city. I took a bunch of artifacts, but he said that it was so secret and so beautiful that he really didn't want to tell anyone, because then there would just be a flood of explorers and looters, and they would just completely destroy the city. And so he ended up dying many years later, never having revealed what he discovered. The location of this lost city of the monkey god. And that was all the way back in the 1940s. But recently there have been more modern explorers, two of which being Steve Elkins and Bill Benison, who decided to launch their own search for this city. And so they went out into the Honduran jungle, they got this little airplane like this one here, and they attached onto it a laser scanner. And with it, they kind of flew over the area, and this laser scanner penetrated the jungle and kind of read and scanned the earth and ground below. And what they found was absolutely phenomenal. This laser was able to penetrate this thick forest and basically ignore all the vines and trees and branches and all that. And they saw scattered across this whole area these ancient structures, architecture, earth mounds, possible irrigation canals. And so this confirmed to them to basically be the remnants of an ancient city. And this city was very likely long before the arrival of Columbus, and it had been completely forgotten about and more or less buried deep within this Honduran jungle. And what they more or less concluded from this discovery was that this fable of the White City, or the City of the Monkey God, that this likely wasn't referring to a single city, but rather to an entire civilization that was, rumored to exist many moons ago, but that had been completely forgotten and fallen out of knowledge for both, us and perhaps for the local indigenous people. And what this civilization might have looked like, what some of their beliefs or traditions might have been. We basically have no idea, not unless someone does another deep dive into this jungle and starts to discover more things, starts to perhaps dig things up, and then links it all together like Charlie from Always Sunny. But either way, I just think stuff like this is absolutely fascinating. Shannon Knight was the name of a man who was brought to a hospital in Chicago, Illinois in 2007. He had suffered from a traumatic brain injury, and he had no idea who he was, where he had come from, or what he was called. And so Shannon Knight was obviously the name that he had made for himself, as no one around, including himself, knew his real name. He believes that he has a wife, that he has a son, but he has yet to find them, and he always carries around this red folder in which he has like little jottings, little journal writings that are apparently there to help maybe jog his memory. If he thinks of something, if he remembers something, he always writes it down, but still to this day, he has made no real headway in figuring out who he is, who he was, whether he has a family or not. And so yeah, that is Shannon Knight. The Fanshang twin phenomenon is a strange phenomenon that occurred and maybe still is occurring in the small village of Fanshang in China. And what is this strange occurrence? Well, in this small village, there are only around 50 households. That's 50. And between them, they have produced 16 sets of twins. That's 1/6, which is roughly 12 times the national average, of twin rate. And the villagers, when they were, interviewed, when they had the press, come snooping around the town, asking questions about how this might be possible, they said that the water that they used in their well, there was one big well that used to supply the entire town, that this water was basically magical. It was cold in the summer, it was warm in the winter, and they said that by drinking this water, it basically was the cause of so many twins. But since around the 80s, a big part of this twin rate has gone down. There have only been 2 twins born in the last 20 or 30 years. But for the townfolk, this just further proves their theory, because they said nobody really uses the old well anymore. They get all of their water, piped in or whatever. And so the magic of this spring of water below the city, or below the village rather, is no longer being used. The Dulha disappearance, and this may or may not be the correct way to pronounce this. I have seen a few different pronunciations out there, so apologies, Swedish people, if I get this wrong. Please leave a phonetic pronunciation down in the description. But this was, on the surface, a very simple disappearance. But once you dig deeper, once you go down the rabbit hole of this one, it honestly just continues to go deeper and deeper and just get stranger and stranger. So I will try and cover it as simply as possible so all of our heads don't explode. But it involves mainly 3 men from Gothenburg, Sweden, who went missing in the 1960s. And these men were, and once again, I will butcher these names. Swedish names are not kind to me. But they were Jan Olof Dulha, who was 21, Gay Roger Carlson, who was 22, and Kjell Åke Johansson, who was just 16. And all 3 were friends who commonly had jobs in like shipyards or as handymen, laborers, physical jobs sort of thing. And they were apparently, for whatever reasons, known to sometimes carry fairly large amounts of cash on them, which I guess was just from their paychecks, but could have been from something else. And they were somewhat familiar with law enforcement, meaning they were, a little rambunctious, like nothing extreme or bad. They weren't out, killing people or robbing people, but I think they were a little bit like, Harry Potter's gang, where they're not really bad people. They just like breaking laws, messing around, just a whatever attitude, disregard for the law. And so I'm pretty sure they were that sort of person. But anyway, that's more or less the background for these guys. And on this day, the 29th of July 1965, Jan had already told his mum that he was going off to go camping somewhere, and come the morning of the 29th, very early in the morning, like 2 a.m., the boys visited a friend of theirs to basically say, like, cheerio, we'll be back in a short while, we're just gonna head off somewhere. And because work ethic was just incredible in those days, Carlson still, after meeting someone at 2 a.m. that morning, he still went to the employment office at 6:30 the next morning and accepted a quick, job and worked that job until noon of that day. Shell, the 16-year-old, he left his home that morning, and in the afternoon, all three of the men met up at this little place called Cafe Marden, which was the last time these men would ever be seen again. And they were seen at around 3 o'clock that afternoon, getting into a dark blue Volvo PV444, which that just rolls off the tongue, that name. But they were seen getting into this car, which belonged to Jan's brother and was being driven by Carlson, even though none of the men actually had a driver's license. Although this was the 60s, the decade of hippies and love and peace, and apparently a complete disregard for driving laws. But that was the first part of the case. The men met up at this cafe, they drove off somewhere north, and both them and this car were never found and never seen again. All three of the men had girlfriends, which I'm sure they would, want to return home to. And Shell, the 16-year-old, actually became a father just recently. So I think it's very unlikely that the men, went on a road trip and then left the country and were like, yeah, we're just gonna leave home. It seems very likely that something significant happened. So yeah, that was part 2 of this strange, collection of cases. Or rather, sorry, that was part 1. Part 2 involves another missing individual who went missing also on that day, also in Gothenburg, and that was an 18-year-old art student named Hubner Him Lundqvist. These names are just killing me, honestly. But this was an 18-year-old art student who was originally from Stockholm, and he was at the time traveling up through Gothenburg to live with a group of artists that lived up even further north in Lyskill. And he apparently got the train to Gothenburg and then either got the train further north or ended up hitchhiking. But regardless of the transportation method he chose, he was also, after that day, never seen again. And that is part 2 of the mystery. Now, as for part 3, it is, I will warn you, a little insane, but this also took place on the same day, also in Gothenburg, and it was an occurrence known only as the Frogman Heist. And as you might know, I absolutely love heists, but I think this was more of a bank robbery than a heist, so it's a little disappointing. But basically you had 2 men, one dressed up as a woman, and they went into this bank in Gothenburg at around 2 p.m. that day, and once they got into the bank, they revealed that they had these submachine guns, and they basically started firing into the ceiling, demanding money. And then one of the bank tellers in the bank just so happened to be a wrestler. Like, I know it sounds like I'm telling a dream or something. Like, yeah, we went into the bank, but then also one of the men was a woman, but then they weren't actually a woman, they were just dressed as a woman. And then they went to rob the money, but then one of the bank tellers was actually a wrestler, and then he attacked one of these men, and I promise you it does get even crazier. But this wrestler slash bank teller, went up to one of these men, ended up wrestling them to the ground, and in this struggle, one of the robbers ended up shooting himself in the leg. But eventually he was able to break free. The men made away with roughly $20,000 to $40,000 in today's money, and they obviously stole kronas, not dollars. But this was in Sweden, and it was also more than 60 years ago, so I had to do some very rough calculations on this. But yeah, roughly $20,000 to $40,000, and they took the money, they left the bank, they ran from the bank down to the nearby river, and they started stripping all of their clothes off, and beneath their clothes they were found to be wearing scuba gear. So they then jumped with this scuba gear into the river and they tried swimming away, but some of the bank employees had chased them to the river and they were throwing rocks at these men while the men were, popping up out of the water, firing their machine guns at them. And yeah, what the hell is even this case? But eventually, one of the robbers did manage to, swim down the river and get away, while the other, the one who was shot in the leg, decided, he was bleeding pretty badly. He couldn't really swim, so he just stayed in his scuba gear down beneath the water, and he was eventually apprehended, as well as a third accomplice. So yeah, absolutely insane case. But all of these 3 cases, as I said, happened on the same day in the same city, and they may or may not be connected. And so for this one, I think there are a great many theories. Some absolutely insane, some completely reasonable, some kind of in between the two. And one theory was that this 18-year-old artist took a train up to Gothenburg, then ended up hitchhiking further north and was picked up by these 3 other men. They gave him a ride to wherever he was going, but then while he was in the car, the group, ended up veering off the side of a mountain or into a river or lake or something, completely submerging all 4 men and this car. That is one theory. Or, they were taken away by aliens, or because, some of these men had a fair amount of cash on them sometimes. It was theorized that they could have been involved in, dealing substances and various forms of smuggling, although there really wasn't much evidence for this. But it was thought that if they were into this, then the scuba frogman bank heist that happened in the city, that might have caused, more police attention. Maybe there was all around the town, and this kind of spooked the men and they drove off more frantically. They didn't want to get caught. Maybe they thought the police were there for them, and this then led to them, panicking, driving off a cliff somewhere. Or maybe they went up north to do a deal with someone. The deal ended up going wrong, so these other men ended up shooting our 3 missing people and perhaps disposing of their bodies, completely destroying the car somehow. Or all of those same theories, but without the 18-year-old artist, him, as there were also some theories that he kind of went to live alone. Maybe he traveled to France or to America making just a living. And I think one person running away and never, contacting anyone is definitely more likely than 3 people who all have girlfriends, one of them as a kid. So I think him running away and disappearing is not completely out of the question. And so basically, that's the case, or kind of multiple cases all in one, but it is still, to this day, the largest, longest running disappearance case in Swedish history. And there were some other minor details about the case which I didn't mention, as personally I don't think they're that important to the case, but there was a letter sent by the artist kid, him. He wrote this to his parents, and it basically reads, "Here I am now. I took the 8 a.m. train to Gothenburg, hoping to hitch a ride now. Do not worry. Kisses, him." So a pretty standard letter, I would say, or postcard. And there may have been some sort of vague possible sightings of him, of him. It's a little confusing calling him, god damn it. But there were some vague sightings of him from like Singapore to Australia, which led to the theories about him traveling abroad or living on a cruise ship or something. And there was also a little tidbit about when Carlson went missing. And before I cover this, in the original case, all 3 of these men did go missing on the same day, but they were all reported missing at different times. And so it was actually a while before the, police were able to link the 3 and say, okay, they were all going somewhere together on the same day. They all went missing on the same day. It's all one connected case. But originally, when Carlson went missing, his sister went to look for him, and she ended up going to his apartment. And when she knocked on the door, another man, someone that she didn't know or recognize, opened the door, and he was apparently wearing the sweater that Carlson's sister had knitted for him. It's like this strange random man who was acting a little bit dodgy, wearing the sweater that you made for your brother. And she thought this was a little bit strange, but thought, it's It's probably one of his friends or something. Maybe it's someone Carlson knew. And Carlson said, oh, I'm going to be out of town for like a week or something. You can just crash at my place if you want. And so I think this most likely is what it is. But people have suggested that this unidentified man could have had something to do with Carlson's disappearance. There is also this footage that was taken of Gothenburg from around this time. And some people say some of the cars that were, filmed may or may not have been this blue car that they were driving, but the jury is still out on that one. But despite all of these, outside of the bank robbery, despite these 2 missing persons cases being open for like 60 years, we are still no closer to finding any of the original 3 men or of the car that they were in, and so still to this day these cases remain unsolved and these men remain unfound. The crew of KC Nicole refers to this boat, the KC Nicole, on which 4 people, Billy Joe Neesmith, his brother Nathan Neesmith, their nephew Keith Wilkes, and their friend Franklin Brantley, all set out on this boat for a 7-day fishing trip, and for the most part were never seen again. Now, this happened in early April 1990, and the 4 men set off from the McIntosh County Pier in Georgia, and honestly, just everything seemed to go wrong. The boat had recently had some mechanical work done on it, which sounds good, but also means that there was some, mechanical problems. And on just the 2nd day of this trip, Nathan started to notice, multiple mechanical problems. There was water leaking into the boat, and the bilge pumps stopped working, which were the pumps that were needed to pump the water out of the boat. So that's not good. And then the boat lost all of its power, the radio stopped working, and so as a group decision, the group decided to basically abandon the ship and to go off into this little life raft. Except the raft itself was also leaking water and it was in a bit of a state. So now, do you see what I mean about everything that can possibly go wrong going wrong? I think also a large part of it was down to the men not preparing enough. If you go out onto a rickety old boat that has mechanical problems and is leaking water, and the life raft you have with you is also a piece of crap, it just seems like poor planning to me. But then when they were on this life raft, against the decision of the group, Nathan decided to swim from where they were, roughly 2 to 3 hours in the middle of the ocean, back to their boat, which, they had abandoned. And he must have been a fantastic swimmer, because honestly, how do you even find a boat 2 or 3 hours distance away in the middle of the ocean? It just seems like an insane task. But he eventually did find the boat. It was still floating there, kind of half sunken in the water, and he clung to this boat and stayed there on his own, surviving apparently in the middle of the water for multiple days. And while he was floating there, he saw off in the distance this freighter kind of sailing around, which apparently didn't notice Nathan, otherwise, probably would have rescued him. But he said this freighter was sailing around. It seemed to kind of stop in the general direction that his crew was in, or that he had last seen his crew in this life raft. And so he assumed that this freighter had rescued them and they were all safe, all alive, and eventually by April 15th, Nathan himself was rescued, with him being found floating inside of a styrofoam box that he had acquired from the boat, and he was almost dead at this point, 20 miles off the Georgian coast, and by this point had been alone in the waters for over 4 days. When he asked about his brother and his relative and his friend, he was told that nobody had seen them, nobody had rescued them, they didn't know where they were, and they were at this point presumed dead. Despite extensive searches for the men, there was never any sign of them or their raft, which is not too mysterious, I don't think. You have 3 men stranded in the middle of the ocean on a rickety old raft that's leaking water. It's not too much of a stretch, I don't think, to say that they likely just sunk, ended up drowning. But what is very strange is that months after this incident, Nathan and Billy's sister, Onida, and the owner of the boat, Doug Tyson, started to receive these strange, almost cryptic phone calls from a Spanish-speaking man who said that the men that were on this raft, that they were actually rescued and were being kept alive somewhere abroad, and he suggested that he would be bringing them home soon. But after a few of these calls, they suddenly just stopped. The man never called again. He was never heard from again, nor were any of the men that he had apparently, had in his company, apparently rescued and was bringing back here. No sign or mention of them was ever seen again. So I think the first part of this case isn't really a mystery. Some men go out on a boat in the middle of the ocean, in a rickety old boat that's sinking, it's letting in water, and it sinks. Most of the men die. So that's quite well understood. But since the raft was never found, the bodies of the men were never found, it does lead a little bit of credence, at least, to this strange phone call saying that yes, we rescued these men, we kept them, we know where they are, we're gonna bring them home soon, and then just, hearing nothing about that. That is, to me, a little bit strange. Holly Bobo's bucket. So Holly Bobo was a 20-year-old nursing student who initially went missing in 2011 in Darden, Tennessee. And she was at home on this day. She had gotten up. She was getting ready to go to nursing school at 4:30 in the morning, so very early. And at around 7:30, she made a call to her boyfriend, Drew Scott, who was at the time hunting turkey on his grandmother's property. Then, shortly after, some neighbors heard a scream from the Bobo property, and they ended up calling Holly's mother. She, at the time, was at work, so she called Holly's brother, Clint, who was in the house at the time, and he had only recently woken up due to some loud barking by the family dogs. Clint said that he saw Holly outside with a man dressed fully in camouflage, completely from head to toe. And he said that it looked like Holly was kneeling down next to her boyfriend, Drew, and they were talking back and forth. He said she was crying and she was saying, no, you can't do this. And the brother at the time assumed that Drew was basically breaking up with her. And this is when Holly's mum called Clint. Clint told her all about this. He said Holly was kneeling down in the garage. She was talking with Drew. And his mum then said, Clint, that is not Drew. Go and get a gun and shoot him. Then the mum called the police, but there was a slight delay due to some mix-up. And when Clint checked outside again, he saw that Holly was no longer kneeling down, but that she was walking with this strange camouflaged man off into the woods. So Clint grabbed a loaded pistol. He went to follow them out into the woods, but after going out a short distance, he couldn't see where they had gone. He couldn't see any trace of them, but he did find bloodstains of Holly's in the garage, and soon enough, the police were called and an investigation and search were started. And they initially started a preliminary search. They looked off into the woods, they kind of cordoned off some areas, but this initial search didn't find Holly or the man, and so they kind of moved their investigation along. And later on, her phone records were tracked, her triangulation, and they saw that her phone basically went from the family home. It went up through the woods, they tracked it north before stopping for a short while in the woods, and then continuing back down south in a different direction. And eventually, they found this phone traced all the way down, and it ended at a certain point, and precisely where it ended, they found her phone there on the side of the road with its SIM card removed and the phone just smashed. But years later, in 2014, some men were out and about searching for ginseng roots when they stumbled across this strange bucket in the woods, and under this bucket were the partial remains of Holly Bobo. This spot was around the area initially tracked by her phone, and she had seemingly been led somewhere, shot to death in the head, and then left or buried out in these woods. And police weren't entirely sure when the remains were found, whether she had been killed somewhere else and then her remains left here for some reason, or whether she had been buried somewhere and then wild animals had taken partial remains of her, scattered them around. But it was in the middle of the woods underneath this bucket, so it kind of explained why she hadn't been found in all this time. And when I was looking into this case, there were some men who were actually charged for her murder, but their involvement in it, if I'm honest, is a little bit iffy. So first they arrested this guy called Dylan Adams, and this was on a completely unrelated gun charge. And then apparently he confessed around that time that he had gone to his brother's house, Zach's, and saw him there with some of his friends and, more importantly, with Holly. And Zach had apparently admitted to his brother of kidnapping, assaulting, and videotaping this girl before obviously killing her. Dylan later recanted this confession and said that it was kind of forced out of him by the investigators. But by this point, the police had already brought Zach in and also arrested Dylan and some of Zach's friends. And it was kind of a strange case. They went through the trial, they went through the prosecution, and although a lot of the evidence was circumstantial, still these men were charged with, various sentences. One was given like 35 years, one was given life plus 50 years for aggravated assault, kidnapping, first-degree murder. But there was, on top of all of this, another man who was originally a suspect in the case, and that was a man named Terry Britt, who was a local convicted sex offender, convicted of multiple rapes over the years. And apparently his voice matched up to the one that Clint, Holly's brother, heard that morning. And on top of that, at the time of this murder, Terry had longer hair, partially matching the description of the camouflaged man. And after the murder took place, Terry then, for some reason unexplained, ended up cutting his hair shorter. And so he was an early suspect in the case, but he was kind of glossed over when these other men, came forward, when they were the focus of the investigation. They just kind of brushed Terry aside. And it was weird, even his alibi for that morning was also found out to be a lie, because he said he was at home with his wife fixing a bathtub, and initially his wife said, yeah, I was home, but she was later found to have actually gone to work that morning. And the store which Terry bought the bathtub from didn't have any records of selling a bathtub to Terry. The only evidence for this was a hand-signed receipt that Terry himself had. So yeah, it's a bit of a strange case. It's absolutely heartbreaking, imagining what happened to Holly. She was training, studying to be a nurse, one of the best, most selfless professions there are, and she was seemingly attacked by perhaps someone she didn't even know in her own home, wounded in the garage, forced out of the house, and then eventually was killed. It is an incredibly sad case, and I can't make up my mind about whether these men are actually guilty or not, or whether it was in fact Terry or someone else entirely. But if you have any theories on it, if you have any opinion on the case, please do let me know down below, as I do, in fact, read all of the comments you guys leave. Jason Derek Brown is a man who used to be on the FBI's top 10 most wanted list, but now is simply a wanted phantom. And he was wanted for shooting an armored car guard and for stealing the money that he was carrying, which amounted at the time to over $56,000. And this was back in 2004. And a little before this, he purchased a gun because he wasn't really a convicted criminal at the time, but he was thought to do fraud crimes. He ran 2 little businesses from his home. He at one point used fake ID to purchase a car from a sales place. And so it seemed like he had this lavish lifestyle that he just needed to fund, and he didn't mind breaking the law or hurting anyone in order to fund it. So as I said, he purchased a firearm and he went on a firearms course, and I kid you not, the name of the place was Totally Awesome Guns and Range. Amazing name. But he then, on the morning of November 29th, ran up in a little hoodie to this guard, 24-year-old Robert Keith Palomares, and shot him 5 times in the head before taking the cash, running off into a nearby alleyway, and escaping on a bicycle. Robert, sadly, was pronounced dead as soon as he arrived at hospital, and soon a nationwide hunt for Jason was started. And they tracked him kind of, vaguely from place to place, city to city, state to another state, and he was seemingly just out of reach always. You know, he didn't stay around in one place for too long, but he didn't officially know that the FBI wanted him as a suspect, or that they were at the time actually hunting him, until some of the top guys at the Phoenix Police Department felt that because this was such a big case, you know, it was such a high profile case, that they needed to be seen actually doing something. So they decided to have a press announcement where they would basically explain the case, explain the work they'd been doing, so people didn't accuse them of just sitting around doing nothing. And in this press conference, they said that they had taken the escape vehicle, this bicycle, and they had actually managed to gather these fingerprints from it. And so they named Jason Derek Brown as their main suspect. And honestly, what sort of amateur 2-bit criminal doesn't wear gloves when doing something like this? You know, it's just unbelievable. But after making this announcement, the FBI had a search warrant at the time for somewhere that they highly suspected Jason of being. But because he must have seen this press announcement, he knew the FBI were kind of onto him. He escaped less than 1 hour before the FBI turned up to arrest him. So he was on the run once again. He traveled to a few other states, also to around the border, you know, down near Mexico. And then after this, according to the FBI, he basically just became a phantom and dropped off the face of the earth. He hasn't been seen since, although there have been multiple, you know, sightings of him, but these are either all unconfirmed or actively debunked, with actually Sean Penn's body double being stopped under the suspicion of being Jason, which is an interesting little tidbit of the case. But where Jason Derek Brown is to this day, over 20 years later, we have no real idea. And that is all we have time for. Now, unless they add even more entries to this iceberg, this should be the last video in the 8th tier. As always, the entire tier will be, you know, smushed together and then uploaded as one giant video. It just makes viewing a little bit easier, I think. And if you haven't already, check out the Connor's Curiosities merch. Very cool stuff on there. And remember to subscribe and like the video so you are notified when we put out the new icebergs and perhaps 1 or 2 separate individual cases coming very soon. I hope you are having a lovely day wherever in the world you are, or actually afternoon or night or whatever time it is there. And as always, thanks for watching. Come on, everybody, and give a little clap. Come on, everybody, and give a little clap. This channel may have driven me insane.